my desire to be greatest days coming in waves. And no, I ain't no stranger to the fire, burning up all my desire to be great. I gotta just open the gate. All I need is saving from hitting the pavement, understanding when I'm impatient, that only I give to me. All I need is a little love in lonely places, the strength to stare fear in the face, that only I give to me. All I need, understanding when I'm impatient. All I need, is a little love in lonely places.
I'm the type of girl that turns logic into awesomeness. Think you know it all, but then you let me get inside your head. Yeah. Steady joke design, think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, bugging up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX cutthroat code, run it again. XOX cutthroat code, run it again. Steady joke design. Think I know your kind. Yeah. Steady joke design. Think I know your kind. Yeah. Steady joke design. Think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, bugging up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX cutthroat code, run it again. XOX cutthroat code, run it again.
You waited all night for me to come back. Why'd you think that it's not alright? Told you that I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Was hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. Thought you knew what this was. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. I'm good, babe. I'm on my own. This ain't a phase. Just let me go. Told you that I'm not that type.
mess with greatness, spaces, stay in your place. I was looking to play, then you got in the way. All the love that we made got me stuck in the rain. Got no time to stay here and say goodbye. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'll never take back your heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Yeah, we give it all that we got. Measuring what's in our pockets, then we give it a lot. Cause we've been hustling for years, now we up at the top. And no, it's still not enough, so we ain't gonna stop. Cause that's full throttle, zoom, zoom, hop, skip, jump. Gotta eat it up, but the goal is lunch. I'm the big goose, so I never duck, duck. Just keep our head up and yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Give it more. Oh yeah. Give it more. Give it all you got. Now they know about our dedication. Not just hard work, it's also patience. Stripped away at it and ignored the hate. And now we big time status and it's us for the taking. We eat, dream about it every time we sleep. Making moves, just look at my feet. Yeah, we bring the heat. We make every situation sweet. Now all we need is yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Give it more. Oh yeah. Give it more. Give it all you got. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Oh yeah. Let's go. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Speed up, make that thing rough. Foot on the gas, so you got nothing left. Let's drive to the top of the mountain and see the view. Let's vibe, looking back on the journey, just me and you. Ain't nobody wanna go slow. Yeah, I was chilling in the past, I was solo. Now that I got you in my life, I'm like, go, go. I be living for the thrill of it, whoa, whoa. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. Know I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we can go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. It's like they never even seen us, and nothing will ever get in between us. I'ma ride by your side every season, and if anyone try to stop us, we we just speed up. Yeah, always keep it at 100. Top down, pretty face, so sun-kissed. Know it's scary, but I swear I really love this. Big shades on, summertime in London. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road less traveled. Know I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we could go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit in, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seize the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seize the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Cutie, dressed up and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Want some yours, you'll know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you've been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. Yeah, it's not hard to see. There's a pattern forming when you got me. 777 all wins big money. The tramp over here never see me coming. I was in your back pocket the whole time. A quiet power, a silent gold mine. A big old confidence boost. You never delude. Just know that you'll be winning cause I'm with you in the building. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. You been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Kick me around and you might get lucky. Baby, I'm your
Let's get waved, let's get lit, let's get high, let's come have it. Let's get burst, let's get mash, let's buy a bottle and splash that cash. Guess what, it's time for action. You're feeling fine, main attraction. Pure vibes, not satisfaction. Feel the baseline, chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Guess what? It's action. Come, let's have it. Bad boy rhythm. Come, let's have it. Bad girl style. Okay, all eyes on you. Come, let's have it. It's time to get wild. Come, let's have it. Bad boy rhythm. Come, let's have it. Bad girl style. Okay, all eyes on you. Come, let's have it. It's time to get wild.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
The Lover Boys are ready to play, but the day is over here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. Valentine's comes to a conclusion with one team already out, and today we're going to see one more team join them in that elimination slot and lose out on a huge chunk of the pie. With so many teams ready to go, who's going to make it to the next stage and who will make it to the grand finals? Welcome, you're watching the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Let the weak melt away! Killing spree!
Car's easy, let's take the kill back. Run time, baby!
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
It's gonna be exciting, guys.
Jadi dua perlawanan hari ini yang menangkan hari ini ada kemungkinan favorite team korang akan tersingkir.
Tiwala kami sa isa't isa. Alam namin ma-execute namin ng maayos. Good luck, Ludo Wesley.
Yang pasti kasih jam seru karena Onyx kesini bukan cuma buat ikut turnamen doang tapi buat menang.
To their fans, pray for their team.
Welcome everybody. The Snapdragon Pro Series has already been so exciting, but now with Valentine's Day already over, we're back to the single best of 3. My name is Gideon Q as your host here today, and casting our very first best of 3, we're going to be having Mirko as well as Leo at the desk. Boys, yesterday was a pretty long day. We already had to say goodbye to one of these teams. Now moving on to the next stage, we're going to be seeing the top tier, the cream of the crop. Is the patch going to be enough? Because we got a little bit of a taste of it, and most people are still kind of, trying things out.
The patch was both very impactful and just the same, very samey. 85% of the meta is what we expected it to be prior to the playoffs. And here now, I'm going to say it again, yesterday was a very long day, but just the same, is it just me or did time fly by really quickly?
It did, in a matter of fact. Let's show the bracket real quick just in case you guys are just tuning in and you missed out on all of that action, because the bracket yesterday, holy, Onyx versus BTR. We said goodbye to both BTR and as well as our RQ to make it into the next round after the play-ins, where TLID took a sweeping 2-0 victory against Onyx. And I don't think anybody was really expecting the way that they did that.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. There's something about TLID. The fact that they, again, beat Onyx PH in the group stages, a lot of people are already like, maybe it was a fluke. Maybe TLID, like, I don't know what it is. Maybe they did it, but let's see how they do against Onyx. And in game 2, it really looked like, okay, it's going to be at least a 1-to-1 there. Then that happened. TLID did what they're very good at doing in MPL Indonesia Season 14, but something that we haven't seen since in international events. It's one thing doing it in domestic tournaments, it's a whole different beast doing it against what looks to be almost back to prime Onyx ID in an international stage where it's kind of like home crowd for them.
I mean, speaking about, international as well as regionals, our upcoming matchup here today, and a very big one as well. Our very first best of 3 is going to be up against Team Falcons and, Onyx PH.
Yeah.
We dropped the Fnatic long ago, but
It's still there.
It's still there.
The tip of your tongue is just like,
It's a tongue twister. But even so, Leo, I want to get your opinion on this, because again, we did see Onyx kind of shake things up last season, barring Team Falcons for actually making it to the international itself.
Yeah, that denied us the ceremonious passing of the torch, because for the longest time, it was the Titans of MPLPH reigning, that being Falcons, AP Brand at the time, but Team Falcons here, and Team Liquid Philippines. And those two never really got to say, it's your turn now, Onyx PH. So now we get to see that here in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, and now the craziest part about this is whoever loses this matchup will have to face off against Onyx eSports, Onyx ID, down in the lower brackets, while the winners move on to face off against TLID. And I don't know about you, every single time we come into the SPS here, it has been a passing of the torch to region per region. Philippines and Indonesians, then the Philippines, and then maybe back to Indonesia once more.
If Indonesia do get the dub here in SPS, I think we're at a very, very healthy part of the MLBB spectrum. Because I mean, looking at last year, looking at the way they were playing it, right? It was.
I see what you're reading into. It's like, hey, if Indonesia win, it's healthy.
It's healthy.
It's very healthy. It's very, very healthy. Malaysia won MSC. Philippines won M Series, and then now we are back to Indonesia
Trying
getting
to get on
international.
his good side, aren't you?
Look, the early days of this year sucks. We got grouped, okay? We got grouped. Maybe if we made it into the play-ins and then got knocked out somewhere later down the line, sure, I guess. I think that's kind of okay. But right now, what is left is the lineup of champions. All teams here at the SPS still remaining for that big chunk of that pie are winners in their own individual regions. They've had history, they've got veterans, some having a couple of new lineups into the mix, and I think we're coming to a point where, the next previously last year, I said the next generation of MLBB is already here. Do we start to see another up and rising player like, I don't know, maybe Severo is going to start taking over?
Yeah, I think out of all the rosters, the only roster that's kind of like new is Onyx ID. So if there are any surprises left, it should be coming in from Onyx ID. And the thing is, I think for Onyx PH and Onyx ID, both their players have already said like we want to meet in the grand final. So it's additional pressure maybe for Onyx PH here to win against Falcons, to make that a possibility as an org together. ID and PH, Onyx.
What I think would be healthy, as a old head myself, I'd want to see Falcons defend their championship. You know what I mean? Like season 5 was a long drawn out grand finals between them and Team Liquid Philippines. How cool would it be if they ran that back, and even if they fell short of the M series, they show up here and say, you know what, Snapdragon, this is our field.
Actually, let's pull it back into, well, one of the MVPs here. Flap Teasy playing in the EXP, right? Because again, I feel like it's not his type of hero to be playing these bulkier. I mean, he can, but is that something that he wants to do? Because yesterday we saw Uranus. He kind of sucks.
Yeah.
He's kind of bad.
That's
Kinda.
an understatement.
Yeah,
It was.
kinda.
There are words to describe the Uranus performance that we cannot use here on broadcast.
It's a
but
dumpster fire.
It's also the cursed helmet, dude. The cursed helmet was no. The radiant armor was. Well, radiant armor is pretty good. Brute force though was also kind of.
Brute Force Breastplate, though, is now built more on a hero that's rising that, you know, stomped this hero right here, Uranus. You see it on CC.
Literally walking this dog. It's pretty brutal the way that we saw these matches actually go, with Uranus having almost little to no impact in these games. However, I do feel like I wish somebody would just ban out that CC and then maybe like put it up against a Lucas. Let's see what happens.
Yeah.
You know?
This is the other side of, you know, the nerfs, the bans here. Actually, a good ban, or sorry, a good buff. CC got a big buff. It doesn't look like a big buff when you read it in the patch notes, but then you play and you just see that decay, adding the decay feature for the passive makes her so OP, especially considering everybody's tanky now. There's more HP growth, more tanky growth. So CC comes back in the meta and becomes quite prio.
Yeah, fights last a while longer now, and if you're the team that wants the Lord fight to last long, or, you know, come in when it matters, just like how Team Liquid ID last night held it strong against Onyx eSports in that Lord pit, that's where this change comes in. You know what? Part of me thinks you shouldn't call it a buff. You can call it a rework. That whole passive changed.
Yeah.
I mean, the whole passive change, it definitely helps out in the laning phase, especially. You can just like keep trading against your opponents. They try again, it's like, nah, it's not really going to happen. But I think a lot of the drafting section of the map. What happened to Fanny, my guys? I mean, I feel like people. We know that we have some of the best junglers in the world.
Yeah.
If they get their hands on Fannies, it could be devastating. But we've also got some of the best supports and EXPs in the world, picking up, you know, Badangs even chose, if necessary, to find the hard counter to Fanny. So why not? Let it through.
Okay, I think there's a level of like, we can counter Fanny. And then there's a level of play on the Fanny for some players that is just uncounterable. You cannot counter the Fanny when, like, say, King Kong is on it, Kyrie is on it, Fabian, Kyle TZ. It's very, very difficult to counter the Fanny. I think this is a rule right now in MLBB. If you play ranked, or if you play MLBB, doesn't matter what rank you are in, ban this hero.
Leo, do you agree with that? Do you believe that Fanny is on either side of the spectrum, being a dear God help me please no, or no, don't even try?
Yeah, Fanny to me feels like mercury. You're playing with a chemical that most likely people who don't know how to use it will fail with it, and the, you know, mad scientists who've been working with the Fanny all this time will make magic with it. So, you know, that's all we've seen. Like, the reason why it doesn't win when it gets picked is because the other team, or the team who's using it, don't know its full potential. And when you're playing with, you know, the likes of the aforementioned top 4 junglers, just don't let it through. So yeah, we can expect that Fanny should keep the zeros where it matters now. That being picks and even win rate, because she should never come through.
Oh, looks like both of you are on the idea of the stands of Fanny bans. But what about the stand man himself, Badang, the JoJo character of a lifetime here? Unfortunately, he has not been picked up, and honestly, we gotta say goodbye to this man. Friends, we out with Badang, back in with Gothot. Do you guys agree with this? Because for me, I still feel like Badang, and see, he's got some uses. I just think that people haven't figured him out yet.
Yeah, I think in XP though, we can all agree, you know, Roam Badang, maybe stop that, you know, stop doing that. But Gatot Kacha has just been super reliable. Again, like you said, not a lot of people have actually adapted that well with the Badang playstyle into their own, but Gatot Kacha, they've been playing this for what, 2-3 months? It's all the way from regular season when Mr. BBB played it in the regular season of MPLID. Another war crime, by the way, because Gatot still terrorized Lanadan.
I don't know about that. I feel like either or would honestly, because I want both of them to be in play. We've only seen it like one time here at the SPS, but even that combo wasn't enough to win out the game. Or do you agree with this? Do you think like Gatot is just the better flavor?
I don't think it's one or the other. They're not mutually exclusive to each other. Badang, something that we're not counting for in that little graphic / meme, is the fact that we didn't show bans. Badang did get banned yesterday in the first day of playoffs, so teams still respect him. And you're right, Gideon, his kit is so specific. What he does matters, just like what Gatot does matters. You just need a little bit more of an assist. We'll see here some clips wherein Gatot works so good with certain heroes. This one with Astral Echoes on a Nevaria, which has been slowly been coming through. The clip prior, if I'm not mistaken, was a clip from Super Princess Selena. You catch somebody with an arrow, they're stunned, you respond with an AOG just like this. Oh dear God.
There you go. Previously, it was actually the Edith Kirk together with the Gatot Kacha. I think we'll see the Selena Gatot Kacha interaction in a bit. No, we actually don't get to see it. But yeah, that was a very underrated part of Selena Gatot Kacha. When we saw the first pick for Gatot Kacha in Game 2 Onyx PH versus RRQ, even I was like, wait, Gatot Kacha first pick? Like, it's Prio, it's good, but is it really first pick? And then you get to see why they first picked it. They comboed it with the signature Kirk Edith and also the Selena for Super Prince.
It was a twofer.
It's a two combo. It was a double.
Yeah, it's a pretty nice combo and it even reflects in the stats itself. As you see down on the bottom right, 24 picks, 14 bans, currently at an average of 58.33% win rate, which is considerably good. Considering that, like, I think if I remember correctly, like the top six overall average picks still are hovering around the 50% and boiling down even into the 40s.
Yeah, prior to the playoffs, Badang was under 50% win rate. We slowly repaired this.
And also, for the Gatot Kacha, if we were just to take a look at the playoffs itself, I think it's sitting at a one loss, 4 wins.
Yes,
so
that is correct.
it is amazing right now. If you take a look at just playoffs and at post-patch.
I don't know. I am curious to see whether or not we're going to see the Selena in tandem with the Gatot again. Novaria even might just be one of those picks that is going to be the go-to generally, but is that the only way to play the game? Because I feel like even with the mid lane being so kind of up in arms, I feel like EXP as well as Roam Flexes are pretty concrete. Does the mid lane need to adapt?
That's a good question.
Mid lane is already pretty open. I think this is the most open we've seen mid lane in 4 or 5 months.
Is it really that open though? Because like it's Yves, Jusin, Lo Yi, Novaria. Okay, Selena, but that's a Prince. Farsa has
Aurora.
After the patch though, right? Like, I don't know, we just don't see that crazy burst anymore. Like the burst picks like the Farsa and Aurora come through. Not even the Vexana, I think,
Aurora.
right? See,
Vexana, we saw a lot of Vexana yesterday.
We did see a lot of Vexana. See, that's the thing.
Vexana Valen.
I feel like generally when it comes down to the adaptations, now that we have like a couple more like combinations to actually play with, either teams just don't want to experiment or some are just, you know, really going all out on the experimentation. We're looking at you, OP. Very naughty, very, very naughty. But with that being said, this is going to conclude our pre-show here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. Get ready, everybody. Popcorn needs to be put in the microwave. Heat your food up because the Snapdragon Pro Series will be beginning shortly with our very first match, Team Falcons up against Onyx PH. We'll see you right after this break.
Let's get it.
Here we go!
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
The journey to greatness starts here. From the 11th to 13th of April, the race reaches its peak at the Tennis Indoor Sanaya. Tickets are live. Be part of the climb and secure your spot now. Be part of the journey. Witness the rise to the top.
Yeah, we give it all that we got. Measuring what's in our pockets, then we give it a lot. Cause we've been hustling for years, now we up at the top. And no, we're still not dedication. Not just hard work, it's also patience. Chipped away at it and ignored the hate. And now we big Tom status and it's us for the taking. We eat, dream about it every time we sleep. Making moves, just look at my feet. Yeah, we bring the heat. We make every situation sweet. Now all we need is. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Give it more. Oh yeah. Give it more. Give it all you got. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Oh yeah. Let's go.
Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Speed on, make that thing rough. Foot on the gas till you got nothing left. Let's drive to the top of the mountain and see the view. Let's vibe, looking back on the journey, just me and you. Ain't nobody wanna go slow. Yeah, I was chilling in the past, I was solo. Now that I got you in my life, I'm like, go, go. I be living for the thrill of it. Whoa, whoa. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. Know I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we could go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going.
Already committed. Everyone knows the light strikes before you even hear the thunder. As the
Siguro masaya rin. Masaya, para normal game masaya, hindi ko na iniisipin eh. Ano iniisip namin, first game muna, RRQ, tapos pag natalo sa Falcons naman.
Thoughts ko sa Onyx is sobrang lakas ng chemistry nila, tapos sila pa yung nag-M6 champion, kaya mahihirapan kami makalaban sila.
Siguro yung strong points ng Team Falcons, siguro yung chemistry tsaka bonding nila. Kasi sobrang tagal na rin nila eh. Kasi siguro yung tiwala rin nila sa isa't isa kasi hindi pa rin sila nagwawatak hanggang ngayon.
They have been missed a lot of competitions right now, which is like they need sometimes to match up with the meta, and we could say that during the group stage they have been done a bit low expectation than ours. So for Team Falcons, they could stay with their current character of gameplay, but I hope for during the playoffs they could bring a new meta in it. They could bring some new heroes that can match up with current meta.
Pinanood namin yung games nila against Team Liquid, and meron na kaming alam sa mga galaw nila na pwede namin i-apply and pwede namin i-punish. Yan.
Siguro po, feel ko prepared rin yung Falcons sa amin kasi alam ko nanonood sila ngayon sa amin. Siguro pag-aandaan rin namin sila mamaya.
So Onyx PH, galingan nyo kasi hindi kami papatalo sa inyo at bigyan natin ng magandang laban ng mga audience.
Sa Team Falcons, good luck bukas and galingan natin.
Oh boy, the stage is set. Team Falcons up against Onyx PH. Let's look at the stats for the team head-to-head because this is going to be an important matchup. They get a free bye straight into the next stage to face off against TLID. Both teams of which have done their studying on each other. Boys, walk me through the stats here because right now we need a way to guarantee a system against Onyx PH.
You know what's so impressive about Onyx PH's stats?
What?
Is these are stats that ran from all the way back in the Open Finals. And they're able to keep such a high standard despite having a rocky start and then a rocky towards the end. Because they've been starting to lose their matches, right? They got swept by Liquid in the groups and then went 3 games against RRQ. And yet they still beat out Falcons in average kills. They beat out the Falcons in all the stats that matter for this discussion.
Yeah, and Team Falcons have been quite shaky too in the group stage, right? It looked like they were undefeated, just you couldn't find a way to counter this team in day number 1. Day number 2, though, we saw a little bit of shakiness from Falcons, and then day 3, ultimately losing both of their matches in the group stage. As we get into playoffs, new patch. Now, the big question for me is this a good thing for Marco or not? Because with the Granger nerfed, seems Kelra has found a way to still make it work, getting another Savage yesterday on the Granger. It's not nerfed if it's Kelra.
Well, I feel like unironically, based on what we've seen from Bulletproof Marco's days of playing the Granger in lane, it doesn't feel like he's looking to hard win the lane, actually. He actually likes to scale. You and me, Leo, we were looking at it, and I was commenting about how he's going for the Malefic Roar's the first item even, before even getting the Sky Piercer or the Hunter Strike.
He was playing post-patch Granger in a pre-patch atmosphere. And in the groups alone, he played, what, a day or two, all just Granger, and then the next day, all Moskov. So I don't doubt that his hero pool can accommodate for the fact that Granger got nerfed. Might even pull out an old favorite. There was a season, season 10, season 11? He played like 7 weeks, 7 games straight of carry. So carry has become a, slowly rising hero. With the rise of Gatot coming through, that could be a punish.
I mean, it could be a punish. I'm also curious about the FlapTZ versus Kirk matchup. Is that going to go the way that we think it's going to go? Or are we going to have to, wait and see? Because so far, based on what we've seen from Onyx, when they play for neutral objectives, they get everybody involved.
Yeah, there was a lot of talk about chemistry, bond, and I think that will come into play for both Kirk and FlapTZ. It's not necessarily about the laning, it's about how they set up and play make for the team.
All right, let's see who's going to get involved here as we come into these lower, into whoever wins moves on to the upper, loser goes into the lower brackets. But Team Falcons, as you mentioned, Minka, have looked a little shaky coming in from the groups. They don't look as dominant as we used to see them last year, building up towards EWC. But even so, this team, they're no strangers to an international stage with FlapTZ, KyleTZ, Few, Ogwen, as well as Super Marco.
A part of me thinks this team is never going to break up. Brusco's right. They have been together for so long. They've gone through, what is that, 4 team name changes? A couple of franchise changes as well, and it's still the same 6 dudes.
Yeah, it's crazy how they've stuck together for such a long time, knowing that, for a lot of teams, once you play together for more than a year, that's when you start stagnating. You just don't improve when you find, enemies find weak points of your team and just can exploit it.
A year is basically esports eternity. And here they're doing eternity times 3. They've been playing together for
3 generations of MLBB.
That's right. And they've won so many tournaments across the board. And, getting on a plane, flying out, winning championships seems to be just another day in the office.
It makes sense, right? Because again, they when they were on their winning run, they were winning pretty much all the unofficial tournaments and more so all the national tournaments as a squadron, right? Look at their stats. It looks like Red Side might just be actually, a couple of them may not necessarily coincide, but Red Side seems to be the winning side for Team Falcon, 60-55.
And they're one of the teams that actually like getting turtles. They would rather hold 1 and 2, or 2 and 3, or at least win 3 for sure, and then ramp up to a good Lord take. They don't want to gamble with that big major objective.
Let's look at some of their draft history here, because Team Falcons is one of the few teams that we didn't get to see too often on Stream B personally, as much as I would like to. But when it comes down to most pick, they actually like picking up the Badang. I mean, the very first day we didn't get to see so much of it. For 2 and 3 from groups, that's when it really ramped up.
6 out of these 8 Badangs were FlapTZs, if my count is correct. So it's XP.
Yeah, and the 2 times that they played with Ogwen on Badang, was it a win? Was it a loss?
They won with 1.
Okay, so it's a 50-50 in the roam position. So Ogwen was not trying to bait out the other teams and just pick up Badang roam, because he did say in an interview when Badang had a horrible win rate that Badang is actually pretty good. You use it in the roam and it can work. I thought it was a bait just for other teams to oh yeah, Ogwen said it, he must be right. Turns out, no, it's actually pretty good for them at least. But then comes the result of day 3 for Falcons in the group stage. It was not, the best performance. It was very, very shaky, and that was also the day where they did go for a few of those Badang picks. So is it safe to say that Badang is just inconsistent in the meta? It does really good against Brawly style of teams because you get stacks quick, but against more disciplined teams, it's so slow. It's too slow.
I would agree with that statement. I would say that most people can't like consistently get the 3-second long stun, you know, punch into alt into punch into, you know, you get the drill, just go, but Team Falcons is one of those teams that I'm hoping that they get a little bit more brawly this time round, especially towards away from Super Marco's side of the map.
There's a pick that wasn't shown in that little graphic. The Kufra. Ogwin's Kufra. That might actually be good coming into play against Onyx PH because it can suss out where the Selena hangs out. If we do get to that point, it can even go toe-to-toe with Kirk's Edith.
I suppose, but then isn't there that high risk-reward factor that we've seen that, you know, Falcons, whenever they whiff that whenever they whiff that engagement, that's when teams start to get the upper hand. And I think against a team like Onyx PH, we've seen them play from behind, play from ahead as well, but you would much rather them play behind because when they're ahead, it feels like they're unstoppable.
A lot of dynamics to talk about, a lot of dynamics to think about here. Yeah, with the Kufra coming into play, you know, they might not be too scared of King Kong's Joy too, and maybe the Harith will be left open. The Kufra is such a good pick to have in your arsenal at this point of the game. But it's something that is also very, very risky. It means that you need to have a proper initiator in the XP because you're more of a reactive guy. You're kind of a guy who waits for someone to get baited in and then you engage. You're the follow-up.
That's a good point. However, I wanted to bring up about how Brusco is going to be playing in this game, right? Is it going to be the traditional man-to-man defense, or are we more than likely expect to see a couple of feints in this particular game? Because he likes to do that with King Kong.
Yeah, I'd rather do the latter because yesterday we saw them play a lineup that had the honest-to-goodness Hylos, and it lost. It was so difficult for Brusco and the rest of Onyx PH to follow through on that. So yeah, if Ogwin is, you know, presenting the Kufra, oh, check this out, Brusco, I could use this. I'd reckon Brusco should have a pick that can go back and forth as well, not just all in.
Well, let's have a look at the stats real quick and actually break this down because 8 times we've seen them on the blue side with a 75% win rate, but the 5 times they ended up as second pick, actually having a much higher win rate. Do you believe in blue side, red side at this point? There was a little bit of a skew towards red side. Is that the same here today?
I think it's 50-50 honestly for both these teams. I don't think like it does look like, you know, obviously 80% win rate on red, but also they picked it less than on blue, right? So I think it's pretty even. I think in the meta right now, we are at a very, very good state of blue-red. It's not very advantageous to be red, not the best to be blue either. It's okay.
Yeah, these power picks, you know, what comes through in first, and then how you clap back on the 2. We've seen teams even take control from blue. We've seen them go like, oh, we're happy with whatever's left because of how open the metagame is. And I think, well, I'll throw it back. Mid is so good right now. So much can be done in the mid, and not just mid specifically, even the mid trio.
Yes, the mid trio is going to be really, really important. Now, we've got a little bit of trivia for you guys. The reigning SPS Season 5 champions, the squad from AP Bread, now representing Team Falcons, cemented themselves as the Titans of MLBB after their Season 5 win. Ideally, for storyline's sake here at the SPS, if Team Falcons make it all the way to the Grand Finals, and if so, I mean, whoever they're facing, that's the torch pass, right? The ceremonious one that we've been waiting for.
That means if they do make it to the Grand Finals, they'll be part of the top 3 seasons in a row?
Yep. Wow. It was tough for them in Season 3, but Season 5, they slayed everybody. And it looks like despite all that we're saying about Team Falcons, you can't deny the fact that Onyx PH are still on top.
I was about to bring that up because again, it's all right. Only Miracle is going with the full sweep of a 2-0 coming in for OP. I'm thinking that it's 2-1. Same goes for Leo as a Pinkman, of course. But even then, I think that Falcons have a really good time, especially since they have time to prepare. And I think that's one of the factors that we have to take into consideration coming up into this very first match. It looks like the draft has already begun between both of these teams. I'm curious to see what it's going to look like once we head into the game.
This whole 2-1 situation, I'm even 50-50 on. Because Team Liquid ID exposed Onyx, man.
Exactly.
I think that's the game that Flap was talking about. We watched the game, and we know how to punish them. That's what he was talking about.
And I think we saw that, too, from Araki Hoshi against Onyx Philippines, right? Araki Hoshi took a page out of Liquid's book, went in for the aggression, but they couldn't replicate it completely. You know, maybe they've taken a page out of Onyx PH's book.
Idol ng mga kids is in Johor.
Oh, my goodness. Kids are going wild here. Oh man, this will be interesting to see because once again, as much as we like to believe, hey, you can open up that map to make sure that Qatar is going to have some big hits. They're letting go of one of the strongest picks in the goal lane, and not to mention a signature coming out from Brusco on a Cho, really good at clearing those traps and can actually body block effectively against the arrows.
And technically, even though we haven't seen it here in SPS, it's also a flex pick. Kirk has shown that he can play the Cho in the XP many times.
It's been a while since we've seen an XP Cho, but it is doable. But so far, everything we've mentioned in the pre-draft discussion comes through, right? Mid-trio strong for Team Falcons. You have a tool in Brusco that can go in and out, and you just make sure your mid-trio is kind of comfortable. You have the Suyo. Onyx PH, look, they're respecting Marco.
No, I think it's really, really smart because, again, Why Not was the one who implemented this style of composition that we see from Team Falcons just yesterday. Having that much artillery and vision over your opponents makes it so much easier to enable these arrows to land.
Yeah, the question I have, though, for this composition, right, that we saw from Onyx PH yesterday against RQ is the fact that how do you control the early game? I don't think you can. Early game, no mid-prio, RQ were able to get like a 2,000 gold lead, and if it wasn't for that mistake on purple buff, if they didn't overextend, I think it would be very, very tough to actually pull off the comeback. Then after that mistake, they played it super slow against the Selena, and it gave Selena so many ways to attack, getting different angles, opportunities. And here, Onyx PH have secured basically mid-prio with just the Cho. If it's Rome, that's mid-prio.
Cho and Suyo.
They'll be able to force out a lot of stuff. This is under the assumption that we don't know where this Qatar is going just yet, but until we do, we're expecting him to go for Concussive Blast. Either way, do you think it's interesting that we're seeing... I mean, Hilda, of course, makes a lot of sense. Lucas ban, though, coming in from the side of OP.
I think the Lucas ban is just making sure that Team Falcons don't get any priority, even in the side lanes. Because you don't even know what Onyx is picking yet. They get the first dibs here. I would guess they would pick the XP lane 4 and then the mid 5.
There might be an argument for the Phoveus. I mean, we saw in the stats that Team Falcons, a lot of teams, especially when they're going up against them, ban the Phoveus against them. So it could be a steal here, or we might just see Kirk going back to the good old, let's put me on Edith, we'll make the stuff happen.
Yeah, I think if they go Phoveus, then it'll be, I don't know, Phoveus is very immobile, can get punished hard by this kind of composition. Again, once you get hit by the Abyssal Arrow and then the AOG comes in, it'll be difficult, so they need mobility, yeah.
So this signals
Cho XP.
Cho XP, unless it's not the first time we've seen mid Matilda. I may have a Mandela effect memory in my head where Super Friends played a mid Matilda like this.
So not recently, you know.
Not recently. I'm talking like S14, mid-season, like it's a weird week.
Yeah, it's like trying to figure out how to spell Onyx all over again. Now, coming into Team Falcons, this one's going to be interesting because now that you see plenty of dashes, priority is going to be super important. If you're not going to have it mid, at the very least, you need it in your side lanes, and we have yet to see both the gold lane and the confirmation on EXP.
Yeah, no Moskov, no Granger. Well, you left with Irithel?
Yeah, probably just the Irithel. I guess that's the safest choice. Carry, maybe?
There's not much to carry here.
Yeah, they go Bruno in the end. Oh, they still go for the Uranus. I guess because this time there's no CC.
Oh, are you sure? Are you sure? We might actually see mid-lane Super Frizz Matilda, man.
Dude, that'd be so
Oh my god, you called it.
Wow. This ain't no Mandela effect. This is our current universe, not a parallel.
I guess it was real.
It was real. Dude, this is so crazy. Uranus coming into this matchup. I thought that Team Falcons had a pretty good read on it, but I guess I was wrong.
I don't like the damage profile, though.
Yeah.
You do in XP lane, but you have good mid priority, yes. You're very mobile. But what kind of damage are you dealing?
I think they have enough. I think they have the magic from Harriet. The Suyo will deal physical, and then CC will just shred through. I think they actually have a pretty good damage output.
Damage type spread, yes.
Yeah, spread.
But the damage profile, the type that comes through, there's no burst.
Look, boys, I don't know what to say. This one is kind of out of pocket, even for me, looking trying to analyze this game. But with that being said, I'll leave it to you. Y'all can debate it once you head straight into game. I'm passing it to you guys to head into the land of Don, Leo, and as well as Marco.
From one Pinkman to another, we'll take care of the game. Game number 1 in this best of 3. Again, it's an upper bracket bout. Onyx PH, Falcon PH. You like the damage profile? I don't.
I still do. I see the angle, and Harith could act as burst as we get into the later stage of the game. What, skill 2? Skill 1? You're dead.
Safe to say, let's get into the Land of Dawn. Once more, the opener in a battle of champions. The M5 World Champions face off against the reigning M6 World Champions. Here we go. Looking at the early rotations, yep, nope, they're not crossing over too much here. Even a Matilda, man, like mid-lane Matilda just doesn't deal the same kind of damage.
Yeah, the damage profile for Matilda for sure. I think it's more of a counterpick to the Selena, right? Because, yeah, Selena, one way to get away against the Selena, one way to counter Selena is the mobility. We were talking about it earlier. That's why I really didn't like the Phobius pick if it did come through from Onyx PH. And I would much rather see something like a Matilda. What I didn't expect was Matilda mid. It's Inspire and also Agility. There's, you know, a few there getting the... Oh, early skirmish going on. Revitalize used up. King Kong not able to get enough damage to take Ogwin down. But they have made it to Revitalize. Now will go onto the lethal, and it is quite risky. King Kong will retreat.
The marbles on Master Ogwin. He knows exactly how much King Kong wants to get away with and how much he's willing to give. Kyle TZ pushing them back. Ogwin staying at the 10th of his health and not letting go. And that's a small camp stolen away by Kyle TZ. A lot of action in mid already. What are the side lanes looking like? And second day in a row, dude. We're seeing it. The CC into the Uranus. You think Flappy's going to do something new with this matchup here? Because we've seen it lose 100% of the time.
Yeah, and it's also just completely different to what we expected, Leo. We were talking about this matchup being more of how do they play for the team than the lane. But with these picks, it's all about how you lane first. And yeah, we have seen that it can be a dead lane. The Uranus can just, you know, technically stop the CC from maneuvering or from getting the dub in the lane. But usually, the 2 times we've seen the Uranus, you just don't have the impact that you would want to have in the team fights. Owen gets a taunt. Oh, actually lands on Super Prince. The burst is there too, but the Circling Eagle. That's the Matilda flying over, still guiding with able to stay few. Goes to the claws, secures the kill. King Kong, though, will trade it with a turtle.
So Onyx PH walking away with a dub despite suffering first blood. And in that whole skirmish, Prince did give up his flicker just to save the kick by Brusco.
Amazing Jeet Kune Do from the Surge to King Kong. Going on to the purple buff. Will be able to secure it. Jumps forward and assassinates Few. Now it's Ogwin next. King Kong getting another flap, getting yo-yoed. But it's a Uranus. They're respected.
Talking about a lack of damage. That's just straight up. Once Kyle TZ bites it, if Marco isn't in the fight, if Few folds quickly, Team Falcons just has nothing. And yeah, these big hunks of meat in Ogwin and Flap TZ can keep pressuring Onyx PH, but that doesn't solve the issue of what your cores do are completely irreplaceable. Ogwin jumping in. Oh no, King Kong stole it straight up!
Yeah, well played. Really well played. Saw the AOG and he did not... He was still so composed. Marco actually dashed forward into the Cronus intervention! Kelra with a solo kill up top! Kyle will trade it back though. But that was an uncharacteristic mistake from Marco.
A kill is a kill. And it was too late for Marco to amend his error. Close range arrow here. Super Prince dashing through. A lot of damage between these three. The kick!
Wow, good way to drag it. It's over to Few, and King Kong follows it up. Brusco low getting smacked down. Still flickers.
1 for 1. Again, these small engages, micro brawls, if you will, enabling Team Falcons to find wins back. But what is the payoff? Let's say this all goes to fruition and Falcons gets what they want.
Whoa.
Are they opening up for Marco? Is that it? Are they just power farming on this Bruno?
It does look like that's the angle, but even then...
Again!
This is what's going to happen. Yeah, the Bruno isn't really a... I don't know, maybe it's just a skill matchup, and Kelra is... Kelra.
He's a god.
He's Kelroin. Turtle number 2. Getting contested here. Oh, the arrow whips again, and that's it, right? That's when you have to call it quits. Once you miss the arrow, that's the reason Selena doesn't have prio at all, actually, early on. Instant vengeance, too, just respecting the damage of Kyle TZ. Flap might be CC'd, has the Purified to escape now. Electrified beats from Kyle TZ, does nothing. Kirk and King Kong now go into Orange. Surge over, no! Okay, the Soul Sever wasn't enough to take him down. Kelra, another solo kill up top. Way of the Dragon from Brusco, and King Kong quells him.
AOG catching 3, but no response from Falcons. This is not the trio you want fighting off 4 members of Onyx PH.
The Revitalize isn't revitalizing. Ogwen used it and he still stays at the same HP. He's forced to recall anyway.
Another orange taken away from Kyle TZ. That's a second in a row. The second in 5 minutes, and a small camp as well for good measure. King Kong driving through Falcon's jungle like it was a fast food restaurant. Real quick, the gold leaderboard. 3 out of 5 members, 4 now in Onyx PH, are out farming even Super Marco. So this whole power farm on Marco situation not working out well for Falcons.
Really isn't, no. 4,000 gold lead for Onyx PH, and their main win condition, Marco, yeah, Kelra is in a 2v1, goes in Zaman, force, oh, the burst from View, that was just a wisp! Kelra gets the turret, and now they're forced to send 4 dudes up there, not even to save the turret, it's just to get away.
Flap TZ playing tag, man-to-man against 2, Brusco and Frins. This is one of the weaknesses of Uranus. I mean, yeah, you're chunky, but you're kiteable. Now Ogwen gets 2 on him, Kirk and Frins. This CC is a menace. Arrow thrown out by Few, not much caught out. This lead is just ever growing. Onyx PH now up by 5,500 gold.
Wow. Again, it's just so clean from Onyx PH. Brusco walks up, spots 2 in the bush, and then sends Kirk to do the dirty business to poke Uranus.
Ooh. Arrow caught here by Brusco. Maximum stun duration. Flap TZ forced to just dash through. And oh my god, Kelra! Look at the damage he's dealing, forcing Flap to hit that consecration. Mirgo, look at King Kong's build, 4-0-1. He's going the Warax line first. That's why he's been so aggressive. He's been so confident. The Immortal form down bottom!
Turn call, vengeance used up. Kyle TZ goes back in with electrified beast. Breaks by Kirk, survives. Oh, he's life stealing back again. He goes on to Kyle. Kirk, no way! He just survived the guiding win from Fritz too.
Kirk is inhuman. He kited too. The kick by Brusco. AOG!
That's a punish with the Abyssal Arrow. No, it's not. Few jumps in, gets baited, circling Eagle.
Revitalized by Ogwen, keeping him alive. Arrow misses no one. Hits no one, and the punish coming in. Here comes King Kong.
Oh, and the fight keeps on going. Kirk again able to dash away. Just what was that? Kirk, insane individual display on the CC.
Gotta be frustrating as a member of Team Falcons. So much went your way. Free turret hits. They were literally down your alley, and not a single arrow hit when it mattered. Currently, Onyx Philippines approaching an 8,000 gold lead. Literally, Falcons could not do anything. This is a no-fly zone.
How did you survive that, man? So many of them were there, and oh no, Few gets knocked up, kicked back, Zaman force, Kelra takes the kill. Flap is tied up by the curtain call, and he's forced to walk back in base.
There's nothing Flap can do. He folds.
Photo.
He folds to Kelra. He just has an Antiquiras. This support mid coming in from Super Prince is disgusting. That's why Kirk didn't die the first time.
That's why they know that they were going to get the lead with no mid-prio from the Selena. They know that they would have to burst through the lead. And now even with that supportive mid laner, Kirk will take the Abyssal Arrow. Doesn't even matter. They still have the Mathilda. They still have Vengeance. And it will be a turret in the mid lane. Taken down. Kelra dives and gets Marco!
Looking for the punish. Kelra still alive. Kyle DZ sent back home.
That's the god in the gold lane. Kelra, one more time. He decides to just jump in Brusco.
Kicks Ogwen, forcing to use that Revitalize, still underneath tier 3 in mid. Oh no, they're gonna end it.
9 minutes to do this against the teams in the group stage. We said it's Onyx PH, but to do this against #1 from Group B, they have clipped the Falcons' wings.
Falcons made so many experimental picks, and a pick we would rather not have seen, especially after day 1. They did the Uranus into the CC, wow, and they allowed Onyx PH to end. Is that a record? What was that, 9 and what?
907.
Barely not breaking the record. The record was 906. Gideon, where were you?
I apparently I was watching a murder happen in live time. I cannot believe they got away with this.
It caused internal bleeding.
It really did. They got hit by a blunt object, and they just were not ready for that. I was not ready. I don't know whether Coach Why. I got to give props to Coach Why not. That was honestly what brought this composition together was the guarantee, the insurance policy. If things go bad, Kelra, you got this. And he said, yes, coach.
Usually it would be a battle in the Land of Dawn, but it was just like Onyx PH were throwing threats the entire time.
I don't even know how to go about this. This was pretty brutal. Like the fact that Super Marco got solo killed how many times?
Well, if you count
twice.
the last one, does that count as a because technically he did just walk into base alone.
I'll say twice.
I'll say twice, officially twice, but that third one was just Kelra sending a message.
Say what you will about damage profiles and the lack of burst. It's just utility. Onyx Philippines just had more to do in the first 5 minutes of the game than Falcons could in even 12 or 13. Again, there's this whole prerequisite of Few hitting the arrow, of Marco getting farm, and Oakland catching an AOG that we can't even consider what happened in the XP lane. Like, oh.
It's just brutal.
Come on, man. Help. This is logic. What?
It's science versus violence, right?
They made bulletproof Marco look not bulletproof.
They made him eat bullets.
He made him eat bullets.
There's only so many armor planes you can fit into the Kevlar, my friend, and unfortunately, it's just...
Kelra's got a machine gun.
He's got more than that, man. He's got a 50 cal in a tiny little Leonin boy. It's just...
Concealed carry.
He's got an RPG
carry.
in there, bro.
It's disgusting. And, you know, even in that very last play, it's not anime accurate, but in that very last play, we see Kelra going all in. He got so much confidence just because Super Friends is like, I got Flask of the Oasis. You got nothing to be scared of. Goes in, gets put down to nearly 1 HP, heals back up to a quarter, and pulls him out. Crazy stuff.
All right, the fact that you put the Matilda in mid, it shows that Onyx PH understood that they could reallocate the damage.
Yeah.
And they put it on Kirk. I'd say that's what they did here. They moved it from the mid, and they put it on Kirk. They kept it on Kelra, and then King Kong, fresh from yesterday, went for the War Axe first build. So this allowed for them to go extra fast.
Yes, he did. I think that Kirk did a very good job against Flap TZ. Unfortunately for Flap, like it didn't get to that critical mass where you can start to think about like stalling for time. But if you look at the graph, it is a huge. We are literally looking at a one-to-one graph of what a sandbank looks like. It just dips so quickly.
The thing is, there was no critical mass to be like. It's not even there for Flap TZ against a CC. If it was the Matilda in at Rome, XP, Cho, and then whatever they went for in the mid lane, then yes, maybe we would see critical mass Uranus. But the thing is, when you pick Uranus and there's a CC on the other side, you will never hit critical mass. Even if you're full items, say hello to the CC. Say hello to the Suyo Burst. And again, I think the damage profile, it worked because they were so ahead. They knew that they were going to be this far ahead.
Yeah, I think a lot of it just comes down to tempo, right? And I think with King Kong understanding, hey, as long as we are trading back and forth tempo and we are punching above our economical weight, because there's so many times where Brusco is willing to die, but they take out Few, or they end up taking a bigger hit onto Kyle. I think that it's so worth it for Onyx.
And I do want to talk about also the way that Onyx PH decided to counter the low mid prio of Team Falcons with Selena Gatot. Instead of doubling down, saying we can clear faster, they said, no, if you don't have mid prio, we can match that, but we will have the mobility. So what you do, you put traps, you look for ganks. If we are always first to rotate places, you have no impact.
Not to mention that King Kong's damage in the earlier game is a lot more significant in comparison to the Joy prior to the first and second item, right?
Yep. Joy needs 3 to be safe. King Kong on the Hasuyo needs 2.
Oh my goodness.
That's it. When you build the War Axe and Hunter Strike, it's go time.
So brutal.
It's just extra Riz to build up the Blade of Despair. He did that in under 9 minutes.
Literally just mogging him. Just so disrespectful, man. Oh, I love it. OP coming back into that form that we're hoping to see all tournament.
You know what? In contrary, I think it's full respect because you're showing Falcons, hey, don't do that to us. This is a battle of champions. Don't try that Uranus on us. It's just
just a whoosh, stay back.
Yeah.
I don't know. So many times we see teams like OnyPH pull off Selena's, pull off like these cheese picks, and not have a way to counter it. But they were ready. They were ready for the Selena to be picked against them, and they were like, "Yeah, do it."
Props to Coach Winoff for coming up with a genius way to kind of spin that around, man. Crazy stuff. Now, guys, keep in mind that this is building up to the Mobile Masters, so support your favorite teams by scanning that QR code and, you know, get some tickets. Come on over to Jakarta where you get to see world champions battle it out with the rest of the world involved. MENA and EU are getting involved in this. Representatives from Turkey have already been locked in, and same goes for MENA. So make sure, book those dates as soon as possible. We're going to go on a short break, and when we come back, we might see an equalization. We might just see a sweep once we conclude this best of 3. We'll see you right after the short break.
The journey to greatness starts here. From the 11th to 13th of April, the race reaches its peak at the Tennis Indoor Senayan. Tickets are live. Be part of the climb and secure your spot now. Be part of the journey. Witness the rise to the top.
Don't stop. Don't stop, gotta get it going. Keep it moving, won't stop. Rhythm overflowing. Don't stop, gotta get it going. Keep it moving, won't stop. Rhythm overflowing. Don't stop, don't stop. Don't stop.
Let's get waved, let's get lit, let's get high, let's come have it. Let's get burst, let's get mash, let's buy a bottle and splash that cash. Guess what? It's time for action. You're feeling fine, main attraction. Pure vibes, not satisfaction. Feel the baseline, chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Guess what? It's come, let's have it. Bad boy rhythm. Come, let's have it. Bad girl style. Okay, all eyes on you. Come, let's have it. It's time to get wild. Come, let's have it. Bad boy rhythm. Come, let's have it. Bad girl style. Okay, all eyes on you. Come, let's have it. It's time to get wild. Main attraction. Pure vibes, not satisfaction. Feel the bass, chemical reaction. You're feeling fine. Chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Guess what? It's action.
9 minutes, 7 seconds. Mortal Kombat between two champions of the world. Boy, it was a fast one coming up from OP, showing why they are the current and the best team in the world. But Falcons, they need to prove them wrong. They need to equalize this game. We need a series on our hands, boys. Welcome to the SPS. We'll continue the action here. Of course, it's with Mirko and as well as Leo. Adjustment period. What are we thinking here?
In hindsight, the CC into the Uranus isn't as obvious as we all thought, all right?
Yeah,
I am in the minority of pointing out the fact that the Matilda could have gone into the mid. And then that would have already been a sign. But just the same, that was a 1 in what? 1 in 100, 1 in 150 chance.
I agree. I don't think it was I don't think it was a big mistake from Falcons. Rather, just the Onyx PH were geniuses there. You know, they were able to flex everything. It's so disgusting to see a team like Onyx PH and how do they do that? Like, strategize on the go. The patch was dropped 2 days ago, and it almost seems like the patch was dropped 4 months ago for this team.
They're playing rock, paper, scissors, but they're always considering every
So
single
well
one of
played.
their matches, right? They're really conditioning them.
This
But-
why not guy, man.
Yeah, this why not guy. Now, coming into game number 2, we're already into the draft. Team Falcons are going to be back onto... Oh, actually, Team
Onyx on the
Falcons
play.
on the red side, Onyx on the blue. The bans are already through. Suyo going to be first pick for Onyx PH. However, the follow-up coming in from Team Falcons will be important. We do notice that Aerith is banned.
Alright,
Hope will
Moskov
find
and
a
the
way,
Vexana for Team
even when
Falcons
all is
here.
forlorn.
PH. Oh, Moskov Vexana are very early.
I get the Moskov. The Vexana is a little too early. It seems like what happened in the 9-minute game 1 shook Team Falcons and made him forget what's up and what's down. It's just...
But I do have to say though, last time we saw an unorthodox pick like this, it was Onyx ID when they were up against Evo's Holy, dropping first game in very dominant fashion from to Evo's Holy, but then first picking Eve. So maybe this is the adjustment that they need, that they are very, very comfortable with.
Yeah, no, I was thinking the same. Because a lot of teams, especially these BO3s, after getting like a crushing from game number 1, really like to go back to comfort in game number 2. But PH really pushing the agenda here. Now, with the AOG ready to go in the Gatot, still flex, but also paired it up with the Farsa.
99% this is a mid, rather a roam Gatot.
Whoa. Oh, what?
I don't expect it to. Wait up! Baksha got buffed, all right? Baksha got buffed. His second skill has a larger margin for error, so it allows for you to keep up the cooldown on those throws.
And also the the tank growth is there.
But where is this going?
That's the big question. Baksha jungle?
I
doubt it.
I don't know. I really don't know. It's in 3 different options that we know of, in the EXP, in the Roman, as well as the jungle. Most popularly in the jungle before. We thought this when we saw this in the patch. We were like, oh, this is for people.
These are for the rank gamers.
Yeah, this is for the rank gamers. Let's see how they're gonna implement it, because CC is gonna be a follow-up ban. Don't tell me they're gonna go to Uranus again, or unless this is confirmation that Boxia is going EXP.
Would it be weird to call it a roam?
Baksha roam.
Because you could live in King Kong's jungle,
Well,
and then you make sure that you keep Brusco on his jumps.
technically, if the Gato goes into the roam position and you play Boxy in the roam position, then it'll make sense, because
Man-to-man.
yeah, it's man-to-man and you hard counter him.
Also, you have Dominance Ice from the start, technically, right? You have
Yes.
the anti-regen, and if you are the one to bring Revitalize, that means your Revitalize will be better than Gatot's.
It's a net +2, and then your opponents end at net -1.
It's a card game.
Yep. Not to mention that you can actually cancel out the feathered airstrike, right?
Yeah,
you know,
just
shield
shield
unity.
You jump on him.
Yeah, you just jump right on top of him as soon as he releases the first shot.
What up, Prince? And it looks like, based on the body language, Coach Treb and Team Falcons, they planned for this. This is not an out-of-pocket pick.
That's why once we saw the Vexana and Moskov, it looks weird, but it's the unorthodox way to set up for the Baksha, it seems, right? And again, for Onyx PH, they're probably still thinking, where is this gonna go? We're still assuming maybe Rome. I don't think jungle though, right? I think
No.
We can cross that out of the list, or is it still possible?
I think we hold it. I think we hold on to maybe the jungle. There's still, I mean, there's been a very large period where Boxia was meta, and I think that those skills don't just leave you. But the fact that Team Falcons are getting rid of the carry on top of it all, it's a clear signal.
There's one more chunky boy.
Welcome to the new patch, folks. Oh man, I think
There it is! The slab of meat! The slab of meat to protect the Vex and the Moskov.
Renmar played the Barats already, right? So now my question is Is this jungle? Is this the jungle?
Exactly.
Okay,
Another
so-
flex, because
Oh, man.
there is a universe where you can throw the Barats in Rome too. I don't know if the patch allowed for that. There were some adjustments on him too.
Yeah.
go?
Do you go for like a crit build? You build like a Trinity build?
Holy,
for
look at
like
this.
one of the marksmen coming in for Onyx PH? Which way do you go? Because the carry's out, so you don't have a direct way to deal with these thick boys.
That is not a direct way to deal with it, but it is a way. They go eat it. They just stack up on damage, right? They're thinking, all right, if they're gonna go full tanky, oh,
We melt them.
My goodness gracious, folks! I just got spoiled myself. That's a Florin. For Falcons, they went for Barat's Baksha and Florin.
So it might go into the jungle.
Oh, it is a Barat's jungle. It is Florin Rome. Oh man.
It's
Fast rotations on the XP.
Wait,
Look at that.
It's not just fast rotations, it's a winning lane, actually. Kirk can never really walk up. It's just
Correct.
an infinite losing trade against him.
You force the ult.
Yes.
You force Primal Wrath, and then Baksha just comes back.
Yeah, and he doesn't even care.
This Poissance is out of there.
This is quite the composition that we are seeing
Wow.
here from Team Falcons. We first saw the spin around coming in from OP, but now it's time for Team Falcons to show up and maybe equalize. Boys, take it away as we head on into the land of Dawn. I'll give it up for Leo as well as Mirko.
A cornered beast is something to be feared, and at the cusp of defeat, Falcons PH bring out not just one, not just two, but 3 brand new picks in the current metagame going into game number 2. Match point for Onyx Philippines. After coming off that 9-minute victory, is this the draft that Team Falcons need to take us to game 3?
Onyx Philippines clipped the Falcons' wings in game number 1. And a way to get back your wings is to heal it back to Florin here to try to equalize against the world champions. Let's see in the land of Dawn as we dive in mid-prio. Already questionable. Ogwen getting poked down by Super Prince.
I know that we're happy. I know that we're all smiles and whoas given the new picks from Team Falcons, but everybody who knows that this Ogwen Florin is notorious. It's down to a 10th of its health.
Yeah, you've got to still be very, very careful. And clear speed isn't really the best for Calteezy either. So they might have just given away mid-prio once again, and you can see it already happening here. King Kong walking in, invading the jungle, actually stealing it away from Calteezy, I believe. Gets stunned by Ogwen. Cursed Blast too, but there is no follow-up from Kyle. Yeah, no more resources.
And this will only really work once Ogwen hits his ult, and that's going to be a while. Unless Calteezy gets the perfect Detna's Welcome and isolates the right target, then we can start talking. Let's talk about this XP lane.
Oh.
It was a winning matchup, yes, but you got to have that Edith stay in. And if I'm not mistaken, that first skill on the Barats got buffed too, right?
Yeah. The first skill did get buffed. Yeah, the second part of it, I believe, like the explosive part,
Yeah.
do more damage, so technically it'll help you with clear speed. And the way that they're playing, this reminds me of Blacklist International, man. Team Falcons playing the Ube style.
It's a green Ube. Let's see if it works out, though. So we see that the XP lane might be a 50-50, might be a stall.
Oi.
Turtle already started. Detna's Welcome.
Over King Kong, gonna be spat back out to the wall. The follow from Kyle Teasy, or sorry, from Flap Teasy with the shield unity, and it's a free turtle. Brusco will fall to the Curse Blast of Few.
Dear God, won't even click the retry. Up top, though, Marco getting blasted.
Uh-oh, he's gotta be careful. Kelra gets the kill. Not a solo, it was Prince to help him, but a win for Onyx PH up top, trading it for 3 big things for Falcons.
Grand Theft Orange. Kyle Teasy walking away like a smooth criminal. Took away King Kong's buff. King Kong will take his purple, but just the same, it's too late. So this will give Team Falcons here about 200, 300 gold up as they rotate towards the orange. I don't think Onyx PH is going to take that lying down.
No, and you know what's funny? I have seen this Barats as well in one of my ranked games. I just didn't think, it would show up in MPL, and it was very, very impressive with a Florin. I didn't see the Baksha, but it was Florin plus the Barats. Level 1 to 3, you are very weak. I was able to invade, I was able to stop him from being a threat, but once he gets to level 4, like you said, Detna's Welcome, plus obviously Ogwen to get to level 4, he becomes unkillable. He goes Detna's Welcome, he's the engager, and no one can really answer.
Yep, we just don't see that in the meta anymore. Kaja doesn't get picked, so these automatic -1s, if you do get it, again, it is a skill shot. You charge it up and you aim. you walk away with so much. I'm seeing something here in the items once it does come through, folks. There's a molten essence on both Flap TZ and Kyle TZ. I'm smelling a double cursed helm. Folks, something that the patch did not mention is these passives stack. So the minus on the exposure, the minus armor, hybrid armor on these items stack. So if there's like 2 over you, you end up with like negative 18 max.
Wow.
Hybrid defense.
Okay, so that's where it actually comes into play, right? Because we were talking about it, if it's just a unique passive that doesn't stack, that means, what, you'll take tenacity away from your opponent. But now that you have, or you are building towards 2, it means that you're actually going to get through some of the base stats as well on top of tenacity. AOG Owen going to be caught. Good AOG, good pick for Prince. So they're still on the board, and actually Onyx PH, despite losing the first turtle, they're ahead in gold.
That's right, no clapback from Team Falcons here. Onyx PH have equalized. Purple buff here secured first by Kyle TZ as they go for the turtle dance. Ogwin just respawned, so they will have access to the heal.
Shield unity. Oh, good Eternal Guard too. King Kong still able to escape. Flap TZ with a Poisons now. The fear from Few not connecting, but Kyle has gotten all the space to secure turtle number 2. Feather Airstrike. Few needs to cancel it quick. And it's Super Friends with a flicker out. Saw Flap TZ trying to cancel.
Ogwin does keep his mid laner alive, so that will mean free turtle for Team Falcons. Nothing on the board for Onyx from this point on. If there's anything that Onyx PH can walk away with for free, or at least be happy with, is that gold lane. They make such good rotations against that Moskov, and these small camps, once they time out the big ticket ults from Team Falcons, that's where they can find refuge. But right now, wherever Kyle walks up to, seems to be a win. Like, they just can't stop this Barats.
They really can't. 500 gold lead still. Feather
Oh,
Airstrike
God.
will cancel. Flap TZ's recall gets him really low. Kirk has the flicker. Oh, shatter bonk on Flap TZ down below.
Free 2-man take. Flap TZ had nothing to do there. Was caught out with what, less than half health, and then they just finished the job. Onyx PH happy with that pickoff. Team Falcons, where do they find the clapback? I'm so impressed at how Super Prince is just able to hold his own here. Using Wings by Wings so efficiently. Is this another buff taken away? Can King Kong secure?
No, King Kong cannot. I guess this is the advantage of for Team Falcons, right? Despite the gold deficit, they can stick around and they can constantly contest for purples, oranges, and neutral objectives for free. There's not much you can do if you're Onyx PH around these neutral objectives, because the only way to beat them is if you try to like outpoke them. That's not going to work with a floor.
They'll jump you.
They're just going to jump you, and they're also just going to heal back up, and you can't all in. You all in against this, you are dead. They have too many frontliners, too much sustain, and honestly, too much damage too. Cursed Helmet done for Flap TZ. That's one. We're waiting on Cal TZ so it can stack up on that new unique passive to shred hybrid defense.
We're at the point where Team Falcons have hit a plateau. They've been winning so much, bullying Onyx PH into submission, into every major objective, but right now it seems to have slowed down. Will Onyx eventually break through Team Falcons' phalanx? We're about to find out. Flap TZ gets blasted early. Feather Airstrike.
Oh wow, King Kong still just walks in and retrieves it, steals it away from Kyle TZ. Onyx PH on the run, good Earth Shatter, and onward to escape. Great slide tackle. And just like that, Onyx PH keep their gold lead.
They were a little too conservative. They did not hit the Detona's welcome. They did not stop King Kong. Now it's Primal Wrath coming in.
AOG Spirit of Misery coming down, revitalized too. Kirk unable to survive the Detona's welcome under the turret. Now also the kills over to Team Falcons. That should level things on the board. But look at King Kong, always so active on the map, rotating and mirroring this Ube of Falcons.
Bulldozing that tier 2, popping that Holy Shield all the way up top. Team Falcons, how do they make up for this? I'd reckon still, you know, they get the kills on Kirk, they get the kills on Brusco, but at the end of the day, the math does not check out. They're still not in the black here. It's still very much in the red. They're down 2,000 gold. King Kong is getting free farm. I mean, talk about how you can bully the lane, but if Onyx PH can just deny these engagements and now it's their turn to clap back, Team Falcons might be staring at a sweeping loss.
That would be crazy. Oh, shatter from Kirk! Feathered Airstrike to get the job done. Flap TZ, Tortoise and Poissons, the blue, the AOG Ogwin's low first to flicker back.
They weren't ready for it. As Team Falcons keep going, a defensive EG, in comes Marco.
All the way from up top, clears the wave and joins in, but gets shredded down to so low. And look at Onyx PH still holding the aggro of the turret to try to siege it down, almost taking Ogwen down there. King Kong will try to give Kaltizi a taste of his own medicine, trying to steal it away. Actually does not get it done. Kyle still had the retribution for the airstrike again, almost taking Marco down, and Mr. Super Friends just flies away.
Flapteasy looking to go hunting, does not find a friend. Swings by wings again, used so efficiently
It's so
by
brilliant.
Prince Ramirez. Now Lord has spawned upper quarter. Still the permanent damage dealt the Team Falcon side of the map left them reeling. Tier 2 is still standing barely in mid and bottom. All this while, Tier 1 for Onyx PH in the main artery just untouched. That allows for Onyx PH to dictate where the dance goes, how it goes. Primal Wrath here by Kirk. They're blitzing it.
Oh man, Kirk finds it. Melting Gun picked up already. Brusco is going to be sacrificed there. AOG still gets it down. SOD from Super Marco doesn't get the angle to attack Super Friends. Kaura gets the goal.
And that's a free kill for Onyx PH, and the fight continues. Team Falcons, they already spent their heal, and in comes the Super Fam.
Brusco very low, jumps back in, and Super Marco again. Kaura free hitting from the side now. Looking for a kill onto Ogwen. Tetanus rock out.
Into my belly you go. The gold standard bites it.
Curse blast on Kirk. Super Friends waiting in the bush, dodges away from the skill shot, now goes on the few. No feathered airstrike, Curse blast dodge! Super Friends few dodges too!
Like an anime fight out of Hogwarts, these mages are just on top of their game, and neither will fold, neither will take it. Just like that. Team Falcons, a valiant effort. They do win out on the trades, but they give up the Lord. Marching up top, it's Flapteasy has to deal with it. They finally break down at Tier 1 in mid. What's going on? Team Falcons, they did equalize. They cut down that lead, broke it in half, and now they have what, 200, 300? It's negligible. But just the same, these fights, they can't continue this way because I reckon Onyx PH, if they can find a way to give Keller free hits again, it could be game.
Feather airstrike, Kaltizi, that's welcome. Now getting the stun onto 3 to terrify the pullback from Kaltizi, Marco.
Little tight spaces like this, that's what Falcons want, and 2 free kills already. Down goes Marco. 2 for 1 the trade. Brusco still alive. Can Ogren finish the job? Whoa. No roamers are falling in this engagement. Still, Super Marco unable to find Kelra.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a game of MLBB. 11 minutes in, 6-10. It looks very brawly, but it's been clinical from both teams, both really playing into their win conditions. And we get to check the item builds here at the 11-minute mark.
Kaltizi not fully committing to the Cursed Helm just yet. Looking to stop both the damage on Kirk and Friends first. And, you know, punish Kelra once he gets them balls going. So far, Super Marco, he is up by about 1,000 gold. So it's a matter of spacing. That's just the difference between the bulletproof and the gold standard. Keller just knows how to come in and come out and make the most of this less than stellar item build. Super Marco, though, I'm not feeling it just yet. Mirko, is it just me, or is he not making the most of the cross-map plays?
It's been difficult, it
He's
really
been hugging these formations.
Yeah, I feel like it's because the team plays, it's 4-1, right? That's why they went for the Moskov. They know that Moskov can actually go to the side, but the risk of getting picked off is just too big. There's Brusco with an AOG, so if you blink or flicker out of a Feather Airstrike, you will still get caught. And as a Moskov, it's very, very tough to deal with a Gatot Kacha anyways, right? So even if you'd go for the cross map 4-1, it'll be very, very tough, and it's risky. They can just play together, and it will be much safer, and it will still actually benefit their win con.
Marco constantly living in fear, respecting the output of Onyx PH, whether it be a pickoff, whether it be a sudden skirmish, or an all-in commit. Lord now down to 1/3 of its health, and they're playing with the range here. Flapteasy rolling out, looking for targets. That's a reset.
Good reset. Falcons still wanting control here. No info on the bottom wave. Don't know if it's actually slow pushing for Onyx PH or Team Falcons right now. It looks like it's just going to be an even lane for now.
Super Marco keeping himself scarce. Again, the hesitance to take that long lane for free is allowing for Super Friends and even Kelra to push out. I mean, it's not as long as a Moskov could, but it's Onyx PH winning this dance.
It's also the risk of missing your SOD, right? Because the thing is, for Team Falcons, if you don't have the Moskov in the team fight, you do not have damage. You have utility on the Vexana, a bit of burst there, but the main damage source is Super Marco. And I don't think at this point of the game they can risk not having their main damage dealer bottom lane all the way down, not being able to help them in the Lord fight.
It's a catch-22 the defending champions of SPS are finding, and Super Prince dodges the SOD.
Oh man, and they don't commit onto the Lord. Now Flapteasy punished, revitalized, still surviving. Pew gets the cursed blast. Brusco will pay for Super Prince's little mistake.
Free pickoff for Team Falcons, the man advantage going over to the M5 World Champions as a super fam. Now consider, can we take this? It looks like they want to because they're staying the course here. 3 members just holding the line. King Kong up front. Kyle Teasy holding on to Detna's welcome.
So the new variant, the new version of that Lord Dance. Kirk can be caught again. No, Detna's welcome. Just Jenny goes in and it whips onto the back. Kyle Teasy caught in the bad spot. Still though, they win the fight. King Kong tried to quell, but Kyle Teasy secures the Lord.
The controlled shuffle allowing Team Falcons to take him one at a time. Another SOD missing its mark, but Team Falcons happy with the outcome regardless. An enhanced Lord going over for the Falcons, marching through mid, and a purple buff stolen away from the Beast. Team Falcons, what a recovery!
Beautiful MLBB, absolutely beautiful MLBB from Team Falcons here. Bring in old mechanics, old macro ways to play the game, that Lord Dance with the new HP growth, with the new tanky growth, and obviously with the sustain of Ogwen. Actually, if you take a look at it, Kyle Teasy did not complete the Molten Essence to the Cursed Helmet, so he's actually not looking for the unique passive. He's just gotten the Molten Essence to help him clear in the jungle, and he's gone full tank. This is the old Barat's build.
Eventually, you can stack it if you choose to, but economy is scarce here. They've power farmed into Super Marco, and currently, it is paying off. The siege waiting to be started by Falcons. The Lord jumps, breaking through that mid lane tier 3. And here we go. The slow roll by the bullies. Team Falcons coming through, taking 2 inhibitors.
Good dodge there. Could have been very, very different had Kyle Teasy gotten the chomp down on King Kong. Both teams hovering over Onyx PH on full defense mode. They do have great wave clear. Soul Sever, Feather Airstrike catching all of them actually. Few and Owen taken low. But still for Onyx PH, they've also taken quite a bit of damage. The Cursed Blast is nothing to scoff at.
Big ticket ults on watch for Team Falcons, while Onyx PH for the first time in this 15-minute bout are trapped in their own base. So patience so far has paid off for Team Falcons. They did not force Marco to go to the long lane, did not put him in harm's way to be able to get into this position of power. Once more, the Feathered Airstrike pushing out Team Falcons. It looks like they'll play the map instead. A minute until the next turtle, rather the Lord spawns.
So let's try to dissect this chess game now, right? I think it's gone from a very, very entertaining early game, a lot of mirroring, a lot of trading, to now being a full-blown chess game as we get into the 16-minute mark. Lord will be advantageous for Falcons. Well, the Lord take, rather. They have the control on bot and mid. It's not the far lane control that they would want to have, but still, it is control over the waves despite not being able to send Marco into the far lane. Now that they have 2, is it safe enough for Marco to finally go and do that 4-1?
Nope. Reading their movements, reading their intent, it looks like they would rather still clump up. And they have the allowance, they have the leg room to do that. But what that means for Onyx PH is, if they're reading this right, they can say, it looks like they're clumping up. It looks like they're keeping Marco away from being alone. Why don't we get a jump? See, look, he's always has an escort detail on him. It's either Ogwin or even Few. And now that the Lord is up, it looks like Onyx PH have read into this. We saw them up top.
Beautiful.
They're short.
Really, really good for Onyx PH right now. They actually go in all the way. That's just welcome. Gonna be caught onto Kirk. Hellra stun in the back line with the shield unity there. Still, King Kong wins the retreat battle.
He does get punished. The AOG defensively used by Brusco. Feathered Airstrike to deter the forward advance of Team Falcons. Brusco still alive. Missile Expert coming in. Dodges that too.
Dodges away from the missiles. Just being calm, composed, decisive. Has stopped Falcons' complete setup. They had a slow push up top. They had all the waves. And Onyx PH took that as an opening to rush the Lord.
Onyx PH stealing away the Lord with impunity. Not a single punish. Did not even spend the majority of their battle spells. And Team Falcons left reeling. Highway robbery by the defending world champions. And they cut that lead in half too, down to just 2,000 gold. All this while, Mirko, could you believe it? King Kong did not have a winter crown. He literally hit that thing raw, just in and out, retribution, and I'm done. AOG!
Try to go in, Detonus welcome though, Calteezy isolated, that is not good. The main frontliner, no Detonus welcome, Eternal Guard, Kirk will fall too, it's a killing spree, but Kelra will shut Calteezy down. Super Marco piercing through the Lord to the HP bars of Onyx PH.
1-for-1, the current exchange. Eventually, Onyx PH will take advantage of that enhanced, nay, evolved Lord in mid, piercing through Team Falcon's base. That is the mid lane inhibitor taken down. Fortunately for the Falcons, that is an easily defendable position, but just the same, permanent damage to their base. Already, their hesitation to use the long lane for Marco might need to be controlled. Like, they have to start playing the map. I think that's how Onyx BH positioned for that Lord Blitz, is they feigned Team Falcon saying, you know, we're going to take it slow. You go ahead. Marco, Ogwin, Few, go ahead, take it. Psych! To be fair, that wasn't as much of a steal as it was just a straight up Onyx PH Lord from underneath Team Falcon's nose.
That's why I think Falcons haven't been sending Marco up top or, you know, on
Elsewhere.
the opposite side, far lane. It's because once you do get spotted and if you don't get that SOD, Falcons, if you lose control over the neutral objective, Onyx can burst it down. They have enough damage to do that.
And here's the thing. It's not like he even missed the SOD. It was just a matter of timing compromise. Now they're looking to punish Brusco.
Uh-oh.
King Kong here, forced to dash out. Detna's welcome.
Over to Kirk, AOG to cut them off as well. Calteezy caught in the bad spot. Brusco zoning 3 of the backliners. Flapteezy isolated and taken down by Kelra even though he's low. Brusco still tanking the damage. Curse Blast, Super Prince cutting their angle. SOD, Super Marco!
The base is in jeopardy. They have to send Marco to defend against Super Prince. They do clear the wave, but that flank and the damage output of Onyx PH have now hit a fever pitch. Team Falcons lacking 2 members.
Both of the frontliners that have kept Falcons' win conditions alive are now down. Brusco has the immortality, but the airstrike, Super Marco trying to walk back in again, flickers forward, but Kelra just goes for base, and it ends up being a 2-0.
The Super Fam have come to play. Do not trifle with this squad. The new meta fails to trample through and take us to Game 3. The series ends with a sweep.
Wow, what a game. These boys played their heart out here. We saw a lot of cool new tech coming in from both of these teams. An epic victory here, and boy, has the meta changed? It's tough to say, but these professional teams with so many surprises here.
More things are possible, that's for sure. There's some new tech on display, but it's so hard to introduce that against the team that just knows how to play the game so well.
Comes down to raw execution at the end of it all there. An amazing draft from Team Falcons, a great utilization of all the buffed heroes, but Onyx PH, they were just smarter, better. They played it so well. No
Faster,
neutral objectives
stronger.
given at the start of the game, but King Kong with the side control always capitalizing on the Ube, punishing that Ube, and at the end of the game, just being decisive. That was that lore take was phenomenal.
It definitely, it bought them the exact amount of time they needed to really bounce back from that early.
Decisiveness is the opposite of hesitation, and there was a clear amount of hesitation despite Falcons' capability to bully in big team fights. So I think that's one thing, like, it was too late for them to have adjusted to send Marco elsewhere. When they tried, Onyx had the answer.
All right, well, let's start the interview with Rose and as well as LaFell.
Here on stage, we have the one and only Monster Mage. Give it up for Super Prince. Okay, first of all, how are you feeling after that game just now?
Feeling good.
Feeling good. I love it. He said he feels good, Fel.
All right. Super Prince, I gotta ask for game number 2. On that Farsa, you were a monster. Without your Farsa, I don't think the team had enough damage to deal with everyone from Falcons because they take forever to die. Now, I gotta ask, in that game, what was going through your head? How you position? Who do you want to target first in the team fight? Like, what was the thought process in your head every time there's a team fight?
My purpose in team fight is to poke the damage dealer from them.
So in this situation, which one was the real damage dealer in your eyes?
I think the Moscow and Vexana.
The Moscow and Vexana. So what do you think? Ano yung iniisip mo pag nagyayari yung team fight?
Iniisip ko lang yung paano pahirapan yung damage dealer.
So in his mind, his thought process is more like how does he give their damage dealer a harder time in order to execute their gameplay?
All right, now the second thing. We have not seen this meta for a very long time. The Florin, the Barats, the Baxia. Was it more difficult than you guys anticipated? Especially in game number 1. You guys finished so fast. I went to the toilet, I came back, and it's over.
I think we did not anticipate the Barats and Baxia pick.
But was it hard though?
Yeah, was it hard? Nahirapan kayo?
It's hard because our hero is not a poker, it's a burst.
Okay. All right, now I have a question because you guys are making it to the semi-finals upper bracket. Later on in the evening, you guys will go up against TLID once again. And you know what? I gotta say, this two rivalry is now a norm ever since M6. But the last time you guys met, unfortunately for you, you guys dropped 0-2. Now later on in the upper bracket, it will be a best of 5. Friends, how do you think you guys will do this time around?
Babawi kami.
He said they're gonna get a revenge.
They're gonna get a revenge. And with that, thank you very much, Super Friends. Guys, give it up for Super Friends! Again, big congratulations for the win. But now, this is Rose, my name is Afel, and we're throwing it back to the panel.
Thanks, LaFell. Thanks, Rose. Boy, another sweeping victory for OP. Once again, the Super Fam rejoice. And man, beautiful game of Mobile Legends coming up from both sides. Really, really fun to watch. And more importantly, just the calculations, the precision coming in from both sides. Woo! Next level stuff.
The real adjustments came from Onyx PH. I think it was bold of Falcons to try something like that. That's one. And it took a level of execution to get to that point wherein the game seemed like it was theirs. But at the end of the day, if you can't finish the job, it doesn't count. So Onyx PH made sure that Falcons paid the price when they hesitated to take advantage.
Okay, so walk me through this. 20 minutes, 35 seconds, total game, kill score, total of 29 kills, 9 coming in from OP, 13 coming in from Falcons. We were expecting certain things to happen. Even for me, I thought the EXP lane was pretty good for Flat, but apparently not. I was wrong. The war cry, Edith, just seemed to be better.
Yeah, I'm still left kind of speechless here, right? Because Onyx PH, they played man, I don't know. This reminds me of M3 Onyx PH as well. The banana split. They were able. It was literally the way to beat the Ube too. That was, I think, tested. It was still the beta version of the banana split. Here we definitely see that it's the finished version, the finished product of whatever we saw in M3, and it's with different members, a different coaching staff, but still that identity has stuck through. Prince, I think LaFell said it best, without Prince on the Farsa, it would have been very difficult, if not impossible, for Onyx PH to get the win against Falcons. It's a constant threat to Ogwen, to Few, and to Super Marco. He was the cannon, he was the mortar every time in these fights.
Even at the 15 or 16 minute mark, when Falcon had a sure grip on the game, Ogwen was holding on to his ult. Even Few didn't need to use the EG until it really mattered. Even then, Super Prince's Farsa was threatening the almost bulletproof formation of Falcons. But time came that everyone was ready. Kirk was finding these catches. King Kong, I don't know what this guy's made of. Like, what makes him think he can play this way and get away with it? That's the kind of confidence you need to break through a lead like that.
I don't know. Maybe it's the immortal form. I think that gives him the extra bit of confidence with the extra damage reduction. But when we're looking at the golden EXP graph, it goes both ways, right? Initially leading by Team Falcons and jumping back up for Onyx PH. And then suddenly, that's when we see Team Falcons with the Death Ball convoy roaming around the map. there was a very large period of time where Onyx PH just couldn't break through until they adjusted.
And now we have the bracket of rivals, man. We have the old gen rivals in Onyx ID versus Falcons, and then the new gen of TL ID versus Onyx PH. Wow, it's so dramatic. The story, it couldn't have been written better, man.
Only one of them can push forward.
It's so crazy.
Yep. I mean, the old guard out with the old, in with the new. These fresh boys are making waves in the Mobile Legends professional space here. And I mean, as you mentioned, without Super Friends on this Farsa,
this guy, dude,
he's so good at the game. Like an unbelievable man. And surprisingly,
he needs to go pro.
Someone needs to scout him, man. He could become a world champion.
Yeah, one day, am I right? But he's played both sides of the mage spectrum, right? He's played an enchanter-style mage in a Matilda, have that extra bit of utility, and a hard-carrying, poking style in a Farsa. What can't this guy do?
This dude's game IQ is through the roof.
Absolutely. This guy's game IQ is like none we've seen before, man. It's so ridiculous. Again, in so many of these moments, you would think it's over, and then that 1v1, we have to just get that 1v1 anime battle
the
of
anime
you and
1v1.
friends.
Yeah.
So beautiful.
You could call that the passing of the torch. Idol number kids in the Monster Mage. You know, call it like a silent handshake.
Super Friends was once a kid until he became a man, and it's like, sorry for you.
And now he's a monster.
I'm a monster now.
He was a man mage, now he's a monster mage.
You guys know the legend of Super Friends?
Well, no.
I don't know who on what channel or what broadcast or a podcast it was, but it was one of his teammates talking about how much of a genius Super Friends is when they would scrim, right? He can tell what bush the opponents were in.
Yeah. Dude, I mean, speaking to the Onyx PH boys at M6 and speaking to, Head of Onyx, everyone, it was always, every time I asked them about the roster, how they built the roster, they would always just tell me, all these players wanted to play with Fritz.
That's right.
Every single one of them knows how brilliant this player is in scrims, and you definitely get to see it here with then, everyone supporting him too.
Onyx ain't going nowhere without Friends.
No, nowhere. I think if I can quote this from Wolf. He said he's got the Emperor. Yes, Wolf. He said that Super Friends has the Emperor's eye. He sees everything that is happening across the map in real time.
All at once.
All at once. Yeah. Even though his phone is it's only so many inches long. It's crazy. It's crazy what they are able to get away with. But at the same time, can they finally overload his CPU of a brain, because he's processing things way faster than everybody else.
He's on the cloud.
He's on the cloud.
I got the pleasure to actually even interview Brusco at M6 when, do you remember, they were up against Falcon eSports, and Super Friends read out Kid X's position on Tigreal. He was so far back, he waited all the way there.
Yep.
The people on the internet was like, that's pretty normal, man. It's not really that impressive. I asked Brusco, he was like, even I didn't know what he was doing.
That's what led That's what led to Kid X being the only one left. Yeah. And the purple buff, it's like, I guess there's nobody here. Yeah.
Dude, like, even his teammates are shocked that he can spot things out. Even now, like, they've been playing with him for a year, and they're still impressed. They're like, dude, what? How?
And he reads other roles' positions better than the role playing it.
We gotta see what his setup is. I wonder if his minimap covers his entire phone screen. He just changes the opacity just a little bit.
He's got map hacks, man. Like, simply put, the man's got like built-in map hacks wired in his brain.
He needs to be studied.
He does.
We need to know what he drank as a kid, what milk, what kind of atmosphere, environment.
This is how we produce the super soldiers of professional play.
The super Friends.
The super princes of this world. Oh, goodness. Now, as we move on, that does mean that Onyx Philippines will have to face off against TLID. But before we go to that, an elimination match, only one team may survive. Is it Onyx eSports or is it going to be Team Falcons? The decider here for both of these teams in the lower bracket happening right after this break. You're watching the Snapdragon Pro Series. We'll be back with more MLBB action in just a bit.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
The journey to greatness starts here. From the 11th to 13th of April, the race reaches its peak at the Tennis Indoor Senayan. Tickets are live. Be part of the climb and secure your spot now. Be part of the journey. Witness the rise to the top.
Onyx PH.
Onyx PH.
Onyx PH kerana mereka telah menang M6 pada minggu lepas.
I support Kirk because he is genius.
Onyx ID because saya dah fans lama diorang.
I support Onyx. Both Onyx.
They got Kyrie, right? Fanboy.
Suns. Because I'm a mid laner, so Suns tu kira macam power lah since I know him.
Onyx PH sebab dia orang juara dunia. So Onyx ID sebab saya main jungle, saya suka Kyrie. Dan Onyx PH King Kong dengan Kalora.
Hope they did their best today and always take care of their health first. Okay, good luck to all teams.
For ball Onyx, I hope they meet in the final.
To Onyx PH and Onyx ID, good luck, and I hope you guys could win this game lah for the Snapdragon. See you guys.
Fanboy.
You waited all night for me to come back. Why'd you think that it's not alright? Told you that I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Was hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. Thought you knew what this was. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. I'm good, babe. I'm on my own. This ain't a phase. Just let me go. Told you that I'm not that type. Don't bother wasting breath. Begging for one more chance. Yeah, know you got carried away. Ooh, you made me to say. You've been messing with greatness, spaces, stay in your place. I was looking to play, then you got in the way. All the love that we made got me stuck on your brain. Got no time to stay here and say goodbye. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. Take back your Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Yeah, we give it all that we got. Measuring what's in our pockets, then we give it a lot. Cause we've been hustling for years, now we up at the top. And no, it's still not enough, so we ain't gonna stop. Cause
Now they know about our dedication. Not just hard work, it's also patience. Stripped away, edit, ignored the hate. And now we big time status and it's us for the taking. We eat, dream about it every time we sleep. Making moves, just look at my feet. Yeah, we bring the heat. We make every situation sweet. Now all we need is. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it more. Give it all, we got, we give it all, we got. Give it more. Oh yeah. Give it more. Give it all you got. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it all, we got, we give it all, we got. Oh yeah. Let's go. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Speed up, make that thing rough. Foot on the gas so you got nothing left. Let's drive to the top of the mountain and see the view. Let's vibe, looking back on the journey, just me and you. Ain't nobody wanna go slow. Yeah, I was chilling in the past, I was solo. Now that I got you in my life, I'm like, go, go. I be living for the thrill of it, whoa, whoa. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. No, I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we could go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit in, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. It's like they never even seen us, and nothing will ever get in between us. I'ma ride by your side every season, and if anyone try to stop us, we just speed up. Yeah, always keep it at 100. Top down, pretty face, so sun-kissed. Know it's scary, but I swear I really love this. Big shades on, summertime in London. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. No, I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we could go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit in, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Cutie, dressed up and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Want some yours, you'll know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you've been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. Yeah, it's not hard to see. There's a pattern forming when you got me. 777 all wins, big money. The tramp over here never see me coming. I was in your back pocket the whole time. A quiet power, a silent gold mine, a big old confidence boost. You never delude. Just know that you'll be winning, cause I'm with you in the building. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower.
Don't stop. Don't stop, gotta get it going. Keep it moving, won't stop. Rhythm overflowing. Don't stop, gotta get it going. Keep it moving, won't stop. Rhythm overflowing. Don't stop, don't stop. Don't stop.
Let's get waved, let's get lit, let's get high, let's come have it. Let's get burst, let's get mash, let's buy a bottle and splash that cash. Guess what? It's time for action. You're feeling fine, main attraction. Pure vibes, not satisfaction. Feel the baseline, chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Guess what? It's come, let's have it. Bad boy rhythm. Come, let's have it. Bad girl style. Okay, all eyes on you. Come, let's have it. It's time to get wild. Come, let's have it. Bad boy rhythm. Come, let's have it. Bad girl style. Okay, all eyes on you. Come, let's have it. It's time to get wild. Main attraction. Pure vibes, not satisfaction. Feel the bass. Chemical reaction. You're feeling fine. Chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Guess what? It's chemical reaction.
Walking through the bar, all eyes on me. People picking up my energy. The music never stops. They play my song on repeat, on repeat. I'm flying till I hit the sky. The melody is getting high. You know how to free my mind, my mind. When I'm with you, my world is golden, so golden. Baby, you make my heart shine golden.
I can feel it in my bones, yeah. I can feel it in my bones. I've been waiting for this moment. All my life I've been waiting. Ain't nothing gonna hold me down. Ain't nothing gonna stop me now. 'Cause I was born for this moment. I was born for this moment. Everybody said I was crazy for believing. Told me to give up, there ain't no shame in me losing. But they're wrong. Oh, but they're wrong. Oh, I came to win 'cause I know it's my time. Giving too much now, I ain't going back. So give me the green light. Give me the green light. 'Cause I'll stand and fight. So give me the green light. The green light. I will stand and fight. 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 Everybody said I was crazy for believing. Told me to give up, there ain't no shame in me losing. But they're wrong. Oh, but they're wrong. Oh, but they're wrong. I came to win 'cause I know it's my time. Giving too much now, but I ain't going back. So give me the green light. Give me the green light. 'Cause I'll stand and fight. So give me the green light. The green light. I will stand and fight. 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 Give me the green light.
attracted when the doubt starts saying my name. I can go there easily, and it's hard to maintain, 'cause I know it's not the world I know, it's me. Believe in every little thing I hear, and no, I ain't no stranger to the fire, burning up all my desire to be great. It stays coming in waves, and no, I ain't no stranger to the fire, burning up all my desire to be great. I gotta just open the gate. All I need is saving from hitting the pavement, understanding when I'm impatient, that only I give to me. All I need is a little love in lonely places, the strength to stare fear in the face, that only I give to me. Now I'm running this race, yeah. Stallions couldn't catch up to me. I'm running till I get first place. I'm running till I get everything, everything I ever wanted in my dream. No, I ain't no stranger to the fire, burning up all my desire to be greatest days coming in waves. And no, I ain't no stranger to the fire, burning up all my desire to be great. I gotta just open the gate. All I need is saving from hitting the pavement, understanding when I'm impatient, that only I give to me. All I need is a little love in lonely places, the strength to stand fear in the face, that only I give to me.
I'm the type of girl that turns logic into awesomeness. Think you know it all, but then you let me get inside your head. Yeah. Steady jump design, think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, bugging up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy.
come back. Why'd you think that it's not alright? Told you that I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Was hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. Thought you knew what this was. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. I'm good, babe. I'm on my own. This ain't a phase. Just let me go. Told you that I'm not that type. Don't bother wasting breath. Begging for one more chance. Yeah, know you got carried away. Ooh, you made me to say you've been messing with greatness. Faces, stay in your place. I was looking to play, then you got in the way. All the love that we made got me stuck in your brain. Got no time to stay here and say goodbye. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. Take back your Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Yeah, we give it all that we got. Measuring what's in our pockets, then we give it a lot. Cause we've been hustling for years, now we up at the top. And no, it's still not enough, so we ain't gonna stop. Cause that's full throttle, zoom, zoom, hop, skip, jump. Gotta eat it up, but the goal is lunch. I'm the big goose, so I never duck, duck. Just keep my head up and yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Oh yeah, give it more. Give it all you got. Now they know about our dedication. Not just hard work, it's also patience. Chipped away at it and ignored the hate. And now we big Tom status and it's us for the taking. We eat, dream about it every time we sleep. Making moves, just look at my feet. Yeah, we bring the heat. We make every situation sweet. Now all we need is yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it more. Give it all we got,
let's go. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Speed on, make that thing rev. Foot on the gas till you got nothing left. Let's drive to the top of the mountain and see the view. Let's vibe, looking back on the journey, just me and you. Ain't nobody wanna go slow. Yeah, I was chilling in the past, I was solo. Now that I got you in my life, I'm like, go, go. I be living for the thrill of it. Whoa, whoa. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. Know I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we could go the distance, although I know.
The lower brackets begin here today. Another team will be going home and ending their journey here at the Snapdragon Pro Series live in Johor Bahru, our southern state of Malaysia. Hello to our international audience as well as our local English speakers. Once again, it's me getting cute, but this time around we got Redmar here to swap out to give a fresh new take since there can only be one Pinkman on the desk. Of course, we've got Mirko as well for the cast. Boys, after watching that previous game, Team Falcons have come up with some wild strategies coming into the draft, really taking advantage of the new patch. You think Onyx eSports this time has learned a couple of things from their bigger brothers.
Well, I hope they take that into consideration because, come on, man, it's the new patch. It seems like it's an SPS signature now that a new patch drops mid-tournament, shakes things up, makes people encouraged to draft those weirder picks. Go for it. I don't care if it's elimination or if it's risky. Sometimes you gotta take the risk, right?
Yeah, I agree. And again, with the tank meta, the tank jungle and the Florian that they pulled off, I think can genuinely work. So for Onyx ID, they'll definitely have to be careful around those Barats, Baksha, Florian picks. But for the Selena, I do think it's counterable. I think especially with Onyx ID's playstyle, they can very easily, I think, take control of the early game and then stay disciplined.
I'm with you on that one, actually. I feel like Selena definitely is one of the more volatile sort of picks, but let's talk about some of the new changes in the patch. Number one, coming in with Baxia. Now, despite the loss, do you think it's potentially still viable? Maybe not necessarily in the EXP lane, maybe in some of the other roles.
Oh yeah, no, 100%. I mean, when we saw the patch notes for Baksha especially, I think a lot of us were already thinking, ooh, could he? Like maybe, I wouldn't say A tier, maybe like B+, B tier at most, something you'd consider if you want to surprise your opponent. Because he's still really strong, and even more so now, his early to mid game trading hurts even more when he has full stacks.
What about you, Mirko? Do you think that this is the viable way? Are we going back to way last year where it was just tank meta all the way through?
I think they can make it work. I think they can utilize the Baksha. Baksha is pretty good, like you said. I agree with Redmar. But yeah, the thing you're sacrificing is the split push or like having control in the side waves. You technically always need to ube if you go for this composition for the Baksha, for the Barats, and especially with the Florin. We saw that even with the Moskov, they weren't able to split push. So if you can't split push with Moskov, I really don't see a way that you can split push with any other gold laner. So make sure that you're not going to be punished in that way, because that's how Onyx PH were able to find an angle to ultimately turn the game around.
Okay, I want to add a little bit more to that, but first we got to quickly look our team head-to-head for the lower bracket round one, match number one between Onyx eSports as well as Team Falcons. The advantage for Onyx eSports is they get to see the latest and greatest tech coming out from the side of Team Falcons. However, when we start comparing it stat to stat, we do see that Team Falcons are coming out with a bigger advantage in the team average kills as well as DPM.
Yeah, I think one thing we have to consider, especially with Onyx eSports showing that they seem to have changed their favor for the Assassin, a pickup for Kyrie in the jungle. They're one of the teams that consistently want to pick up Nolan if it's available for them. They've shown that they can still consider the Martis if they want to. If ever Team Falcons PH wants to really double down and show that, okay, Barats, Baksha, we can go a little bit tanky. Those are two great heroes that can somewhat deal with it. With the Nolan, you can pick off all of the supplemental squishy heroes around the tanky junglers. While for Martis, if the trading doesn't go well in the early, Martis can easily chase down those tanky heroes on the other side of Team Falcon.
Well, personally for me, I think that maybe Onyx Esports might have, learned a couple of things from their bigger brothers. Hopefully that information, that new tech translate as we reintroduce Onyx Esports here. I'm very excited to see whether or not Kyrie is going to go back into that maybe even tank jungle sector, but I'm most excited for Lutfi. We might get to see him play as one of those setters once again. If not, just hard appeal for the rest of the team to allow Severo or maybe Sans to rise up even more.
We've seen the unorthodox picks of Onyx ID, and obviously it is the main lineup that will be deployed today. Lutfi, Kyrie, Sans, Keyboy, and Severo. Again, Niall will be sitting this one out. For Onyx Esports, it's like they're on the way back to their prime, but the game has changed so much that even if they use their playstyle that they had in 2023, it's still going to be tough for them. They have gone and opted for, their unorthodox picks, like the Yi first pick, and it has worked out for them a lot of times. But we've seen that up against Team Liquid ID, this could be exploited too, right? Like, Sans on the Eve isn't always a guarantee. There's still ways for the enemy team to actually, beat it out. The Hayabusa was a good way to just dive into the Eve and just to stop Sans on the Eve. So going up against Kaltizi, someone who's very, very well balanced on every hero. Utility, tank even, fighters, and then assassins, they will have to be careful. For the longest time, Falcons have been the kryptonite of Onyx Esports.
Yeah. One thing I really like about the top heroes pick shown here for Onyx Esports, that it really shows off their main playstyle for the SPS. You have Keyboy with something explosive that can pair really well with Sans that dishes out a lot of control. Kyrie can't just be Kyrie with the assassins. Lutfi now it looks like he's seemingly accepted that his role is, I really gotta be an anchor here. If Keyboy wants to pick off, I have to be the anchor, the main guy holding down the front and stopping the opposing team from being able to team fight properly. While Severo, he's a little bit more of a, if he's not on the Harith, rather, if he's more Irithel, more Moskov, he's more of the, I would like to call it, quote-unquote, utility marksman in a way. The Moskov provides the split push. The Irithel provides the cleanup. You don't really think of Irithel as like the star of a team fight. You think of it as, okay, everyone else is bringing the opponents low. It's Irithel coming in clutch with a heavy crossbow to clean things out.
These are all fair arguments, but I think, the big signature that we've seen for Onyx Esports for the longest of times is the fact that they're really good at selecting a zone on the map and playing that push and pull style of team fight, right? That, again, it's about creating those opportunities, and I think that it's strayed away, especially from, unfortunately, Keyboy, the boy himself. He misses a couple, but he makes that one big play. Unfortunately, the game needs a little bit more, as we've seen from a lot of teams who've adapted to the current meta, that you need your EXP to really kind of work in tandem, not just Sans as well as Keyboy, which, don't get me wrong, very consistent at what they do, and with the snowball, dangerous to deal with, but that win rate of 52%, a lot of it just comes down to, can we get really mobilized together?
Yeah, and luckily for Onyx Esports, they have been banning Granger a whole lot, right? And with the patch here nerfing the Granger, even the previous game, we didn't get to see the Granger at all. This could be a good thing for them. It means that maybe they don't need to ban the Granger anymore. Against BTR, they still opted to ban the Granger. It was still one of their ways to shut down Eman from getting, a crazy pick that could still work. And after talking about, how Super Marco plays the Granger even before, it is already kind of like a post-patch kind of playstyle to make the Granger work. So maybe if Falcons still want to use the Granger, it's possible. It's still in there.
Well, let's introduce Team Falcons once again. They just came off of a very exciting game coming up from Onyx PH, the bigger brothers on the opposite end, world champions in their own right. However, finding that glory has not been easy for them. And I think with the new tech that we've seen here today, I'm curious to see whether they're going to roll the dice one more times against Little Bro.
Yeah, for Team Falcons, we're actually seeing them in the middle of rediscovering what it means to be dominant, what it means to be this core 5 that really took control of the MLBB scene for a significant amount of time. And one way that we can look at it as, well, what's Few going to end up with in this trade against Sans? There's 3 heroes I'm looking out for that they're deeply going to be considering in the draft. Jushin, Loyi, Eve. What are we banning? Which are we picking? What are we trading? And then out of those 3, that's when we start looking more at the Vixanas and Farsas and seeing if we can build around those mages and pair it up with the tanky junglers, the unorthodox fighters for Flap TZ. So I think, just as Falcons has always done, they really have to start with Few first, see with the trade with Sans, and then start building around the mage.
That's pretty interesting. from an outside perspective, the way that I've seen teams actually handle, whether in draft or in-game, it's we go for the ankles of few first, and eventually that bleeds down into Super Marco. I don't know if you guys agree or not, but that's just, you know, from an outside perspective.
No, I get you with that. Like, View just has such a massive impact on the map.
Yeah, he does. Also, the way that they were able to comfortably pick up like the Moscow Vexana in Game 2 against Onyx PH on Red side instantly was quite impressive. I love to see, you know, these very, very creative takes in the draft, and I think that's something that they have an edge over Onyx ID, because Onyx ID's unorthodox draft is still kind of the same playstyle that we've seen in this meta. Meanwhile, for them, it was completely different. Those are things that can definitely be a curveball that can confuse their opponents. For Onyx PH, it didn't work. Maybe for their Indonesian counterparts, it could. But now, I want to talk about the matchup. Because the matchup, we have actually seen this one. All the matchups previously we haven't seen because they were in different groups. This is the matchup that we have seen in Group B. Falcons versus Onyx ID. First time they met, it was a reverse sweep by Falcons. Game 2 and Game 3, it was the Granger that was not respected at all by Coach Adi. That really took control of the game. So that's why I have a feeling, even though the Granger wasn't really contested in the previous match, even though the Granger's been nerfed, Adi will still put respect on Granger's name, on Super Marco's Granger.
Really? I don't know. I mean, after the patch, I feel like there's also a counter argument of like, oh, he's lost all this early game pressure. I mean, considering that Super Marco is going to be playing for the late game anyways, we just need to snowball out of control as fast as possible. Give us a draw ahead, and maybe we might consider it.
Yeah, it's going to be up to Adi what him and Onyx Esports are feeling today. Are they confident that they're going to snowball in the early? Then they can give Granger. If they decided that, okay, we can win against them in early to mid, we can delay the gold lane farm, whichever gold laner that we're going to go up against, and why not just open the Granger so that we have another hero that we can ban? Going back to their previous matchup, it was a convincing win in Game 1 for Onyx, convincing for Team Falcons in Game 2. Game 3 is when we saw a little bit more of the back and forth, push and pull between those two, and that lasted around 21 minutes. And the interesting thing about their last matchup was that they only stuck to one side the entire series. Onyx was red, while Team Falcons PH was blue. And when Onyx was on the red side, they never gave the juice in Fanny, while Team Falcons PH had one hero that they respected all throughout the bans, and it was Sandus Loyi.
That's a really good call here, because this is Onyx Esports' opportunity for revenge. If they want to make sure that the group stage, it's just going to be the group stage. This is where it matters, because elimination is on the line in a single best of 3. But coming back to the topic here, between both of these teams, it does feel like generally, as we've heard from interviews coming in from Onyx Esports, the experience level, especially once we get into those 20-minute mark, really comes in handy for Team Falcons. They've been put in those scenarios very often.
Yeah, they were just put into that scenario, right? Getting a massive lead and then getting outplayed. So again, learning from their experience, having way more experience than Lutpi, and especially Savero in the gold lane. Now, Savero has been able to, I think, exceed a lot of our expectations. Solo killing Eman was something that I didn't think about, didn't think would happen, but ended up happening. So Savero has been steadily improving from a very shaky group stage performance in day number 1, for all the fans, hating on him on social media, to now saying, oh wait, he's pretty good. Keyboy said it best. Let this team adapt. Let this team get their experience. It's his debut on the international stage. Give him some time to cook, and he will be able to perform. Now, I think he's done enough to actually fit in the team now. I think he fits in the team very, very well. And like you said, he's more of that utility gold laner. He goes in, he just plays super weak side, stays safe, but will be able to create an impact on the Moscow with the SODs, or on the Irithal to clean up or be elusive.
I am only worried because I think all gold lanes come to the same ceiling, glass ceiling that they see that they need to smash through, is when do you need to put yourself in danger to create an opportunity for the team. And I think that's the scariest, especially in a meta right now where a single death on a gold laner has huge impact, especially once we're past the 12-minute mark.
Yeah, and I think it's also good that even though we've labeled Savero here as more of the utility gold laner, he is still dependable when he has the Harith. He has one MVP performance with that hero. But something tells me that Team Falcons drafting the way they did in that game number 2 against Onyx ID earlier, Onyx PH earlier, was sort of like a signal to Onyx that if you want to get up close and personal, are you ready to do that with the chunky boys being back in our hero pool, right? Something about the presence of the Barrys and the Baksha. If I was the Harith, for example, if Savero would end up with the Harith here, isn't that going to be dangerous for him? He's just going to get crowd control. There's two chunky guys right in front of him. He can't get to the main damage dealers in the back that he needs to deal damage to.
I think that says a little bit more about Super Marco than it will for Severo. I mean, when we're looking at the stats here, generally it's pretty good for Severo. It's like pretty comparable. The average GPM being like the significant difference here. But other than that, average KP, super tight margins, average KDA, better for Severo overall. Do you think that we are, well, Team Falcons is moving towards that meta of those super chunky boys because Super Marco can't get that pixel perfect team fight like we saw last year?
Yeah. I think you also have to consider the fact that since M5, there's been some significant changes to the meta of the marksman that I think a lot of the favorite heroes of Super Marco to dominate the lane with are just not viable right now. That maybe he's still not gotten completely used to the trading for some certain marksmen. Especially earlier, we were just surprised that like, oh, he's really trying to duke it out with this. I believe it was a Harris that he was up against. He was a Bruno.
Yeah. Yep.
And then maybe in the past, that I remember we were talking about it. That matchup could have gone really well for the Bruno, but with the recent changes to Harris in the last patch before this one, it's not gonna fare well.
Coulda, shoulda, woulda, but let's look at our predictions right here because again, looks like me and Remar are gonna be leaning towards Team Falcon's side. Of course, naturally gonna go with that Indo Pride. On eSports, honestly, this game is a little 50-50 for me. The lack of experience definitely plays a long part. I mean, I'm one of the older members on the broadcast generally, but experience comes a long way here, and I think that's why Team Falcons is gonna edge it out, even with the new tech that they're trying.
As one of the youngest dudes here, I will go with Severo. To put it simply, right? I think they have the explosive power to actually deal with something that is super disciplined, super systemized, like Team Falcons. And again, for Onyx PH, Onyx ID, I think they have a very similar playstyle in a way. They've scrimmed so many times against each other, and they should be able to craft a way to beat Falcons that they just saw earlier.
I would love to see that, especially for Onyx ID, right? We've seen their counterparts be super adaptable on the fly. We're hoping that younger bros will be able to do so as well, especially in a match with such high stakes. There are no more second chances. They have burnt their very first life earlier on in the tournament, and now it comes to elimination. So give it up, because their competitors here is going to be Team Falcons. And these guys have been looking much better generally, but with the new tech, it could be a little up and down, right? I feel like they might just put the new tech in the back pocket, maybe for game number one. If it doesn't go well, then go back to comfort.
I'm of the other boat. I hope that they start off the series right away with just showing off their own understanding of what the new meta patch could actually bring. Because as Mirko mentioned, Onyx ID, when you think of this version of Onyx ID, there's an explosiveness to them that at times in the past, as we've all known, PH teams have handled with like macro, discipline, but then there are times where you're so susceptible to that, especially because if you break down one part of that equation that the Filipino players want to play with, then suddenly you see them having to improvise. It's like, okay, how are we going to adjust this? One of our main frontliners is down, or one of our key pieces are down. So hopefully from the beginning, they just go crazy while Onyx look to being explosive, because that would be the most comfortable way to see just how things are going to get potentially for the series.
Thinking about it again for Onyx ID and their playstyle here in Snapdragon Pro Series Season 6, we were talking about them, reaching the heights of Onyx Prime in 2023, but the way that they are playing actually reminds me more of Araki Hoshi Season 9 and MSC 2022.
Yes!
It was Achill's Araki Hoshi as well. So now that Achill is the head coach, Adi now, I can see resemblances of how they take the game. It's all about, a lot of times, early game, but their strongest point of the game is mid.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of there's a lot of comparable mold to be put, and I think you bring up a really good point, because I feel like Adi, in this case, has a clear idea of how he wants the game to be played out, and it's definitely a close reflection to how the players are playing it up on this stage. Well, on the opposite hand here, I am interested to see whether, Team Falcons have taken that into consideration to play a more early or late game strategy. Kind of depends on the state of the game, but we haven't seen that free-flowing nature from either side just yet. Actually, maybe a little bit more in certain games during the group stages coming in from Onyx more than Team Falcons.
Yeah. So I believe the draft will be showing up in just a bit. I really hope that we see a lot of respect picks in the first phase, not just like going for the power, considering that with everything that we discussed, Lutfi and Flap TZ's matchup here, what heroes are going to end up with is going to have a major influence of the outcomes of the game. In the previous series, we saw just what an XP laner getting his comfort can do to Team Falcons. Kirk got his Edith, and that Edith just ripped through them.
Man, that's a really unfair comparison, man. He's different. He's different on that Edith. I gotta give it to him. Now, coming into the draft, Team Falcons going to be on red side up against Onyx Esports on the blue side. And the first three bans are already out. Harith, Phoveus, as well as Alpha for Onyx Esports. Team Falcons, they get rid of the Lo Yi, the Fanny, and the Shushi.
Okay, instant Yi first pick, so Onyx Esports still sticking to what has gotten them most of their victories in the group stage and even in the playoffs. Sans on Yves, and this is why I'm comparing them to MSC 2022 Season 9 Araki Hoshi. It was the same playstyle. Clay always getting the Xaviers, the Yves. It was always the carries in the mid lane, and then they build around that.
Well, here's the thing. Yves is particularly good against tanks, though. The soft CC really helps your team kind of kite around them and have that extra bit of maneuverability. I wonder if Team Falcons are going to bring out that new tech that we saw earlier today, but it feels unlikely. But there we go. Joy locked in for the side of Team Falcons, as well as the Moskov.
Okay, so they ticked off the condition right away of having heroes that can easily access the back line so that you can reach that Eve. The Joy's a great pick, and of course, now Team Falcons will not just get a hero that's just great with handling the map, they're taking one of the picks away from Savero, who, of course, already banned the Harith. So maybe in the second phase, we're going to see a Iruthel ban come through as well to force Savero to play something different. And here comes the explosive playstyle we talked about, the Jawhead Suyo together, one of the combinations that we've always said for teams, maybe you do not give Onyx Esports with how well they can easily take control of the early game too. So to see how Team Falcons will respond to this will be interesting.
I think also...
That's fair.
Ogwen. Should be Ogwen, right?
Yeah, it definitely should be Ogwen in this case. I feel like Onyx Esports, it's less about, hey, what are we trying to counter from our opponent's side? What is our strengths? And let's keep playing towards that. The fact that they're getting rid of the Phoveus alongside, I mean, Harith, of course, I think it's strongest gold lane at this point of time. But the Phoveus as well as Alpha, it's clear that Onyx wants to play around their mid trio.
Bruno Van coming in from Team Falcons again, just trying to narrow down the picks for Onyx Esports for Savero in the gold lane. I think it's a great response from Team Falcons to take away the Moskov, knowing that that's the template for Onyx. When they get Yves, they always go for Moskov in the second pick. Second pick on blue side. Here, though, Onyx have gone for their second template, Jawhead and Suyo. They didn't go for the Haya. Usually, I think it's Jawhead, Haya, or Jawhead Suyo. They've opted to go for Jawhead Suyo, I guess, for a more early game control here and less of a gamble. The Haya usually is a bit more gambly, you know, you want to go and get kills. You need kills early. Good Vexana, though. They've seen what few can do on the Vexana.
Yeah,
I love it.
I think they're going to keep hunkering down and taking away few heroes. The Farsa would be great right now for Team Falcons. So you take the Farsa out, then Onyx Esports can highly expect that Falcons are just considering two heroes, the Aurora or the Valentina. Which both of them seem like Aurora would be good, but with the Cho, you're just looking at control. You won't really get big bursts out of those two.
Absolutely, and at least you have like a free way to kind of open up the map without getting punished too hard by the Jawhead. If you can like Shunpo in time for the ejector. Coming down to the bans from Team Falcon side, do they want to double down on the marksmen as well? If they want to like clamp down on Savero in particular, Iruthel would be a pretty good option here. That would leave him with just like what? High loss.
Okay, they know that, you know, for Onyx, when they get the Jawhead, they really like playing the high-lows. The Phoveus is just a beefy boy in the XP lane for Lutfi. And this will definitely be a question mark for Onyx Esports then. What are they going to play in the X? I really hope it's not the Uranus again, man. CC is still up.
Yeah, I think it's going to boil down to a Lucas CC trade, considering that you already have the shredder of physical defense and the Jawhead. You have that Suyo with you. The Lucas will double down the idea of a very aggressive early start, but then that means CC is going to go to the other side. So for Team Falcons, I think it's a tough call because they need a bridge into the mid to the late portion of the game. They need something solid but can deal damage. I would love the Lucas, but then that means Onyx would get the CC. So it's a tough call right now for Falcons. Surprise, suddenly they just go Khalid.
They could go Khalid. They could also go Hilda as well. I don't think it's completely out of the meta just yet. But then again, I feel like Team Falcons, if they do end up having CC on their side, then their composition is very much about like picking people off, and you're very dependent on your Cho to kind of set these things up for you rather than, you know, let's just push and pull.
Yeah, I like the Hilda for Onyx Esports better. Because if they go for the Lucas, also Valentina is up for grabs for Team Falcons, right?
Oh, you're right.
Oh, well, Team Falcons take the Hilda away first, so okay. Onyx Esports now responding. I think, do they still risk going for the Lucas? They know there's no CC, but again, the Valentina can still come through. I think the Irthel for Savero is the natural choice, but yeah, thinking about the XP, it's just that.
I think I'm fine with Irthel CC. Yeah.
Could be, but let's see the final pick come through, coming in from the side of Onyx Esports. The Irthel is expected. It's, again, in the arsenal of Sabero, but they go for the CC this time around. All right, so now, well, let's see whether or not Lutfi is able to control that lane, especially up against that Hilda. Selena from Team Falcons.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
That is very interesting, because like, previously, they used the Selena up against Onyx PH, and the way that they countered, Onyx PH countered the Selena was through Mathilda, having more mobility, having more ways to just rotate and sustain from the pick-off potential of the Selena. Now, for Onyx Esports, it's the standard, we have way more mid-pressure than you.
Oh. I think it's a gamble. It's a coin flip on the side lanes here. It's either the Moskov or whether or not they can get their Hilda to move out of that lane first, especially at level 1. So a lot of stakes on the line here for game number 1. Keep in mind, this is an elimination match between these two teams. I'm going to leave it to you boys. Mirko and Remar, take us away.
All right, boys. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the old guard matchup. We have the new guards, or the new contenders, up there in the upper brackets. It's upper bracket finals. That'll be a best of 5 after this one. Who will march on to the next phase to go up and match up against the loser of the upper bracket finals? It is the tale as old as time. Onyx Esports versus Team Falcons. Let's dive into the Land of Dawn for game number 1 in this elimination match.
This rivalry between Onyx and the members of Team Falcons when they were still part of AP Bren or Bren Esports, it began in the SPS. It began in Jakarta when Onyx Esports was just tearing through everyone. There was an upper bracket finals between these two that, well, Onyx Esports were able to win. And the then Bren Esports would eventually get knocked down to the lower bracket. But that's where it all started. And here we find ourselves again in an SPS elimination match this time in the lower bracket between these two. It really just doubles down on the thought of the whole old guard, new guard thing we've got going on for the playoffs.
It was a 3-2 win to AP Bren in the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 3 Challenge Finals. Oh, sorry, Onyx won, but in the group stage, it was AP Bren winning. So it was a 1-1 in SPS. And right now, if we take a look at the stats, Falcons did win in the group stage too. So, you know, if we're looking at patterns here, that's what it's looking like. Kyrie on the Suyo, definitely more pressure early on.
Okay, that's going to be a toss by Keyboy. Flapteezy out of position. It looks like he's going to get countered, but the Abyssal Arrow lands from Few to help Flapteezy get away, and now Kyrie gets punished with the electrifying beats committed by Kyle Teasy. Lutfi brought low Keyboy as well. They're safely under tower. They back off unless Few want to toss an arrow. Oh, it just threaded between the two.
Great control from Team Falcons, the composure to look at Onyx Esports' early game composition here, early game control, and say, no, we can fight it as long as we're able to bite out some resources. So Flap surviving there gave them the opportunity to go in, and now it is full turtle control for them. Keyboy, though, still wants to contest.
The Jawhead marked right now, no flicker for the Jawhead, so no surprises could be coming in. But Team Falcons are still respecting. Onyx Esports can do in a team fight. This arrow will land on Lutfi, and they're just going to dive immediately onto the CC, even though it has a vengeance. Real world manipulation by the E brought down Kalteezy. He gets punished, and it was stolen actually by Kyrie. Can he get away from Flapteezy? Looks like he will. Keyboy already in the red, but Zan's able to help him out. What a win by Onyx.
Good backup from the rest of Onyx. SOD!
It's going to land? No, it's way too risky at this point in the game.
Okay. It's back to Team Falcons now, all right, backing away, even with the Abyssal. God, that was a lot of Abyssal traps in the enemy jungle, trying to get vision, maybe a cheeky little steal on the purple buff. But you could definitely see it there. Despite the early win for Team Falcons, they aren't really in the lead when it comes to mid-control. Mid-control still controlled heavily by Onyx Esports, and Keyboy does have unstoppable force, doesn't decide to utilize it. For Falcons, they need to just go even in this early game. If they are able to go even, then that Selena will definitely be a threat as we get into mid-game. Same goes for Mr. Kyle on this Joy.
Yeah, a little bit of threat in the jungle of Kyle. It's a heavy 4-man rotation top side. Controlling that quadrant of the map. Here comes Ogun to help out. Sans jump down just a little bit. Kyle TZ dashing in and out. He's going to get tossed by Keyboy in an instant burst. Bionic Esports. Few lands the Abyssal Arrow, and it's going to bring Lutpi down low, but Lutpi still alive with a vengeance just in time. Flap TZ getting chased right now. Abyssal Arrow getting tossed. That means Onyx Esports won't completely step on the gas to chase down Flap.
Super fast tempo from Onyx Esports. Just as we were talking about in the draft and in the playstyle of Onyx Esports here, really a lot of similarities to the Araki Hoshi of Season 9, where they will just constantly utilize their roamer. It was Vin for Araki Hoshi's Adi's team in Season 9. Now Keyboy to go and invade the jungle for their jungler to get that lead. And now with the 1-level lead, about to be 2-level lead on Kyle TZ that Suyo has, it will be even more mid-pressure trio that they have.
It's going to be a kick by Ogun onto Keyboy, and is Ogun getting punished? Keyboy with a flicker and the toss-up as well. Few gets taken down. Onyx Esports are punishing a few of the mistimed engages by Team Falcons early on.
Yeah, again, we were just talking about the mid-trio pressure being just overwhelming for Onyx Esports, especially...
That was close.
Very close from Super Marco.
It looks like it clipped the turtle in the tail, but it wasn't enough damage. But okay, Onyx Esports still gets the turtle, and they're still in control.
Yeah, mid-trio pressure, non-existent from Team Falcons right now. It really feels like they're just forcing it out. Some of these pickoffs, very forced. The combo with the Cho and the Selena, I understand it, but there's just too much CC, too much utility as well for Onyx Esports. Sans on this Eve has punished every single commitment from Team Falcons. They dive in, and the real-world manipulation stops them and actually kills them.
Now bot side, that's where they have their eyes set. Keyboy with a toss onto the gold crab, and Severo got the last hit, so that's a little bit more of an extended gold lead for Severo's Irithel, now closing it on 1,000 at this point of the game. Kyle TZ diving under the tower. Lutpi, even though he had the vengeance, he gets taken out. Bot side, though, gets pushed by Onyx.
Oh, I was about to say maybe turret for kill, but it's a good SOD to delay the inevitable and to give Team Falcons more time up top to possibly make some more things happen. But Kyrie, quick with it, instantly from the bottom lane, he goes straight to the top lane, stopping that trade from happening.
Team Falcons, hopefully they acknowledge that with Super Marco behind on the farm, it's not going to go completely their way just yet in the mid-game. They have to accept that Onyx are in control and will be in control for some time unless Few or Ogwens suddenly changes the tempo of the game with a pickoff. Abyssal Arrow lands at the Keyboy. Ogwen shows himself, forces it back, while Onyx are looking into taking away the purple buff from Kyle TZ. Kyrie goes in. Kyle TZ still gets his purple buff, and Lutpi gets punished. An easy defend of the purple buff by Falcons.
There you can say definitely the miscommunications from Onyx Esports as well.
Yeah.
And maybe that's why Team Falcon still opted to go for the Selena in the end, right? They know that they will sacrifice a little bit or maybe a lot of that early game pressure, but they know just how uncoordinated Onyx Esports have looked at times, especially in the mid game. So punishing them through, again, those spears landing have been a pretty good way to still stabilize despite the gold lead held by Onyx. Flap also just poking Sans down. That's the benefit of the Hilda. And for Kyrie, still a level ahead. Only one though, no longer two.
Abyssal Arrow going to land again, but they're now hesitant to dive on that jawhead. They felt it earlier, and it's hard for them to get close while Flap TZ has his eyes set on Sans, who commits a flicker to get him back. Open with a kick onto the CC, but Kyrie still gets the turtle. Kyle TZ versus Kyrie. Electrifying beats already onto the Suyo, but Kyrie will be able to get over the wall and into safety while Few lands another Abyssal to stop Onyx push.
Great neutral objective take. It was a long, drawn-out fight, and Super Marco here, you could definitely see that he's way more comfortable playing in the normal Super Marco style of being able to farm freely compared to, you know, that Ube style where he just can't go for that 4-1. It's way too risky. So many ways to pick off from the opposing team. Now, orange buff taken away by Kyrie.
Oh, that's going to be a steal. No buff right now on this Joy. Kyle TZ still going to go after it. No more electrifying beats, but he punishes. No! I spoke too soon. Kyrie with just enough spell vamp to survive. Flap TZ will go after Lutpi, and no one falls. Kyrie, what an escape out in the mid lane. Few gets picked by Onyx.
Keyboy flickering forward, getting the missiles to just take Few down. And that's definitely going to halt the mid-game power spike of Team Falcons even more now. They still have good wave clear. Super Marco has been sent back into the mid lane from the bottom lane to clear it out and stop this push from happening. Holy Crystal on the way for Kyle TZ. Stadium side already done, but take a look at that 1.47k gold lead that Sans has over Few. This was the problem that, Falcons would eventually have to deal with.
Yeah.
Yves versus Selena. This matchup isn't really the best. Sans still has ult.
Oh,
no, he doesn't.
Okay, electrifying beats committed, and Sans, yeah, he held on to it. I thought he'd pop it to try and punish Kyle for going in a little bit too deep, but he thought, nah, it's a Joy with a bunch of dashes. Might as well just hold on to it. While in the top side, Super Marco is opening up the map. So yeah, I think Team Falcons right now, they're scrapping with Onyx in the center, but that means Falcons are getting some openings in the sides.
Yeah. That's what's good for Falcons now. Their win condition is still waiting for the Joy, waiting for the Moskov to get to their power spikes. And once that happens, then their composition can truly be online. Then they can actually look for some fights. So again, despite the goal lead, Falcons are very much still in this game. They can still utilize, Few and Flap as pure utility and rely on the Joy, who has already hit one of his power spikes on the Holy Crystal. That's Starlium and Holy Crystal second item. And for the Moskov, just a little bit more for that Holy Trinity.
Yeah, a little bit more discipline, I think, is now what we're going to see from these two. Around 9 minutes and 30 in. The force breastplate for Lutpi should help him out. And of course, with the control reduction you can get once you have those stacks in. Few still tossing Abyssal Arrows and still getting info. Able to mark Sans, Flap TZ in the back, good man marking as well. Kyle TZ already going in straight for Lutpi, blasts him with the electrifying beats, but Sans with a real world manipulation, just in time. Keyboy with a toss up. It looks like they're gonna be able to punish Flap TZ. That's a 1-for-1 trade. Both EXP laners down.
1-for-1, but I can't help but think it's worth it for Falcons. Way more worth it for Falcons.
Oh, yeah.
Because Onyx eSports have the tempo at this point of the game. They're the ones leading. They're the ones that should be, making these proactive plays, pushing Falcons back.
Oh, a kick by the Master. Too quick to see, but Keyboy even quicker with his own flicker just to get out to safety. And Team Falcons will not get the pick.
Yeah, again, when you are in the lead, when you have this kind of composition, you need to make things fast. You cannot give Team Falcons space to breathe. And so far, Falcons have been able to force out ways for them to breathe in the game.
And because of that force engage, Super Marco is going to land the SOD. It looks like Team Falcons are going to go for the post-objective punish. Electrifying beats already popped, but Onyx eSports smartly backs off instantly. So they'll march in with the Lord even though they lost Keyboy.
Okay, there you go. There you're starting to see Onyx eSports finally sacrificing, a few of these members to get the kill. Unfortunately, though, for Onyx eSports, Mr. Few is starting to get online. Those Abyssal Arrows are coming out very quick, always on a very short cooldown too.
Yeah.
And they also just gave a shutdown over. Keyboy was holding 3 kills in his KD, and that's a big bounty to be given out to Falcons, who have been, I think, floating around their power spike, and now they are truly within the realm of coming back.
Yeah, it's a slight gold lead for Onyx eSports, but definitely Team Falcons are in the right setup to be able to, force something, anything with any of their pick-off-centered heroes in the Cho and the Selena. Few's been man-marking so well, but Onyx eSports, it's like they're just running through not even a wall. It's like they're just running through security right now. You can see them in the CCTV. Block them as you will. They're just hammering through all of the security. Team Falcons will hold on to the tower in the mid. Is Ogwin going to push it? And no, it's Keyboy with the toss-up onto Ogwin. A slight moment of hesitation gets punished by Keyboy's Jawhead. Oh, wow.
A lot of damage. Kyle TZ, what item is he on? Bloodwings, third item. Knows that it has been quite difficult for him to actually dive in. A lot of these times he's been shredded down by the physical defense shred of the missiles, plus the physical damage they have here. Keyboy, seal?
No. Is he going to commit? No. He held on to the flicker. Just wanted to do the old recall TP. If you can't do it physically, mechanically, then you're going to do it mentally,
Absolutely. It's a mental game that they are playing too. 7-6 currently in the 12-minute mark. For Team Falcons, they're still desperately waiting for the comfort time for them to actually look for these fights. I don't know what it's gonna be. Maybe the Melfic gun for Moskov? Are they really gonna have to wait for, you know, full items at this point for Moskov before they're comfortable enough to go and look for a fight? Kyle is also on the way. Oh, not easy.
Okay, he's already showing himself up. He's diving in. It looks like they really want to fight this. Look,
Oi!
brought low Sans, real world manipulation a little bit early.
Moskov.
That's a big signal. Moskov, SOD lands, is going to commit it. But look, Super Marco pushing in the top side because Onyx were hunting for kills. Super Marco was hunting for turrets.
The base turret is open. Severo pops. No, I thought he sprinted there. I think it was the GDS.
Yeah,
That's why it was so quick right after the heavy crossbow. And it forced Team Falcons to back away from the top lane, but they've got all that they wanted. And this was what we were talking about. The comeback turn for Team Falcons. Right as we get into that 10-minute mark, and Falcons were scaling up pretty well despite the 2,000 gold lead, means that they'll be very, very comfortable at this time. And again, like we were waiting for, Melfic Gun is on the way. Mr. Super Marco has just picked up that Fury Hammer.
Okay.
Ogwen's has been playing a very annoying game at Cho, right? Like,
Yeah.
he hasn't been looking for a lot of these picks. He hasn't been able to get a lot of these picks, but he's been quite annoying. Always just constantly lingering around and making Onyx Esports think that it's a possible pick.
Yeah, he gets picked or
Keyboy?
tries to pick. Oh, Keyboy.
Oi!
Oh, fast. Super Marco able to avoid it. Keyboy no longer has conceal and the flicker as well. Are they just gonna decide to push this out? Looks like they will. TZ brought low. Severo with the pick onto the jungler. Another TZ falls. Could be few up next, but Severo gets stunned. Ogwen with a kick, but will they be able to take down this Irithel? And they do. But the punish is real. 3 are down on the side of Falcons, and it looks like Ogwen will be the 4th as Super Marco will be left in the map. And Ogwen finally falls with the Lord marching out of Onyx base.
Oh, it all started with what looked to be a small blunder. Keyboy tried to predict the step of Super Marco. Instead, he flickers awkwardly into the turret and gets nothing. It looked good for Team Falcons, but then out of nowhere, Calteezy, I think there was a bit of miscommunication on their side too. They wanted to go in, but it was only Calteezy. Marco was not in a position to actually dive in, and he didn't really have an angle to SOD inside. So it ended up being very awkward, even more so for Team Falcons than it was for Onyx Esports. Severo took control, and they were just damage controlling at that point for Falcons. They tried to go for Severo, who overextended, and then it kind of collapsed. Luckily, though, Onyx Esports were kind of staggered and they weren't able to manage the waves properly. So should just be a tier 2 up top here, taken by Onyx.
Still have the control. You see the pokes now onto this hill. The flap TZ already gets taken out. A kick and a stun. Sans gets taken out as well. Super Marco, his SOD did not land. Kyrie falls to few. Calteezy trying to get away as Severo. Lutby and Keyboy will chase him down. 2 for 2. Will Team Falcons try to? No, they're not going to try to look for anything else. They're just going to both level things out.
Tier 2, only Tier 2 taken up top. The rest of the waves are safe for Team Falcons. And you can start to see Melfic Gun 2 for Severo. So both of the gold laners at full items. It is still Marco who has a bit of that gold lead on the Moskov, but it's, you know, again, due to him just split pushing and getting farm across the map. He'll have more gold to swap these items as we get into these fights. But they Severo!
Sudden aggression! SOD's gonna land and Super Marco with the wind of nature. He pops it. Keyboy's gonna get kicked, zoned out, and now Keyboy will fall as well. A sudden decision by Onyx, by Severo to be the explosive Severo suddenly gets turned around in front of them.
That is the experience that we've kind of been foreshadowing all the way from the pre-show. Team Falcons, they will not make such a mistake going in greedily for a kill when they are still, you know, very much in the advantage.
Yeah.
And for Onyx Esports, Severo, that young blood, got him really, really baited by Team Falcons. Ogwen
finds the kick, but Sans able to survive. Ogwen gets punished, but Team Falcons want towers. It's only one base turret remaining for Onyx Esports, but Flat TZ gets stunned by Kyrie. It gets damaged by Kyrie. Kyle TZ goes in, and he gets punished as well as Kyrie. We thought he was down, but he was able to get away just in time from Kyle.
All right, never mind. Scratch what I said. Experience. What? Severo made a mistake. Falcons have just made a bigger one. They got a base turret in the mid lane, but it's for a Lord. At this point of the game, 3-0 in a way the trade becomes. If you want to count Severo in, it's a 3-for-1 then. If Severo overextended, what did Falcons do? They overflew.
Yeah, and the Onyx Esports, you see now, from aggression, from a little bit of what the heck are you doing? Why are you so aggressive? Where's the discipline? Suddenly they slowed down that Lord and waited for the SOD, and then they continued it. Yeah, what happened there in the mid lane was terrible if you're a Team Falcons fan, because suddenly your advantage is gone. Flap Teasy might be gone next up in the docket. They're chasing after the hill, but Severo again going in. Punish Kyle Teasy with the electrifying beats. Keyboy could be up next. Team Falcons looks like they're gonna be able to get more. They get two, and suddenly this Lord is amounting to nothing as Ogun with a kick onto Lupi right now onto the CC, but Super Marco goes into the mid. Vengeance by the Moscow. Lupi still alive, but Marco, Ogun, and Flap too much for him to handle.
What is going on? We saw a masterclass MLBB match in our first match, game number 2. And in the next one, it is a slugfest, a battle of blunders. And so far, it's been Severo with a mistake, Falcons with a mistake, and then back to Severo and the rest of the team falling in every single time. Now, it's Sans who is forced to defend together with Kyrie. There are no big waves available though, only one in the mid lane, and it will be cleared out. So technically, we could have gone and erased all those blunders, and it will still be the same game.
But, you know, I like it. I like what we're seeing.
It's a slugfest.
We could have gotten MLBB in the sheets. We got MLBB for the streets. And come on, man. This is Onyx. This is Falcons. The members of Falcons, the rivalry they've had for so long. I feel like we deserve this kind of MLBB.
They're both so tired of playing it the normal way, the clinical way, the template. What? Clean MLBB, we know each other so well. Clean MLBB isn't going to work. We're just going to slug it out and see who has the better mechanics.
Team Falcons and Onyx eSports. What a show they're putting on. But yeah, I think at this point now, the next big error will definitely be costly. It's getting closer to 20 minutes now. A wipeout could potentially lead to your loss and the victory for the team that caused the wipeout.
Definitely. A lot of these fights, though, for Team Falcons have looked way better compared to early and mid. Why? It's because Sans has been struggling to actually use the real-world manipulation to nail people down. The mobility for Falcons, especially the Joy and the Moskov, is at an all-time high. So if they're able to bait out the RWM, that kind of stops Onyx from doing what they've been able to do their full game, almost the entire duration of this game, which is punishing the dive of Team Falcons.
Okay, they're both parallel right now. Their positioning. Flap Teasy's going to show himself. He finds Sans Keyboy. Keyboy tosses Flap Teasy. The missile arrow unfortunately will not land. But Onyx not full committing. Okay, despite things getting quite scrappy, we didn't see a full wipeout. There's always at least 1 or 2, maybe sometimes even 3 on the side of Onyx eSports, because usually it's just been Lutpi, Severo, Keyboy Severo, that variation, but no full wipeouts just yet. And that's why no one has taken the considerable lead.
So close to being an Abyssal Arrow on Severo in the mid lane alone. Few's been throwing these out, very, very accurate, but hasn't been able to find the right target just yet at the right time. He finds Kyrie, he finds Lutpi a couple of times, but the timing and the follow-up is just not there. He needs to find the perfect one, and those are flying out so quick, and it's on. Whoa.
Okay.
That's Lutpi with an Oracle and Radiant Armor. By the way, that's not a glass cannon CC. That's a pretty tanky CC, and Kyle just did that.
Yeah, that's like 50% of Lutpi's health gone right away. He had to heal through. I believe it was a Scaled Lizard that was right there. Good thing for him. But Onyx eSports, they're spending a lot of time topside. They have to send bodies to the bottom lane because there's a wave pushing down there. Let's see how many Onyx eSports will show on the map for Team Falcons to say it's time for us to Lord. Ogun goes in with a flicker and the kick onto Lutpi. Lutpi will be able to get away. Abyssal Arrow toss up by Keyboy to save him. And real world manipulation was committed by Eve. So big ticket ultimate's gone for both. Now this time Onyx has positional advantage in the Lord, but look at the minion waves in the side lanes.
Lutpi will be sent down below Keyboy!
Oh, with the toss-up onto Ogun. Immortality pop. Here comes Flap Teasy in the backline trying to go after Severo. SLD will let Super Marco is able to find Severo. When the Abyssal Arrow gets tossed, no one gets hit. Meanwhile, in the Lord pit, Sans is up next on the dock. That's 2 down for Onyx. And Team Falcon smells a win on the way. The minion waves are crashing in. But Team Falcon slowing things down, waiting for the perfect opportunity. Ogun again with a kick onto Keyboy. Keyboy trying to hold on. Lutpi gets blasted by Kyle. Kyrie trying to defend. The minions crashing in. And the Falcons will soar over Onyx in Game 1.
Team Falcons Falcons fly high in the sky, too high for the Sky Kings to reach in game number 1 after a crazy battle in the field. That was them both going from the sky to the ground and saying, let's duke it out. Let's just go for the sluggy fest.
Boys, this is what I call some good old MLBB, some classic type games. I love it. I love it. Every single time we see these two teams fight, we always get a proud moment for MLBB. But as you mentioned, it was quite the slugfest. Both sides throwing big haymakers, and some of them kind of punch in the air.
They threw the haymakers, and they were just praying to God that it landed.
Yeah, think about it. It was a round 1, but they treated it in like a round 11 out of 12 in a heavyweight matchup.
Yeah.
Both of them were just like, all right, come on, man, let's try. We're doing our own impression of a Creed or a Rocky movie at this point.
They were blocking punches with their faces for sure.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they had to smother them somehow, right? 6-18 the final kill score, and I mean it was a very close game between both of them. However, Falcons were slowly gaining the advantage, and I think once those inhibitors were down, it became so difficult for Onyx. Somebody shows bot side, insta fight.
You know, again, we should trademark that. That was MLBB for the streets. And where did we all begin at one point in our careers? In the streets, man. That scrappy MLBB. What is it about formations? Everyone was just loco in the beginning, and I like how these two embodied it.
That's what M1 and M2 style, cabrón.
Yeah, M1 and M2 style.
Oh boy, the good old days. Truly, this gave me a lot of nostalgia with the way that they were playing the game. You're trying to out-mechanic your opponents, but generally the decisions being made in both of these games were correct. They were forcing when necessary and not just because they could. However, I think there is a bit of an X factor coming in with Fuse Arrows, definitely opening up some pretty wild opportunities to actually initiate.
He was the deterrent. I mean, we did see a couple of times where the arrow would land and then that would be their setup, similar to what we saw with Super Friends and Brusco. But there were a lot of times where it was just like, hey, Onyx getting into position. Ah, damn, one of us got a missile arrowed. We gave info. Getting into position. Oh, we stepped on a trap. We have to back up now. So it's like a lot of the little things that Fuse set up actually paid off big time for Falcons.
I think the biggest smother is when he hit Sans on the top side of the map just before the Lord was like about to start collapsing in. That changed the game entirely for Falcons, and kind of the beauty of Selena coming, well, technically, can we say that it's coming back into meta at this point?
I guess so, but it really depends on the team, right? It's not everybody can actually pull the Selena off. Few Super Friends, those are the two guys that you would expect to pull off the Selena and actually make it work. And we do get to see that here. For Team Falcons, such a weird game of MLBB because the core fundamentals of the MLBB meta right now is you need the mid control. You need to constantly be controlling neutral objectives. I think whoever gets first turtle has already an enormous advantage getting into the game and to actually take the game. But here they gave it away. I think the first two turtles were just given away. They didn't really try to do that much, and it was actually super messy. Ogre tried to go for a pick. They tried to go for random fights to stabilize. But in the end, they got it. They went for so many random fights that it became so chaotic. And in the end, it works for them. They want to be chaotic with this composition. They never want it to be a clean front to back.
Yeah, and again, we mentioned how messy and scrappy it got. Despite all of those skirmishes and team fights, it was rare that we got the full wipeout.
Oh, yeah.
There was always at least 1 to 2, sometimes even 3 alive. Sometimes that was a condition for Onyx. Oh, Lutfi and Keyboy are down. Okay, let's back up. We can just give this up. It's okay. Let's find another win in the map. Same thing goes for Team Falcons. Oh, Oakland's down. Let's back up a little bit, reposition, and if we really can't get anything, then we go. So despite it being uncharacteristic of these two in terms of the discipline in the textbook, you could still see some of that bleeding in with them deciding to, hey, let's just back off instead of continuing to fight.
I mean, yes, the fights were extremely fragmented in terms of the amount of consequence put upon their opponents. However, Super Marco, as our MVP of the game, steady as ever. It looks like he replenished the armor plating this time around to stay bulletproof as much as he can. Yes, he did make a couple of mistakes, but macro-wise, I think the fact that they got that first inhibitor up top side, and as you were mentioning, Mirko, this kind of bleeds into your point. Yes, we were expecting mid control, but I think a lot of what this game was about coming in from Team Falcons is like, yeah, you can have mid control, but I can slow you down on that rotate anyways, which is why we saw Team Falcons actually get away so much in those side waves.
And that's why the Moskov has been seeing a crazy resurgence in like win rate and pick rates. It's because, we gotta talk about this first though. what was going on here. This was the
Yeah.
start of like the blunderfest, right? It was a pretty relatively like clean game. It wasn't too clean. It was kind of dirty too, but that was just like, ooh, what? And then the mid lane, we didn't get to see it here, but this was the blunder right after Falcon's blunder, and then Ludwig decides to go in 1v3. And then everything just, all hell breaks loose after that. It was just like, all right, if you want to go, come here.
Yeah, come here. I will not. If he auto-attacked me, I have to get one back
Battle
in.
of ego at that point.
It felt like, I think it was around the First Lord or one of the major objectives when, right, Severo was so low-key for a good amount of the game until then. Suddenly he goes in, surprise. It was him being suddenly aggressive that rewarded Onyx eSports. It felt like Severo never let go of that. It's like, hey, I can be aggressive too and get wins. And he kept doing it and doing it, not without realizing, or maybe he did realize, that Team Falcons PH got to adjust to it. Because it happened 2 more times after that initial win for Severo. The next 2, Team Falcons PH were ready to respond to him suddenly going in with a heavy crossbow.
Unfortunately, the rule of 3 still apply, even to MLBB. As much as you want to break the code and try to like keep it at just 2 times. 2 times. The 3rd time, people are expecting it.
Yeah.
It's right. I think it is a rough game, but we need to talk about adjustments here because again, this is an elimination match, and right now, Team Falcons are up 1 point to Onyx eSports. Can Onyx eSports adjust to this? Because now that they've kind of tried to play their style, what needs to change?
For me, it's just a cleaner game. I think the game plan was right. They got the early game, they got everything in their hands up until Severo heavy crossbowed forward, got a little bit too greedy, got, the young blood took over. The emotions ran high, and he was like, oh, I need to get this big play to happen. It didn't work out. But also I think the tilt was visible too for Severo. Right after that, he made another big mistake. He again, heavy crossbow. I think same location too.
Yeah, same area, right behind that pit at the bottom side.
And there was no adaptation after that. Usually, especially after dying to Super Marco twice like that, you would swap out the rose gold for the Wind of Nature, which Super Marco had. That's why when he overextended, when he went in and it looked like it was in a bad spot, he always had a Wind of Nature to deal with it. I understand the rose gold. I understand you have to respect Caltizi, but after 2 times of being, just gunned down or speared down by Super Marco, I think you need to change a bit of the respect. You gotta like adapt. Okay, deal with this guy and maybe swap it for rose gold later.
If you guys want to watch these public executions live, check out Mobile Masters. With the international stage, you get to see the tilt happen in real time in Jakarta. Bring your family, bring your loved ones to check out the game that we all love desperately, and hopefully one day it will love us back. With that being said, remember, the stakes are high between both of these teams, and Onyx eSports are on the cusp of elimination. Can they equalize? Will they bring this back? We'll find out right after this break. You're watching the Snapdragon Pro Series.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
The journey to greatness starts here. From the 11th to 13th of April, the race reaches its peak at the Tennis Indoor Senayan. Tickets are live. Be part of the climb and secure your spot now. Be part of the journey. Witness the rise to the top.
So we're about to go fast with you. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seize the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seize the moment. Cutie, dressed up and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Want some yours, you'll know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you've been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never around you. Baby, this is so fine. 177 all wins big money. The champ over here never see me coming. I was in your back pocket the whole time. A quiet power, a silent gold mine, a big old confidence boost. You never delude. Just know that you'll be winning cause I'm with you in the building. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up.
The series continues. Team Falcons currently a point up against Onyx Esports on the cusp of elimination. Live in Persada, Johor, the Snapdragon Pro Series continue. Man, boys, this is gonna be a tough one. After not having the cleanest game in game number 1, this could be it for Onyx. And I mean, we already talked about adjustments.
Boys.
It needed to be cleaner. And I think that right now, even for Team Falcons, right, they're not coming up with any new tech.
Well, you can't
Selena
tell
is new tech, yeah.
right?
Yeah,
It's like the Falcons Ube was patch 1.0. That was 0.5.
That's fair.
But it's newer tech.
Newer tech.
It makes sense because if you just got married, Selena, something old,
When you
something
gaze
new,
into the
something brown,
abyss.
something blue.
It all adds up. Don't worry, it's a saying for some of the older generation, Mirko.
Oh,
Yeah.
they just did it again. They're like,
Oh, whoa, they're just running it back.
hey, if you want to go for the same draft, we can do the same thing.
Do it one more time. Except the Moskov is banned now for the side of Team Falcons,
Yeah.
though.
Do you think this is their way of saying that, okay, this is how we're responding to Sans' Eve?
Ooh,
Yeah.
maybe. I mean, Joy is already a pretty good way of doing it, but you add that, especially when you have an off angle with Selena, you can definitely reduce the effectiveness of the RWM's DPS. However, Onyx does make a bit of an adjustment. Instead of going for the draw ahead, this time they got the Gatot already locked in. I'm guessing it's gonna go wrong.
Yeah, but that's a slower man. That's a slow boy, right? The jawhead, what makes him so good with this composition is you had someone going fast to make pickoffs happen against, Team Falcons, who in the early game are pretty vulnerable. The Gatot is a way to be like, all right, you're not going to fight, but we're also not going to get that massive advantage through pickoffs. It's safer.
Yeah, and at the same time, one thing I also realized seeing SPS a little bit more is that the Gata Kacha, okay, when you're up against pickoff, there's always that chance for you to just waste abilities and just fly out with an Avatar of Guardian. At the same time, if the Selena or the Cho entry at the wrong time, suddenly it gets turned around on them, they get taunted, and then there's a moment for the Gata Kacha's teammates to back him up.
Okay. That's a fair point here. But coming into that second phase, I'm seeing Lucas bans. I'm also seeing Hilda bans, so a very big emphasis on the EXP side of things.
Yeah, I'll also have to say, though, in that game, we were talking about Savera, obviously, because that was a glaring blunder. But I think Lutpi kind of had a stinker. It was not the best game for Lutpi. A lot of miscoordinations. He played like a Phoveus on the CC. He went in, dude, every time, and he got punished for it, like, every time too. I think it was 0-5 in the end.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of like CC in a nutshell, right? If you're like really hard dominating on CC, the game is basically over anyways, right? It's a force multiplier, and it doesn't really save you from a bad scenario anyways. We do see the high loss follow-up ban coming in from Onyx Esports. Keep in mind, Onyx Esports on the red side and Team Falcons on the blue. Final ban coming up for the side of Team Falcons, and maybe this might give us an idea of where they want to go, because as for mentioned, right, now that the mid trios have kind of been secured for either side, the only real difference that we're going to see are picks in the gold.
There's one pick that I think the two teams have to watch out for. That's the glue. Because the glue is still on the map if they want to rock with it. I think it's slotted in well for Team Falcons now at this point. So they run it back again, the Earthel again. Oh, they go Granger.
Wow. I'm actually totally okay with this.
Yeah.
The way that Marco plays, like, it's now the patch is, it really suits his style and the way that he wants to build.
This is his Granger.
This is his Granger, yeah. Coming into this, though, we still need that final pick, because Team Falcons must show who their EXP lane matchup is going to be. And I don't think there's much safe options other than, like, Glue, I guess.
Yeah. Because no record yet for Lutpi actually using this Gatot Kacha. It is a high chance that's going into the hands of... oh, no, I just saw what it is.
Oh, man.
It's a stinker!
Even though the other one's open!
And obviously, it's the Uranus, and it's... I wonder what Onyx Esports is going to pick. CC was banned, right? No, it was not. Oh, wow, what a surprise.
Huge surprises here.
Man. What's up with the Uranus? Seriously.
Yeah, is there something we don't know?
It probably has been dominating in scrims. What other reason would it be so like Prio over CC?
I think the only thing is if the lanes go even prior to level 4 and Uranus is able to get some steal leggings to kind of survive the early laning phase, then technically, as long as they scale at equal gold, they should. Eventually, Uranus will be like, I'm going to waste like 2 minutes worth of your life.
Yeah. It feels like I'm seeing what happened in MPL Philippines last season, where people were still picking Arlot into Phoveus, and then after the 6 straight wins by Phoveus against Arlot, no one still got that Arlot just pretty much empowers Phoveus a lot. So I don't know what's going on.
Hey, we don't know what's going to go on. I'll leave it to you boys to catch the action here. Good luck to all of our viewers out there trying to make a prediction on this. Mirko, Remar, take it away.
All right, folks, it's the battle again. Once and for all for Falcons to beat and eliminate Onyx ID to march forward to lower bracket finals it is.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to take flight once again as we see the battle of the skies. Team Falcons versus Onyx eSports.
Okay, so from everything we've learned about Uranus versus CC so far in the SPS is that it's a dead lane, but then there's a point where CC just leaves the Uranus in the EXP lane while it becomes a 5v4 in the map because the Uranus is just there not being able to help his own teammates.
Yeah, it's a sussy lane. It definitely is a
Yes.
sussy lane, right? Here though, good clear. Amazing actually from Team Falcons. They have the Cho that can actually match the mid prio this time around. Against the Jawhead, maybe you have a bit more pressure to play with for Onyx eSports, but now that it's a Cho versus Gatot, Cho has a way to clear very, very fast too with Concussive Blast. Onyx ID though will definitely be looking to invade early, and that's what they're doing here.
Okay, Q gets a missile arrow combo a little bit off to Kyrie. Spellvamp is already going to be gone, but the Revitalize is there to help out Kyrie. No level 4s just yet for the jungler, so I like this. Aggressive poking and taking of the green camps.
Team Falcons still get away. Flicker though, burnt down by few. Kyrie level 4. Will try to make his way, has the Retribution to stop Kyle.
Oh, and he commits it. Able to take away the Scaled Lizard, and now it's a slight advantage for Kyrie. Actually, no, at this point, yeah, like 30% of an advantage for Kyrie in terms of the XP.
No level 3, oh sorry, no level 4 here for Kyle TZ. He's gonna have to wait for purple buff before he gets it.
Yeah.
Turtle number 1 should be better for Onyx eSports in general, even without that lead, but now even more so. Ogren forced to recall, I believe.
Yep. Are they really going to try to get this, or does he just want to get a bit of that XP grab? Because that's 4 members of Onyx eSports in the turtle. It looks like Team Falcons want to commit it. They want to try. Kyrie's still able to win the Retribution battle. Real world manipulation. Kyrie's still alive. Ogwin with a flicker. Jeet Kundo takes down Kyrie. Ogwin gets first blood against the jungler of Onyx eSports. While it's only Flap easy down for Team Falcons. It's a longer fight, and a longer fight that did not go well for either two teams. Keyboy brought low. That's a 2-for-2 trade. They're just scrapping again.
Oh man, you can never escape it when Onyx and Team Falcons go at it. These are the two bitter rivals of the past, of the entire year of 2023. We just saw these two battle it out, and again, they know each other so well. It's gotten to a point of stand here and throw your punches.
Come on, we've done this for so long. Let's just not stop. Let's just keep fighting. I had to correct myself. It's actually a 3-2 trade that happened after that long engagement. But yeah, that just went on for so long that people are just coming back a little bit because the respawn timers are just fast at this point in the game. So that's a signal for both of these two teams. Like, nothing is going to come easy. I really thought Team Falcons would back off there, but they still committed.
The fact that they still committed into what looked like a losing fight and they won it means that they're just doing things really, really well here, right? Team Falcons were able to actually kind of like make it super messy against Sans. If he doesn't get a proper front to back, it's really tough to play the composition, and now they're trying to invade again.
Ogwin gonna get blasted down. Real world manipulation by Sans. AOG by Keyboy on the dot. Gets Flap TZ. Onyx eSports can still take this purple buff away. Kyrie with a stun at the Flap TZ, and the Uranus goes down. One of the disadvantages of having an EXP laner with no crowd control or barely any hard crowd control is that you're just a sponge and it's hard to stop invades.
Hold up though, I just realized that this is a different version. Kyrie stunned.
Okay, Kyle TZ. Electrifying Beats committed already. Lutpi able to tell Kyle TZ you need to back off.
Okay, back to my point here. Unless they want to go, nah, it's just Abyssal Traps. Kyrie has to respect this. Doesn't know where the joy is. Throws another Abyssal Arrow. And these two are stuck up top. Few is zoning them. Look at Kyrie. He's not even going to recall. He's like, all right, you have taken the turtle. Your pressure has given the turtle to your team.
That's just the Selena stopping the CC and the Suyo. Man marked and spotted by Few. If you don't know, this is Few's old favorite back in Season 2 of MPL Philippines. He was the Selena of the country.
He was him, or he was her, Selena? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. Both are right.
Both are right. Team Falcons, they are playing such a chaotic game, and again, it's always good for Team Falcons with this kind of composition. Onyx are the ones that want to be clean with it. They want to be the ones controlling neutral objectives. They want to be the ones to have a say in the fights through the sheets. But Team Falcons are like, no, you're in the streets here, we're gonna come in through all angles, you know, drive by, all that. And more up top again, it's a drive-by.
Oh no, Lutpi committing the vengeance, trying to survive. He's getting chased by the Joy and the Uranus. Yo-Yo Blitz is not gonna stop anything. And now I think we're seeing the positive side of the Uranus CC matchup.
They even have the electrifying beats, fool. Oh man, they got the beats to play for this matchup. And again, Uranus revitalized. That's the difference that we've seen here compared to the other games. It's been Purify for Luke and for Lutpi. And then we saw it one more time, I believe, right? Yeah. It was also Purify. So first time that we are seeing a revitalize here in the SPS for Uranus, and it might be the best choice. I thought that was going to be what we saw from the first game when Luke picked it up. I thought it would just be revitalized Uranus.
So it seems like if you control the center of the map well enough so that the CC doesn't help, CC can just actually get stuck and then gank while the Uranus is winning lane. I mean, that was the one time it happened. But maybe that's why they're picking the Uranus at the CC.
Maybe they're just that confident now, right? Because it's very chaotic, and technically, if Lutpi wants to hit Uranus, Kaltiz is gonna have a frenzy. Marco's gonna be free too. Go ahead, revitalize this time. So the regen that you're already stacking up on me with your basic attacks, plus the revitalize, I ain't dying. Uranus will be free, and Onyx still wants to contest for Turtle 3.
Okay, Few. Abyssal Arrow lands at the key boy. That could be big, but Sans with the Starfield right away. Punishing the Uranus that gets deleted. Advantage for Onyx eSports, but they don't have a big ticket ultimate. AOG though, Keyboy not gonna land it. Open getting zoned out. Kyle TZ still here. Few gets taken out by Severo in the mid lane. And that means Team Falcons needs to back off away from this as Kyle TZ already used the beats.
Another brawl, but this time it's Onyx eSports who get the dub. It wasn't fully coordinated by Team Falcons. Flap TZ walked up, baited some resources, but Kyle wasn't able to get past the wall for the electrifying beats on all the low members of Onyx eSports. And on top of the turtle, that's Kyrie with a steal on orange buff.
So it'll just be a purple for this Joy. And now Severo doing the same thing at around this time in the game. Third turtle, get aggro. Suddenly surprise Few, and suddenly with a kick, it's Ogwin surprising Lutpi this time around. Super Marco getting his first kill onto the board. Boy still spots Flap TZ, and since Super Marco has the Sky Piercer, that is his first set of stacks on that.
I wonder why Lutpi, dashed away and then boing back. It's like,
yeah, he could have just jumped away after that.
But I guess he didn't expect Ogwin to pull off, Kung Fu kick there, back again, and we're back to finally a slower game, or back to slow tempo. It seems that pickoff has really given both teams, a reality check of guys, just calm down a bit. There are no neutral objectives. Maybe we shouldn't be brawling all the time.
And it also seems like continuing the trend of game number 1, Ogwin just has his eyes set on Lutpi, that if Lutpi just shows an inch of getting kicked, then Ogwin will I'm still gonna commit it. And it's wild to see Ogwin go back-to-back choke, because again, even during the height, even though it is still the height of picking Cho into the roam, Ogwin still decided to pick up other options that were available. Team Falcons, this roster, even when they were still AP Brand Esports, they didn't pick the Cho as much. And now it's, again, just annoying the heck out of the front line of Onyx.
I'm telling you, man, the way that Ogwin has been playing the Cho, it hasn't been, the super crazy pickoff, Yaoi style. It's been it's been Ogwin style.
Yeah.
Ha! That's it.
I mean, that's true. Like the old masters for kung fu or martial arts, they're always the tricky ones, right? Well, the young
I
bloods like
guess.
go for the, they gotta outsmart the young ones who just always want to go for the aggressive move. Sometimes you just gotta like kick them in the face and then
Yeah.
just to heat check them.
Exactly. In this case, it's literally a kick to the face to Luki. Like 4 times now it's been. Very close to Savero.
Way too
There was
close.
no follow-up ready though, so if that did connect, it would have been okay.
Yeah.
Onyx gotta be careful though, because if they do start playing with the Lord, they are getting chunked by a lot. The AoE damage of the Lord and the new Lord dance doesn't really work that well if you're squishy. Sans gets kicked.
Okay, no more ultimate for the choke. Committed. Heavy crossbow. Savero sees Kaltizi yet again, but this time Keyboy with the taunt, saving his gold laner, punishing the aggression of Kyle TZ. What a save by Keyboy. Now on eSports, this Lord looks good for them. 5v4. Kyle TZ not here. Team Falcons are just softly contesting this, and they give it up.
And that's the difference maker for Onyx Esports here. We were talking about the Gatot and the Jawhead. It is a safer pick, and it works out. The safer pick becomes the best pick for Onyx Esports because they know the Team Falcons have been brawling it out a lot. So if Kyle wants to jump in, Keyboy is very happy to let that happen and just taunt him up, lock him down for the rest of the team to punish him. So now the Savero overextensions might be used as bait.
Yep, exactly what we discussed in the panel earlier. When the Cho, Selena, Joy want to get close, high chance Keyboy's already thinking about using the taunt to stop Team Falcon's engagement. Now Onyx Esports in a much better spot compared to game number 1. AOG and the real world manipulation takes down the Granger. All the reach and all the set as Kyle DZ gets pushed back by Kyrie, and Onyx Esports are pushing into the base of Team Falcons, threatening all of their turrets.
One more minion wave. Sans, no RWM, a lot of ults already used. 4 ultimates to be exact. Kaltizi still has the electrifying beats, but Keyboy, there you go. The Gata Kacha zones them away.
Onyx Esports are still here. They're still Hella Towers top side, but they're just so confident with the lead that they have. And Flap TZ can only stand and watch. He cannot get the entry because it's not him making the entry. He's waiting for someone to get a catch, and then he goes in.
Uranus is just there. He's existing. You know, a lot of times we see in these games, Team Falcons are back to just housekeeping. They need to deal with the waves constantly coming down, and I don't think they'll be able to actually deal with the top wave here. Onyx have a bit too many resources, have too much manpower for Falcons to defend it. So even with the Granger here, it is just Onyx Esports with the control up top, and Team Falcons will try to go for a steal. They will be able to take it.
It's like the opposite of he is him. It's just he's just there.
He's just there.
He's just there. He's just doing what he can, providing the vision. But with no hard CC, you can't set as the EXP laner. All the set is coming from the skill shots of the Cho and the Selena. And Onyx Esports will continue and can continue this aggression that they're showing in the jungle of Team Falcons as Flap TZ is man-checking Savero right now. Abyssal Arrow entry, and that's going to be a kick by Ogwin onto Ludwig. Vengeance up, and the Starfield perfect as well. Savero going in with the entry, but disciplined this time around. But the gold laner of Onyx Esports, no kick, no more sets, and Onyx Esports will just back off, but Abyssal Arrow lands, but everyone else is too far to follow up.
Okay. Back again to Onyx Esports, taking a lot of punches. Team Falcons also, but no one dies. They're just taking a whole lot of punches, and they are back to waiting for the neutral objective. Let's take the item check here. All the leads towards the right side here. Onyx Esports holding all the leads, especially again in the mid lane. Sans has been the guy who's had the biggest lead. So far though, from game 1 at least, from what we've seen, as we get into the late game, Sans' lead doesn't really amount to much because the items that he has gotten is for damage, and the damage that he needs to push out is through real-world inflation.
In terms of the damage, not quite there yet for this Granger. And Starfield, perfect by Sans. AOG to zone out. Kaltizi cannot even get close to the Lord as Ogwin almost gets taken down by Savero. They can escape without losing a life, but another major objective gone for Team Falcons.
Again, for Sans, a lot of the damage comes through the RWM, which relies on Onyx Esports playing it clean, having a proper front to back. In that case right there, Onyx was able to create a line for Team Falcons that Falcons were not able to cross again through the pick of Gata Kacha. Now that they have the front to back already very, very clean with the Gata Kacha and with the peel they have, it seems they're just going to have a better way to tackle this game. And for Team Falcons, they'll have to be extra creative now
Yeah.
to look for an angle of attack. Because previous game, they had a Moskov to always have, side lane control. Now they don't. Now they have Granger, who adds more in team fights. Or even then, I don't know, like adds more in poke. In team fights, Moskov, Granger, debatable.
Yeah, it's a little bit more honest this time around, the approach that Team Falcons needs to go on. But speaking of honesty, Kyle Teasy showing himself up in a flank angle. Electrifying Beats already used. The Starfield perfect. AOG does not land, but they're zoning out. Keyboy already brought low. Flap Teasy has low. Kick by Ogwen. He finds Sans. A little bit of a miracle for Team Falcons, but Onyx Esports, yeah, they just back off.
Wow.
They don't want to contest it anymore. What a kick by the Master.
Ogwen, well played. Master Ogwen with a masterful kick that has just possibly saved the game for Team Falcons. Had Onyx Esports still, had Sans in the skirmish, maybe he would be able to, poke him down a bit more. Marco now has the win of nature. Ogwen's looking for more. Harry stuns him up.
Oh, Shifu, just gets blasted by Severo. And Onyx Esports look to capitalize on the poke. But Severo looks like he's going to get punished this time by Marco and Kyle. The members of Onyx were zoned. Severo went in alone.
Glimpses of game one. Severo, way too aggressive. Goes in, heavy crossbow. He dodges away from the first few dashes already, and Kaltizi was on cooldown. Kaltizi runs away, and Onyx decide, all right, let's go for the Uranus. But Severo decides, I'm going to chase Kaltizi. I have enough damage to take him down. Didn't account for Super Marco, who was still there, and the rest of the team that was there to back him up. And Onyx Esports will now have to be very, very clean. Again, it's all about playing the proper front to back. They can never get baited by Team Falcons to break formation. If they do, Falcons are the one with the advantage.
One turret, that's all that stands in their base, but they know they can't just sit back. They need to be proactive with getting positioning in the map. Flapteasy able to split push at the top. That's going to be a turret down. Even if it doesn't get taken down, I mean, it's just a tickle away. And Team Falcons are answering the split push of Kiboy. Okay, poke. There's going to be a full fight. This could make or break the game already.
And for Onyx Esports, it seems the decision is, well, we got to make a decision quick. They have to just stay decisive right now, because for Team Falcons, they're the ones, despite not having, two base turrets, who have the better setup. The slow push was built down below. An Abyssal Arrow. Luckily, it didn't land on Sans. That could have been very deadly. Onyx decided to go Lord.
Ogwen and Kiboy both handling the right shrub right now. Abyssal Arrow will land to get the damage from the Lord, and onto Lutfi means that's advantage for Team Falcons. And a kick by Ogwen onto Kiboy. Kaltizi immediately finds Sans, has to cancel the Starfield. That's going to be a punish by Onyx Esports onto Flapteasy, but Kiboy falls down as well.
Few has been dictating the fights with the Abyssal Arrows, constantly poking Lutfi down. He was a full HP CC, and all of a sudden you see him, and he was 1 HP. Flapteasy went a bit too aggressive. Severo!
Oh, he finds Few! And Severo, perfect timing, finally with this aggression, finds the right mark. The man that we just mentioned has been messing up Onyx.
I gotta give him props, man. This guy has so much bravery. The fact that it's ended up being a blunder 3 times, you would expect a lot of players to be like, all right, I'm never going to do that again. Severo says, no, I'll double down. I am the double-edged sword of Onyx Esports, and I will try to win the team, win the game for the team.
Ogwen lands the kick. Kaltizi there. Starfield brought down. Sans is the target. They want the Eve, but the Eve still stands. Ogwen alive. The Windtalker damage not going to be enough. The Immortality is still unpopped. Lutfi Vengeance already utilized as well. 5v5 in this push with the Lord, with the minion waves. Onyx Esports, Sans is still here thanks to the Revitalize, a stun onto Kyrie, and Team Falcons holding on, doing everything they can, while Onyx Esports wants to end. Flapteasy brought low, and Onyx Esports, let's see if they're just gonna throw bodies. They have it locked in the base, the minions too much, and 1-2, we are going to a game numero 3.
Did you really expect this old guard battle to end in a sweep? Onyx Esports and Team Falcons. this rematch will always be a full series, and we get to see it one more time.
What a workout between both these teams. I don't have much to say about it because, again, it was quite the slugfest still. This Selena pick is throwing so much spice and chaos to the clean game that we love.
It's no longer a clean game, man. When you have Selena in your composition, you gotta just fight dirty. Gotta throw sand and, at your opponent's eyes and try to blind them before you throw that haymaker.
It's tough to say because there's a lot of things that we need to go through. Number one, the lack of EXP here. Like, oh man, Uranus, he's gonna do stuff. It instantly explodes. Gone. Disappeared with the wind.
For a second, at least for the early game, he wasn't as squishy as, we expected him to be, especially after the previous, Purify Uranus. So Revitalize is a step in the right direction, but it is still a Uranus.
Yeah, I think I've seen enough of the Uranus right now that
stop it.
I can say, just please stop.
0% win rate 4-5 times now.
I get the potential theory around it. We saw it in action, especially. There were times where it looked like Lutpi was losing lane at some point, but it wasn't even in the laning phase. That was just Team Falcons PH ganking him at the right time. I've had enough of the Uranus.
The best part is that Lutpi doesn't even have anti-heal. So
doesn't care.
It does
was
not
only
matter.
Sans.
It literally was only Sans.
They did that. They bursted through Uranus only with one. All right. Okay, cool.
Yeah, great hero design. 8 to 10, at least this time around. The game wasn't as bloody as I was expecting it to be. Considering the game length, I was expecting it to be a lot more chaotic, but very close calls from either side. I get what Falcons are trying to do, right? They're really trying to make the Selena work. They're trying to give opportunities for Kyle to be that chunker, and then Supermarket comes in. We've seen this before with OP, but unfortunately, I just think that it's not as effective this time around, especially when you don't have that momentum going with you.
At the same time, we do have to recognize that Onyx eSports was sharper than this one, a little bit more disciplined. Severo eventually, all his undisciplined maneuvers was washed away, but with one great pick onto Few. But outside of Severo, who is the MVP of the game, everyone else in Onyx did really well, especially Keyboy. We talked about the Gatot Kacha coming in the third pick, red side. The taunt was utilized perfectly to be the deterrent to all the dive that Falcons had.
Absolutely. And it's also the follow-up to whatever Lutpi wants to do. A lot of times in game number 1, we didn't get to see the follow-up after Lutpi went in, and it ends up being a very awkward death for him. Here with the Gatot Kacha, Lutpi, you're good. I have an AOG that can follow you wherever you are. I'm Keyboy, yo.
He's got helicopter support here. He's got air support literally coming in for this guy got an avatar. But I will say, at the very least, for Onyx Esports, sure, it is looking a lot cleaner, but that's only like once they've kind of gotten through the phases, the templates of like the early mid, and then once we get past the 10-minute mark is where we see Onyx Esports really try and adapt and evolve. But give it up for Severo, because I gotta say, he's learning a lot from Keyboy, whether it be his hair or his gameplay. Even if you fail 3 times, it's that 4th one. It's that 5th one.
That's the Keyboy way, dude. You might have a lot of like Keyboy, but you'll have a Keyboy moment one of these days. And for Severo, we didn't get to see the crazy Severo just yet. That was, whoa, Severo. After Severo, 3 times. So
right now we're at Severo. Oh,
that was pretty good. Gotta give him props though. Like the fact that he blundered so many times and it costed the game almost, right? And he still had the balls to do it. Those were balls of steel, sir.
Truly. Straight up Jones.
Jones.
Man, Severo's been playing Irithyll since yesterday.
It's not his fault, man. It's like Moscow ban, Herod ban. Like, all right.
What else can I do? Put me back on grade shit? Nah, I don't want to touch that. But even so, I still think that, like, at the very least, coming in from Onyx Esports, the team is starting to look a little better. Question being, do we eventually have to respect ban this Selena? Do we need to force back to the traditional stuff? Or honestly, is it completely fine? It's like, yes, keep it chaotic. As long as we play clean, the ball is in our court all the time.
Yeah, I think now we'll see Team Falcons switch things up. That's 2 games for the Selena. All of them, I think it did their job, but now I'd want to see Team Falcons do something different, something a little bit more familiar. That was one of the blunders of Severo here. And remember, before the series, we were talking downstairs, Gideon, about how this matchup might boil down to which gold laner can get to the opposing mid laner more, because we saw it with Keldra finding Few over and over again in the previous series. Now for this game number 2, it was Severo finding Few at the right times now compared to the wrong time.
Yeah, that's why I'm thinking. Switch it up. If you're going to play into the Eve anyways, pick up a Farsa of yourself, you know? Make sure that Severo pays for walking up too close. And if not, just make sure that he can completely not walk into the fight at all. Don't give him the opportunity.
If there's going to be a respect ban, what if Team Falcons just not give the Eve anymore, just to force Onyx to switch things up as well?
I don't know. I think they're still really confident. I mean, considering what the early to mid game looked like with the Selena, oh my goodness, it was about to snowball so far out of control.
It almost looked like they want to go up against Eve, right? They've never banned it here in the series, and they've always gone for the Selena, which again, Selena Joy, actually. It wasn't a Selena Joy. Again, though, with this kind of chaotic composition, I think you need to double, triple down on it. The fact here that they went for the Granger fell out of place completely. Like, everybody wanted to go and die, and then Granger's just like,
wait, boys.
What?
Hold on. I'm still... I just finished Malefic Roar. Hunter Strike is not even there. Well, there are some things to think about here and adaptations to be made. Luckily, this goes the distance. This, remember, is an elimination match. 1-to-1 between these two titans of the skies. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, it's going to be more MLBB action here at the SBS.
The journey to greatness starts here. From the 11th to 13th of April, the race reaches its peak at the Tennis Indoor Sanaya. Tickets are live. Be part of the climb and secure your spot now. Be part of the journey. Witness the rise to the top.
Don't stop.
Let's get waved, let's get lit, let's get high, let's come have it. Let's get burst, let's get mash, let's buy a bottle and splash that cash. Guess what? It's time for action. You're feeling fine, main attraction. Pure vibes, not satisfaction. Feel the baseline, chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Guess what? It's come, let's have it. Bad boy rhythm. Come, let's have it. Bad girl style. Okay, all eyes on you. Come, let's have it. It's time to get wild. Come, let's have it. Bad boy rhythm. Come, let's have it. Bad girl style. Okay, all eyes on you. Come, let's have it. It's time to get wild. Main attraction. Pure vibes, not satisfaction. Feel the bass, chemical reaction. You're feeling fine. Chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Guess what? It's chemical reaction.
people picking up my energy. The music never stops. They play my song on repeat, on repeat. I'm flying till
And we're back with a high-stakes elimination match. Now down to a best-of-1 between these two Sky Kings, Sky Titans. Some may even call them Onyx eSports up against Team Falcons. As we're heading on into game number 3, we're going to be looking for the final adjustments these teams have because this is their last chance to make it through to the next round. Let's pull up the draft, and boys, walk me through this because once again, we're expecting some significant changes here from either side.
Oh.
Maybe no changes.
Maybe.
No, they're not gonna heave into Joy Selena again, are they?
Well, let's take a look at the bans. Everything is the same. No Moskov though, so I think they are just gonna Eve it.
Yeah.
And then they're gonna Joy it, and then
Selena it.
Selena.
Maybe they take the Gatot first. So they go Joy, Gatot, and then Selena.
Or they could.
They're setting Lutpi up for Phoveus. Because the Eve is usually one of the deterrents. Though there are teams who are still willing to pick the Phoveus into the Eve. I think they're now looking at the first phase as thinking about Phoveus. They got the Moskov and Harith. Severo can, fortunately for him, can just Irithel yet again.
I wouldn't be too surprised if he does, but yes, I do agree with Mirko here. If they do decide to pick up Gato, again, it was one of the big game changers coming in from game number 2, and also a huge deterrent for anybody who has to like get maximized damage, especially for like Selena. You hit the arrow, you hit the empowered arrow, you also hit the trap. You can't dive in to get that big burst of damage still. As they lock in Gato as well as Joy, we see the Suyo expected from Onyx eSports.
Yeah, now the big question is, do you still want to go Jawhead, right? Because it kind of worked in game 1. They were able to get the lead early game, but then later on when they had to play for Sans, it just became very difficult to peel for Sans with the Jawhead. Maybe the better choice would be Tigreal, but I don't know. The Tig's gonna have some really, a lot of work if he has to deal with the Selena too, right? So
yeah,
I don't know.
Tig, Cho maybe, unless they want to go for a flex pick on their side.
I don't think they want to go for Cho here. Oh, okay. They go for the Phoveus. There you go. You were saying that they were setting up for the Phoveus, so yeah, Phoveus gets picked up for Onyx.
Yeah, Lutpi is no longer playing a CC like a Phoveus. He's an actual Phoveus this time around.
Now.
He's him. Gets the comfort. I wonder if I'm already thinking ahead to the Super Marco pick. I mean, they can't just go Granger, but then at the same time, maybe they might consider Carry. But with the Eve around, that might not be the best bet, especially with the Vengeance also gonna be there in the Phoveus.
Just go Selena again, Falcons.
One more time.
I think they will.
There you go.
Yeah.
See the Selena again. 3 games in a row. Roy, Selenoy, Joy, plus Selena. That might just be the name of the combination now. Selenoy. Selena Joy. Or Jelena.
Jelena. That will speak to a lot of the Filipino audience.
Oh, okay.
Fair enough. I think that Team Falcons at this point, they've been running compositions that enabled this Joy, and as well as that Selena. And you might just be right. Flap might just be the key if he doesn't get his hand on Reratus. Jeez, man. Jeez. Oh, wait. Actually, Team Falcons banning out the Irithel this time around.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, he's going to be stuck with the... He's going to end up picking the Granger, isn't he? Unless, I mean, they can still pair
Falcons are armed red side, so they're going to technically, if they wanted to, get the Granger first.
Yeah.
Onyx take Granger? I don't know. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Granger 0% win rate on Onyx eSports is, yeah. So they have tried the Granger before. It just has not worked out with their playstyle.
Granger Carry are the 2 picks that they haven't won yet with Severo. Moskov, Irithel, Harith, all gone. Granger and Carry looks like that might be the trade that they're going for here. I still want to see Glue for Team Falcons.
I think
they can put the Roam, Gatot, and then the Glue XP.
I
like the Glue.
That makes a lot more. That makes a lot of sense here, especially since technically it's got soft CC in itself. It slows your opponents down, making the abyssal arrows easier to land. Not to mention some great zoning potential.
Yeah.
Like Suyo is like, oh man, I do not want to deal with this guy.
Does Onyx go for Mathilda here? They have a Phoveus. The Yves. I don't know. The Yves Mathilda would be kind of awkward, yeah?
It would be kind of awkward. especially since it's going to be like a little harder to gain prio with the both of them, since nobody's got concussive blast to really like kind of keep up the pace. Oh, blue ban, really good ban.
Yeah, really good ban here to take away from Falcons' plan. Now it's still confusing. It's as confusing for Severo as it is for Flapteezy right now. Like, you don't know what to pick if you're in Team Falcons for XP. And Onyx, I'm struggling to think about, you know, the pick for gold.
They might just default.
Badang?
Oh.
I mean, it is pretty chaotic if that's what we're going for here for Team Falcons.
I think...
or you can consider the Baksha EXP again.
I don't know about the Baksha EXP. Because even if you go for these fast types of rotations for fast ways to actually go around the
You
map,
heard it,
I don't...
folks.
Huh? What? The no?
You heard Renmar say, "Oh no."
Hey, 0% win rate. Let's go. This time it's going to be different, boys.
No CC though. They go for the carry.
Yeah, unexpected.
Okay. I mean, at least this forces Severo to be like, hey, I can't possibly make the mistake of jumping into the back line. I have to play the front to back. No way!
Flicker forward.
Flickers forward. Changes the game.
It's not fun. The Tigreal carry, I think they're fantastic. Last two picks rounds out Onyx draft. It counters a lot already what Team Falcons wants to do. This is already looking shaky for Team Falcons. Even if they end up with a Granger, this is just shaky already.
Okay, they do go for the Granger, but I am not a big fan. I am not a fan at all of the Uranus, you know? Like, Team Falcons, Marco, Owen, Few, Flapteezy, I respect them, but the Uranus...
It's kind of a stanker. It's kind of...
0% win rate, again, just to remind all of you viewers back at home, Uranus hasn't gotten a single win, and we are still kind of like confused as to why it's so popular now.
I don't know. I think people should stop it. I think we need to put a plug on this Uranus. It's terrible. It's terrible. I don't particularly like it, but it is quite the enabler, right? It's not a force multiplier. It's more of like a soft setup, and even then, not the greatest. But I'll let you boys handle it to watch and experience it for yourselves in this elimination match. Give it up for Mirko and as well as Remar. Bring us into the land of dawn.
Well, folks, it's Game 3, the final game of the series. I think it's time for us to see just exactly how much you support your teams. Type 1 if you think Team Falcons are going to win. Type 2 if you think Onyx eSports will get the dub as we go and enter the land of dawn for the final time in match number 2, an elimination match. It is match point for both. One last chance.
How is this going to fare for the lineup that has a hero that is yet to win, that people have been thinking since yesterday, this is going to be the next hot pick. Uranus has yet to win, while Keyboy ends up with a Tigreal that Team Falcons are very familiar with. And because of the hard sense of set, despite the AOG being there for Team Falcons, no one in Onyx eSports has a Purify. They don't care about the crowd control, little as it may be, that Team Falcons can dish out.
Whoa. Okay, it becomes a... Oh, Kyrie wins out that Retri battle.
Okay, early on, I had to dash out to avoid that, and this puts a lot of pressure on Few. Weirdly enough, this lineup, you know, Few and Kyle Teasy. Kyle Teasy to come in perfectly with the damage, up against a Tigreal that again historically counters every CC it deals with. Wow. It's a huge deterrent. Even able to out-damage Kyle Teasy a little bit there. Good pokes onto the Joy. Of course, on the Selena as well. Keyboy, oh, Flicker already out. This is going to be a... Oh, but Keyboy, regen just in time as well to help him. Oh, he regen after. Okay.
Yeah, and I wonder what this matchup is going to be for the Phobius versus the Uranus, right? Because, yeah, obviously no CC. The Phobius was picked up earlier. Oh, bottom lane, another gank down below.
Flapteezy could get punished here. Kyrie. Well, of course, that is a tanky Uranus even at level 3 early on, so he's not going to get taken out. I wonder how heavily Team Falcons will contest this first hurdle, because based on everything that we can see right now, it looks good for Onyx eSports, but Lutfi, a bit of damage. Ogwin goes in, Abyssal Arrow gets tossed up, but Team Falcons being aggressive. This could be a bad start for the Falcons, as Ogwin already forced to use the Revitalize and Flapteezy with the zone.
actually ends up being okay. It's not the best for Team Falcons because, again, Ogwen's very low. Lutpi very low, too. Gets caught by the trap.
Kyle TZ, old Keyboy. Oh, what a sidestep by Kyle. Not going to get controlled by the Tigreal. Keyboy already brought down really low. And Flap TZ plus Kyle will be able to take down Lutpi.
Oh, they bought so much time from Fuel with the Abyssal Arrows constantly. And now I think the orange buff might be taken as well.
Wow, pushed out of his own orange and Kyrie forced to just focus on his purple. What a sequence by Team Falcons. I did not expect this early start for them.
Me neither. Lutpi, I don't know about this, man. Walking back up.
He trying. Oh, he still got the orange buff. What a defense by Lutpi.
So at least he claims or, secures the orange buff for his own team, though it's not on Kyrie's hands. It is still, better than it being on Team Falcons' hands. So there you go. Sans, though, getting caught. A lot of damage. Down to a quarter. Forced to regen.
That's what we were saying earlier. There's a lot of pressure on the Feud to land those arrows, but he's been landing it all series long.
This guy, man.
He really needs to be the Sans checker here, and anyone that he can hit and get info on. Keyboy already sees Ogwen. Revitalized, forced out, not enough damage just yet. Severo will not go forward. The Super Marco is there to deter them.
Yeah, I don't think it's the right time here to go for those kind of picks. Severo needs to wait for his item power spikes. Yeah, carry has been buffed, but it's not a buff that'll make him much more prevalent in the early game when it comes to one-shotting Gatot Kacha. No, it's kind of a laning phase buff, skill 1, backswing, a lot faster now, which will give her a lot more room to make plays in the lane, but it's still carry who needs to wait for the 3-item power spike attack speed.
Right now, still very level in the gold lane, while Few and Ogwen have been checking Onyx eSports relatively well. Keyboy not getting a big set just yet, but it's going to be easy for Onyx eSports to pull that off. That's why Team Falcons really need to respect their positioning in objective fights. While Flap TZ, I think we're getting a bit of an answer against this Phobius. Uranus over Phobius.
Yeah, Uranus over Phobius, and also because of the Uranus over Phobius, Kyle TZ, he won the first turtle fight and now has a level lead. Has taken an orange buff again. Well, last time it was Lutpi, but I think that's already a win for Team Falcons, right? As long as Kyrie isn't the one who gets it, it's a dub. And you can see even though Flap TZ is gone and cut the waves, Phobius is not dealing with him well at all.
Yeah, look, he's having a nightmare up against this Uranus. Seems like that's it.
Oh my goodness.
It's an answer for the Fove, and Keyboy goes in with the set and the combo as well. Onyx eSports are going to be able to get the turtle. Team Falcons, are they going to chase them down? Too much pokes, too much damage. Flap TZ goes in. Kyrie stopping Flap, and Team Falcons will concede that turtle.
Wow, great stabilization from Onyx eSports. I really did not think Falcons would be able to get that control, take that away. Give it away to Onyx, I mean. Onyx, they just did it quick. They did it so quick, and they had so much tempo with Keyboy flanking that Falcons were forced to concede. Flap had such a big advantage against Lutpi too.
Flicker plus the implosion. Perfect timing by Keyboy. It wasn't the big group set, but he got who he needed to get in that one. This time, Flap TZ forced to use that wasn't the consecration, that was the purifier, right?
This Purify is out of there, and Kyle TZ is still keeping the steady lead. Was able to steal the green camp just earlier, popping that retribution. And that's what Kyle TZ has always been able to do against Kyrie, all the way from Snapdragon Season 3 to M5. Falcons and Kyle TZ have always had Kyle TZ in a better spot to invade and take little camps away to get that lead.
Traps everywhere laid down by Few. Still checking Keyboy successfully. I wonder if it's going to come back to bite Marco later, the fact that he didn't pack up Purify and then he backed the Flicker instead. Is he just really hoping that Keyboy will not find the angle on him? But then he also just needs to be super careful.
Yeah, it becomes kind of a stalemate right now. If there are no neutral objectives, it's a farming battle. Sans wants to farm up, waiting for his power spike. Granger does the same thing, and obviously for Severo on the carry, not as fast to get the item power spike as the Irithel that we've seen 2 games in a row. So it's going to be very, very slow. I think for the carry, actually, you have a better time against Selena too, because your dash comes up really quick. So it's easier to dash away and dodge from the Abyssal Arrow.
Ogren poked down to close to 60% health. Abyssal Arrow not going to land. Falcons aren't going to be contesting this, but 2 of their frontliners are closer to 50% health. This does not look healthy for Team Falcons, but Kyle TZ in a flank angle. Onyx eSports does not read and does not recognize if Vero will get a bit of the damage. Kyle TZ loses the retry battle, and he dashes on out of there. Flap TZ left behind, but he is not going to get chunked down by Onyx eSports as Team Falcons loses that.
It was a bit unfortunate. The Letho takes the shot of the Abyssal Arrow, so Onyx are very happy to just walk forward. So Vero gets a turret up top. Bottom lane turret was taken down by Team Falcons. Onyx have swung the gold lead back towards them, but it is still not really that big of a gold lead. Only 400. A taunt over to Kyrie. And for both teams, again, it's back to scaling. They don't want to fight. They know that without neutral objectives, this is not a brawl anymore as it was the first 2 games.
It's been a long while since Onyx eSports beat this roster, these players in a full series. M5 upper bracket finals.
Yeah.
That was the last time. And every time they've met after that international tournament, this roster that they're up against always got the better of them. But now it looks like Onyx eSports are poised to go into around minute 10, minute 11 with a big lead, unless Falcons finds a way to turn things around.
It's going to be on the hands of Super Marco to do it with Kyle TZ. Hunter Strike, Sky Piercer, and the Melfic Roar. For Super Marco, still no stacks on the Sky Piercer just yet, but one big fight could set him up to be the carry that Falcons need him to be.
Okay. The Falcons are split up right now. Same goes for Onyx. Kyle cannot see anything in the purple buff, so rebalance things out. Again, it seems like from game 1 to game 2, now game 3, things have gotten slower and slower, much more methodical for these two teams. Their approach has changed from that MLBB for the streets approach from game number 1.
To back to MLBB for the shield. It's all about the game on paper, the theory of it. Item builds, we get to check on it one more time, and again, it is a big lead for the Eve, but it is as expected for the Eve versus Selena matchup. You're not a farmer on the Selena. You don't soak in waves that well, so it's a given, especially considering Selena has gone for roam boots, I think 3 games in a row, right? So it's all about the assists, it's all about the impact that he can provide in the team fights through that poke that you see on Sans.
Oh, okay. It stopped Sans' recall. It was brought down really low. So slight advantage here for Team Falcons. They recognize that Sans had to recall back. Another arrow lands. And more poke means that Keyboy is going to be put in a hairy situation. But DHS now for the carry. And Flap and Ogren are going to start feeling a lot of damage from the free hits if carry can get that.
Look at the traps laid down very, very well by Few. Constantly going to reveal Onyx eSports' position. And maybe that's why we haven't seen Tigreal a lot. A lot of times for Tigreal, you want to flank, you want to look for an angle of attack that can get you a big set. But because of these Abyssal traps, you try to conceal and you get spotted out, cancelled on the conceal, and then the whole flank, the whole initiation becomes very awkward.
It feels like that's the main effect of the Selena, and White's got it slower. Okay, Flap TZ, Purify already, real manipulation committed. Flap survives. Ogwin enters, but still too far. The members of Team Falcons to follow up. Here comes Kyle TZ. He's gonna get control. Keyboy misses the implosion. It's not gonna land, and it could get punished. But Team Falcons doesn't have it just quite yet. Few lands the Abyssal Arrow. Wow. The discipline and another arrow by Few. If he can land the third, then it's a big one. I'm going to lose my mind here as Onyx eSports wants to... Oh, it lands on the Keyboy! Plus the damage from the Granger. The turnaround is underway. A double kill for Super Marco. Few still landing. This time on the Kyrie up top.
It's a big gamble when you play the Selena, but not if you're Few. Holy moly! 1 assist this game, but that does not reflect the impact that he has made on this game, single-handedly stopping Onyx eSports from taking the lead.
We saw a Selena in the hands of the Monster Mage do well. Now we're seeing it on the Golden Goat. The hero that he made a name for himself within the Philippines, still landing and hitting the mark, checking the members of Onyx eSports. And just like that, the rubber band snaps, and it goes in the favor of Falcons with the Lord pushing forward.
We were talking about it, we were foreshadowing it. One big moment, and Marco will get those Sky Piercer stacks. He's gotten 2 in that last team fight on the back of Few again, and
Oh
now he
my
finds
God.
another. And it's just constantly going to be coming Onyx Esports' way. We have to talk about that big whiff. Keyboy with a Keyboy moment. Flicker implosion onto Natalia.
Yeah, we just couldn't see the Natalia, but he got him 100%. But Team Falcons, immediately they knew they capitalized on that. Onyx Esports still tried to go for the Lord, but Team Falcons were in the right position to contest it and go forward. And again, the arrows of Few. This is why Selena's back. It's easier for her to be aggressive, but because of the aggressive nature of the meta, you need someone to control, and that's what the Selena provides.
He's not going to get MVP for this game. Probably not, right? Based on stats, but he's my MVP.
He's the MVP in my heart, man.
Oh
Same.
my goodness. Just the traps to cancel out so many of the flank. But look
Again,
at that, another
again.
one on Keyboy. And you will constantly just find the Tigreal. Oh, and Severo is forced to go for Rose Gold. He has the 3-item power spike, so at least for Onyx Esports, it is not over yet. Knowing that, you know, Super Marco has gotten, oh my goodness, has gotten past the early game where the nerf should hit him most. This is good for Super Marco too. He's level 14, is about to hit his he already has all 6 items. This is the best spot for Team Falcons to close things out.
But the ticking time bomb that Team Falcons has to deal with is the easier to pull off combination that Onyx has. The ultimate of the Eve, the ultimate of the Tigreal, supplemented by whatever loot he can get with his own sets as well, of course, with the Dark Wave on that Phoveus. It's easier to pull off. That's why Team Falcons, and especially Few, has been relentless with checking where Onyx Esports are at any given moment. But full on 5v5, I'm still looking at even the Tigreal that Team Falcons needs to be super careful of.
Oh man, just one change in the draft. The Joy plus the Gatot Kacha. Now the Granger feels safe. There's so much peel. It's all really been about the Gatot Kacha. This was something that we were bringing up as well in the pre-show. How Gatot Kacha has now become the best friend of Snapdragon Pro Series, no longer the Badang, and we are seeing just how Gatot Kacha plays into games and, you know, kind of dictates the games through that ability right there. Just charge for such a long time and no one can dive within that window.
Yeah, you're threatening. You're looking, okay, you want to try to poke me, you will get taunted. I might have someone ready to set up. Onyx Esports are poised around the Lord. Kyle Teasy wants to get that purple buff first, steal it away from Kyrie.
Look at the poke.
And Onyx Esports has not read it. Kyrie will go into this with just an orange buff. Yeah, Kyle Teasy steals it.
I think they have read it. I think they knew the purple buff was being taken, but there's just nothing they can do about it, right? Like, they know Falcons are around the Lord, and not seeing Kyle Teasy means, okay, he's probably up there, and I don't know, who's going to check? Who's going to want to face check the Joy?
No one wants to do that. Kyle Teasy gets the purple buff, his own, so quick, with a minion wave marching up top. Once Severo gets seen by the minions, that might be the signal for Team Falcons to try something. Few tosses out the arrow. Kyle Teasy going for Kyrie. Flap Teasy going forward. Severo just cleared enough of the minion waves to say, it's my time to join yet again. Keyboy needs to go back for a quick heal up.
Now looking at it again, right, the Selena plus Uranus gives so much room for Granger to just stack up. This composition almost looks like it's built for the Granger. You got 2 roamers and Uranus XP. Once he gets going, that's it. Like, all the mini waves can just be soaked up by Marco and then by Kyle Teasy. So scaling up to the power spike doesn't look that difficult anymore. I wonder how many stacks Marco has.
Should be a lot right now. Should be around the 500s. 400s or 500s for this Granger. It's been landing for him. A lot of minion waves also crashing in as well. Missile Arrow sees everyone.
Joy up top though. Missile Arrow again to be thrown at, and Onyx will have to disengage. They will have to send someone up top, or do they decide against it? Do they let the turret clear it away? Yes, they do.
Minion waves turrets should be enough, but that's threatening. And I think Onyx Esports are deciding to call it the Kyle Teasy. Not just here quite yet. They can go forward a little bit. That top minion wave is such a big problem for Onyx right now, what Kyle Teasy's been doing in the map, and how well Team Falcons has been handling this long Lord Dance.
It's been well played from Team Falcons. They've just been poking, playing the side lanes, adjusting really, really well from game 1 and then game number 2. Again, that poke will be thrown at Onyx Esports constantly. Death Sonata, Abyssal Arrows, Abyssal Traps laid in place as well, just to be wary of Keyboy's flying potential.
Oh, hey, we finally found Badang in the
Ah,
playoffs.
there you go.
That's where he's been.
He's been turned to a piece of paper.
But now, Missile Arrow gonna land with the Keyboy, but he used the dash just in time. Oh, my. Mid-animation. Oh. Falcons little by little pushing forward, but they're still handling minion waves. Top side, it's gonna be a big meetup. On the Onyx side of the river, Arrow will not land again. But that's the threat. One big arrow forces the dash out of Severo. Flap TZ goes forward. The ultimate, and Kyrie just easily gets it. AOG entry, but the real world manipulation is perfect. Loot P goes down. That's going to be one down. Kyle TZ going to the back line. Sans gets the flicker away. Supermarket going forward. He wants Keyboy, but Keyboy able to get away. Onyx decisive to go for the Lord, but Falcons are still here to stop that push.
Clinical decision from Onyx Esports. Now the poke back to Kyle TZ. Kyrie gets a stun.
He sees few, and Team Falcons are still on this side of the river. They have a Lord to deal with. What a call by Onyx to go for that Lord. It buys them time. It buys them space.
Gets them a whole lot more tempo on the map. Bottom lane, though, they've got to send someone there. That is a big wave. There's no wave in the mid lane. Oakwind!
It's Laro gonna land, and Oakwind gets taken out by Kyrie just in time. Just like that, it now looks bleak for Falcons as Onyx is getting so much more space.
Mid lane turret slowly but surely crumbling down to the minions. Sans will not risk walking up to take that turret down, and the turret stays alive. Team Falcons, I don't think they lost a single objective. They didn't lose a single structure, despite the Lord given over to Onyx.
Yeah, the only one who lost a turret was Onyx in the bottom lane.
Yikes.
With a minion wave. Team Falcons, okay, that was a big loss because it meant less space, but at the end, they got an inhibitor at the bottom. Sans gets spotted. Abyssal Arrow, last count, he said he's going to try and go for it. Lutpi stops it, but Lutpi able to flicker away just in time so that he won't give a kill, but this looks threatening for Onyx as Team Falcons are marching forward. Keyboy gets stunned by the Golden Goat, leading to a mega kill for Super Marco.
A golden arrow to take the edge of the spear from Onyx Esports away without Keyboy. That is one less member they need to deal with when it comes to opening up the map. Few continuously just being a nuisance to Onyx. Another steal, this time onto the orange buff. And it's not Kyle, it's Few.
That is a wrestling finisher move name right there. The Golden Arrow landing again and again by Few. It's like super kicks left and right. Will it land? No, it won't. Gets the info. Kyle TZ sees Kyrie. Team Falcon still confident because they got the key pick off onto Keyboy. But it was in this very similar scenario where Keyboy concealed Flicker and got Falcons. Just to remind you, in case you forgot what happened in N5, seems like Falcons remembers and says, yeah, let's just go for the Lord.
Ladies and gentlemen, we saw this matchup already in the group stages. It was Onyx with a win in Game 1, then Falcons with a reverse sweep, and Game number 3 ended in around 21 minutes. We're about to reach the 21st minute of the game here, and it is 1-1. It's always so poetic when we talk about Team Falcons versus Onyx Esports. This roster has always been able to get Abyssal Trap. That's spotted. Has stopped Keyboy's conceal. Now the poke coming through from Marco. Fully stacked up. Severo has dealt with the wave up top, but there's a slow push building down below.
Who gets this Lord could win the game and eliminate the other. In the story of Onyx and Falcons, Kyrie already forced to dash out because Few threw out an Abyssal Arrow that he had to avoid. Flap TZ sees it. Few sees it. Onyx looks like they could get this Lord, but they're getting zoned down by the members of Team Falcons. Kyle TZ goes in for the implosion by Keyboy, but Keyboy gets taken out. Kyle TZ got the immortality, but Kyrie got out. Double kill for Super Marco, but Severo is on with a double kill onto Falcons. Marco brought low. The burn, Marco holding. He has the immortality. Few sent back, and Onyx needs to go back because there's a minion wave at the bottom.
Yves gets sent to deal with the wave down below. Kyrie knows Falcons have very low HP bars, decides to shove in mid and go straight for the Lord. Here, who do they send to help Kyrie? It'll be the Yves, Kyrie, and Sans versus Few and Marco.
Few, Abyssal Arrow doesn't hit. This should be the Lord for Onyx, but Marco and Few will try and disrupt. Arrow getting tossed. It's 3 versus 2. It's too risky for the Falcons, and they have to concede. The Lord goes to Onyx 22 minutes in.
The battle of the skies, 22 minutes. Falcons versus the Sky Kings. It's been a battle of who can fly further past each other, and now Onyx eSports have secured an Evolved Lord. 22 minutes in, 5-7.
Could this be the beginning of the slow death of Team Falcons, as they have to wait for this Lord to get close? This lineup is great on the offensive, but difficult to pull off on the back foot.
Team Falcons defense is questionable. You have the Granger, but I'm not too sure if they have enough damage to deal with the Evolved Lord. It's not a proper high ground hero. They have poke, they have range, but not in the sense where it can deal with the Evolved Lord. It is not a Sicilian, it's a Selena. You gotta stop some crucial flanks, some crucial engages from happening if you're Few here. You gotta find the arrow, the golden one!
Oh, and Sans with the Starfield. A little bit too early, but it provides a space. Keyboy already with the conceal. He's looking for the big implosion to finally end it. The last win of Onyx was December 2023. Can they finally get the revenge? Severo with a free hit. Double kill for Severo. And Onyx eSports finally get revenge.
The Sky Kings are rebuilding the kingdom from the ground up with new members, Severo and Lutpi. Finally, after years of losing to their kryptonite, Team Falcons have finally been taken down by Onyx.
Boys, you have just witnessed history here. The longest game in the finals so far. What an epic battle between Team Falcons as well as Onyx eSports. They know how to put on a show, and both teams played their best right up to the very end.
We gotta recognize Severo in that fight for the Lord, and in the last push, he popped off and went aggro at the perfect time.
Trust the process. Keyboy, the man leading the pack right here, has said in the interview, let us cook, let us build this lineup. Give Severo time. There's a reason they chose him to play in Snapdragon this time around. And we're finally seeing it. We're finally seeing Severo rise to the occasion to beat Onyx's worst nightmare.
It's been too damn long since they beat Team Falcons, that roster that they faced, and they were still pushed to the limit. Just goes to show the history, the familiarity between these two, even though there are two newer faces for the members of Falcons to deal with in Lutpi and Severo. This must feel so good. The cathartic release for Kyrie, Sans, and Keyboy.
I mean, look at them. They're enjoying every moment of that walkway, enjoying both sides of the crowd and thanking them for their support, knowing that there's Sonics in the crowd to make sure that they are cheered when that moment came. A 2-1 victory for Onyx eSports as the chant goes wild for the boys in yellow. Well done, GG. Well played. We're going to be throwing it over very soon to our correspondents up on stage live in Johor Bahru, Rose, and as well as LaFell.
However, this time it is Onyx eSports coming on top, dropping the defending champions to the sending the defending champions home. Give it up for Onyx eSports!
Sans, ada banyak soalan yang kita nak tanya pada Sans. Tapi first nak tanya soalan pasal game. Game kedua, game ketiga, Falcons menggunakan meta yang ada banyak poking damage. Dia ibaratkan macam haters dekat dalam Instagram. Dari jauh dia just Jadi macam mana Sans nak jaga position, elak tembakan Granger, elak tembakan Selena dan macam mana perasaan main dekat dalam game tadi?
Ya, game tadi sangat seru, terus karena dia Selena juga kita sangat harus berhati-hati. Kita harus pakai tank kita, factor kita untuk liatin Selenanya. Jadi harus cukup sabar aja sih untuk lawan dia.
All
or do
right.
you want me to translate that?
Yes, translate it,
Okay,
Fel.
okay. Wait, do I translate in Malay or English? English lah, English lah, English lah. So basically he was saying the Selena few played amazingly, and because of that they had to use their front lines, the tank, the EXP to make sure they always figure out where the traps are and making sure that they don't get caught by Selena.
All right, Sans. Before the game even started, I asked you, okay? Because last season, they were the one who sent you home. And I asked you how you want to do it this time around. And this time, you came up on top. You sent Falcons home. How are you feeling right now? Proceeding to the next round, playing tomorrow. Apa perasaannya selepas hantar Falcons eSports balik kali ini? Sebab last season kan, Sans cakap, they sent you guys home. So sekarang, apa perasaan Sans?
Ya pastinya senang karena beberapa story belakangan kita kalah terus sama Falcon. Jadi ya pastinya sangat senang hari ini bisa menang lawan dia.
He's very happy that they finally managed to avenge their loss from the previous season of the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Okay, San, soalan yang terakhir dalam perlawanan tadi, boleh nampak dari dua-dua pasukan ada banyak mistake juga. Sehingga crowd pun bila nampak mistake, diorang jerit, Sabero! Gerak terlampau ke depan. Jadi macam mana main lawan dengan Falcon bila mana-mana player lakukan mistake, macam mana korang kekal mental okay, pastikan tak koyak?
Ya mungkin tadi kita harus emang sabar aja, terus emang semuanya berawal dari komunikasi. Karena kalau kita salah sedikit mistake, pasti dia bakal balikin gamenya. Jadi kita emang harus berhati-hati dan harus sabar.
So basically he just said yes, in the games there were a lot of mistakes and it's all based on communications, and once they figure it out, they have to be a little bit more patient. That's where they start controlling the game. Again, Tanya, like sekali, Sans dan juga Onyx Esports. Guys, give it up for Onyx Esports! That was an amazing game. Onyx Esports moved forward, but now we're throwing it back to the panel.
Thanks, LaFell and Rose. And there you have it, a 2-1 victory for Onyx Esports. Obviously, our Indonesian caster here is going to be happy, of course. Doesn't feel too bad that they knocked BTR out now, huh?
That still feels bad, man. You know, whatever. Yeah.
Sure, Onyx won, yay.
So, wait, actually, Onyx won, so best team in the world still.
Hey.
I don't know how the math works, but hey, you know, Copia.
Hey, look, I mean, it was a great game to watch, and more importantly, at least with this new patch that's just been dropped as well. We're not even getting into the Hanzo topics here, but generally speaking, it has been it's quite interesting. I think that more teams might even consider picking up the Selena from this point onwards, but as we see, it's an execution-based meta.
Yeah, again, it was easier to pull off the lineup that Onyx had. If Few wasn't Few, and that was a different Selena, other than Super Friends, of course, then it could have been a different story. It could have just been a steamroll 10, 11-minute win but for Onyx. But since Few, even Sans acknowledged it, man. It's like, that Selena was just way too difficult to go up against. It extended past 20.
I don't think anyone can debate on Few's impact in that game. I think even without winning the game, he's still my MVP. If we could choose a player of the match for that game, even from the loser side, I would still say Few was the man of the match there. But there was one pick that was just stinky, super stinky the entire time, and even there when they were winning. See, all the times we've seen Uranus, it's been, all right, Uranus has been losing from the start of the game. When you're winning, this is the time to show how the Uranus could actually, you know, dictate the game or have an impact. I didn't see it. I didn't see Uranus do anything. I think this pick is the most overrated pick after the patch. I don't know why teams keep on picking him.
Yeah, it's not even an issue about, because again, Flap just really did what he could. It's like, with the tool that he ended up with, he went into an old school medieval war and they gave him just a really big stick. That's what it felt like.
It wasn't even a stick. A stick would do damage. That like he had no damage.
He had pillows.
He had pillow. Okay, so I don't know, a big stack of hay? I don't know.
He's got cotton freshly sheared. I think that's as close as we can get. A super low kill score game. I think both sides started to realize, hey, we got to stop brawling, okay? We got to make sure that we have some precision to the madness. 8-9, the final kill score for 2-1 victory to Onyx. But I agree with you. I do think it is quite the stinky pick here. And then we cut back to Lupi, who is like, I don't know what you're talking about, stinky pick, because this guy was annoying in lane. Wave proxy, can't rotate without this guy just dogging him all the way through in his own jungle between tier twos all the way to Turtle.
Yeah, we have to acknowledge that Lutfi is 0-5-4 because he was up against the Uranus, and his impact was not felt in the game. Up until the last moments, that last 2 fights, that's when you really felt the Phobius. But for majority of it, he was shut down because of a Uranus pick.
See, that's why it's so stinky. That's why the Uranus pick is so stinky. Uranus was dismantling Lutfi. Flapteasy was dominating Lutfi in lane.
Yes.
Yet the impact that both of them had in the game, one being 0-5, one being ahead, was the same. They both did nothing in the first few, early to mid.
But one provides more than the others. Uranus is the kind of person who uses your bathroom and doesn't flush, and you're left to deal with the mess after. You're just like, who did this?
Uranus!
Why? Why couldn't anybody else do this? It's frustrating to deal with, but generally speaking, I am interested to know Team Falcons, the thought process, because at any point of time, they were okay in playing against the Eve. They tried taking away the Gatot away from Keyboy after game number 2, but could it just been as simple as, let's just get rid of the Eve in the first place? Let's just put him on something else, literally anything else.
Yeah. The difficult thing about that for Team Falcons is personally, if they went into this because they really wanted to play the Selena, they had to let the Eve go. Because if they were playing the Selena, they couldn't give the juice in. The low Yi, maybe they could have dealt with, but they rather respect it. Since they are picking up the Joy anyway, they just decided, let's just pick the Eve. They picked their poison. And at this point, I would not have liked to see the alternative if that was the Loi or the Juicing that ended up with Onyx.
Yeah, Loi would have definitely been way faster tempo, right? And again, if you are waiting for the mid game, you can't really risk giving the Loi that much tempo on the map, that many ways to actually dictate the early game with the diversion.
Yeah, interesting. That's one of the more interesting graphs we've actually seen, where the EXP was definitely Onyx side and the gold coming down over to Team Falcon side. But we do have a special interview. Let's bring it up onto the screen here. Give it up for Keyboy coming in from Onyx eSports. Hello! Hi,
hello
Keyboy.
Guys.
Great game. What an epic game that you guys put up on screen. How do you guys feel? Are you finally just like, oh, thank goodness we're done with this Selena pick?
For the first, we're very happy because, like a curse, we never beat Falcons. And then now we can win. Yeah, very happy. And then the Selena, so annoying. PO Selena, so hard.
All right, was there a moment in the game, Keyboy, where you were thinking of banning the Selena? Because it was like, it almost felt like an ego battle. I'll get Yves, you get Selena the entire time. What was the plan? Was it just, yeah, let's contest? Or did you think about banning it?
No, my coach not ban, but I think I want to pick, but later. MPL.
I see. That would have been very interesting, actually.
Ooh, we might be able to see that. So, I've been able to cast a few tournaments live where you're playing, and you are 100% the loudest player I've ever heard play. So this time around, what did you yell and scream? Because I saw you were yelling, you looked so happy. What did you yell out when you finally got to beat Falcons?
Apa itu, Mir?
Lu kalau kata Renmar, lu itu player paling berisik, paling sering kayak teriak-teriak lah. Tadi itu teriak apa ke tim Falcons pas menang?
Just nice. We got this.
It's just that nice.
I know him. It's not just nice, but we'll play along.
Hey, come on. There's a reason why they call him the boy, right? Of course he won't throw out profanities. Final question for you, Keyboy. What was the discussion between you as well as the rest of the team with your coach for the upcoming game as well as draft as the games went by? What were the adjustments being made? What was the advice being given from Coach Adi?
Panjang, Cok.
Advice yang dikasih sama Adi ketika di dalam gamenya, adaptasi yang dikasih tahu sama Adi itu apa aja di dalam series ini?
Kalau about in game, so many the positioning, turtle, targeting, many coach help too, and we just adapt for versus Brian Falcons, and then we just confident, just very confident.
It's all about confidence.
Oh, it's all about confidence. Okay, final question here. Keyboy, up next, it's going to be TLID up against Onyx PH. Out of these two competitors, who would you like to face off before we end this interview?
For the first, of course, I want Onyx PH. go to grand final and we can meet in grand final. But if TLID it's okay because Indo versus Indo.
It's a win-win for him. It's a win-win, yeah. Well, thank you so much, Q-Boy. Oh.
Yeah, the thing we win. Yeah.
Oh, that's the important thing.
That's
He
the
wins,
important
yeah.
thing.
Yeah, the important thing. Yeah.
W Keyboy.
W Keyboy. Thank you so much for having this interview with us. We'll send you on your way. You've had a long day. Congratulations. You're walking away as a winner.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What a G, man.
Always a good time with Keyboy, you know?
And I like we're getting him for interviews more because I know you've also, I mean, we can see that he still struggles with English, but he's still really doing his best to deliver to give us some good answers from him. So I'm really happy to see Keyboy getting interviewed more.
He's been trying hard, man.
Oh,
You
yeah.
learn English, W mans.
Other than the fact that his team's probably bullying him. No, you do the interview, dude.
Probably.
I don't know. I don't know what to say. Keyboy.
It's either Keyboy or Kyrie at this point, right? Because
Yeah.
Lutfi Sans and Saverio are like, no, please, please.
Please,
no.
man. And then Keyboy's like, nice!
It's me again. Nice.
Oh, boy. No, I think that Onic is coming together. I think this really, honestly, the SPS always seems to show us, you know, I keep saying this, international before the international, but we've really gotten a really good taste of some of the top teams before we even get into the regular season. All regular seasons of the MPL have not even started yet, and this is quite the appetizer.
Yeah, and since Team Falcons lost, as we heard Rose say, 100% we're going to get new champions for the Snapdragon Pro Series.
You're right. There won't be. So for 3 seasons in a row, no back-to-back.
Yeah, no back-to-back. It's always been like the wild card tournament, and this is exactly why I love the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Me too.
Cut to Onic eSports beating Onic PH and we're going up the NCLID, and then it's like, this could be it, you boys. But even so, please. Oh, we're actually submitting your own original song, compete in our band competition. If you guys love our soundtracks here, they've worked very, very hard on creating a soundtrack list here for the SPS that I think they've got some banger songs.
I have a rock star friend that would love to create music for.
Tell him to send it.
This is it.
All right. Ocho Gahaba, send your music right now. Right there.
Yeah. He's a famous artist, by the way.
Famous artist.
I
dude.
didn't realize
He's a
that you were
rock
going
star.
for that one. Oh, he is the rock star.
He's known for his song Systemized.
Ah, yes. Yes, so good. So very, very good. But once again, our hearts go out to Team Falcons. This has been, again, an epic battle between both of these teams.
GG
Yes,
Falcons.
it definitely hurts, but we still have more matches underway. Next up is going to be a best of 5. You know who it's going to be, so please stick around for more back-to-back action. It's TLID versus Onic PH here at the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Well.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
The journey to greatness starts here. From the 11th to 13th of April, the race reaches its peak at the Tennis Indoor Sanaya. Tickets are live. Be part of the climb and secure your spot now. Be part of the journey. Witness the rise to the top.
Cutie, dressed up and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Want some of yours, you'll know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you've been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing 7-7 all wins big money. The tramp over here never see me coming. I was in your back pocket the whole time. A quiet power, a silent gold mine, a big old confidence boost. You never delude. Just know that you'll be winning cause I'm with you in the building. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower.
Perasaannya yang pasti senang karena sebelum kita kesini, sebelum kita ke Malai, hasil scrim kita lumayan buruk lah. Tapi setelah di turnamen di Malai ini kayak hasilnya lumayan bagus, jadi kayak senang.
Going for the finish in mid. Yes, go to flicker forward. Aaron is godlike and winning gets the kill on Kyrie.
Yang gua rasa walaupun kemarin kita menang di group stage, tapi mereka kuat banget sih. Kita tetap waspada walaupun kita pernah menang, tapi kayak gua rasa mereka bakal belajar dari situ, jadi kita harus siap buat lawan mereka lagi.
Amin 5 masaya kami, saka sobrang na-excite kami pagkalaban talaga namin Liquid kasi parang sila talaga yung simula nung M6 pa lang sila na yung parang pinamatahan namin na gusto namin makalaban Team Liquid. Since tinalo nga rin nila kami, gusto lang namin bumawi. Ano nila points as team, si Aran, wag ka nakakalibre si Aran, tapos si Fabian. Kasi ayun talaga yung parang key to victory nila si Aran tsaka si Fabian, kasi ayun talaga yung nag-perform na maayos. Team Liquid. Actually, lahat naman sila nagpe-perform, pero ayun talaga yung parang pinaka-nag-shine sa team nila, yung dalawa.
Kekuatan utama Onyx PH gue rasa dari gold linernya sih, Kelra, karena tiap lawan mereka, Kelra can carry them all.
Getting the information. Another one landed. Kick off with a beat, and Enoch goes down. Good for the entry, and response to another abyssal arrow. But the monster mage, a maniac for Kelra. Will he live up to the name? Chasing after Dyren, and it is a savage for the savage.
Ang masasabi ko lang sa Liquid, good luck sa atin and bigyan natin magandang laban yung viewers natin. Mga manonood.
Today is gonna be fun, bro.
The M6 rematch happens once again. It's Team Liquid ID up against Onyx PH one more time here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. This is the semi-finals, and keep in mind that both teams still have one extra life.
Man, I have to echo what Aran said. Today's gonna be fun, bro. It's been fun for the first two series, and then now we're gonna be seeing these two yet again. This time another revenge match, another Onyx revenge match, but this time for PH. But I have to side with the rest of the community, even behind the scenes. Liquid ID has just been too damn good this tournament.
Not a single defeat in the challenge finals. Team Liquid ID walking into this semi-finals bout, the upper bracket semis, with their heads up high. Even though they fell short in the M6 Grand Finals, 2025 has been their year so far. I don't think their loss here is going to come easy, nor will Onyx PH's win be something that they've... This is the first time I've seen Onyx PH struggle. I mean, we haven't even started the match yet, and Onyx PH has to come up with something that they haven't done in, what, 6 months?
I mean, they're dealing with a team that is, I think, by far the most polished looking, pure varnish all across this beautiful wood. Team Liquid has been looking so very good. Destined rivals, destined to meet one more time. And who knows, maybe in the grand finals, they might just meet once more. And even then, it's going to be a good one. My name is Gideon Q. I'm going to be your host as well. As once again, we're bringing in the other Pinkman. It's going to be Leo and as well as Renmar to cast you this final best of 5 of today, our very final series on this broadcast. And it's this is going to be a really intense one. It's our first best of 5. We're expecting Onyx to kind of be like, okay, the last time it was only a best of 3 and 0-2, sure. But in a best of 5 is where the real game begins.
Yeah, it tests the limits of your drafting, what you're willing to trade out. There are some key picks shared between these two that it seems like every time they go up against each other, there are times where they're just like, what respect? Just give it, we get ours. So we're trading power picks anyway. The difference has come in like the XP picks, I guess, the mid lane picks, but they're just way too similar than I think they would care to admit.
And here's the beauty of Snapdragon Pro Series. This could turn to a trilogy. This is not the last time they'll be meeting, if ever, because again, another extra life. Onyx Indo waiting in the wings. This is just but a speed bump into what could be the fever pitch of this rivalry.
It could be. It really could be. I'm excited to see what it's really going to boil down to. But more importantly, we need to see who's going to be winning in today's match itself in this best of 5 series. First off, we're going to be introducing TLID, Team Liquid Indonesia. From the MDL, they climbed out to be champions of their own regions to finally bringing it to a world stage, achieving what most Indonesian teams have been struggling to achieve before, a second place finish higher than most, but now they are looking already to be world champions by the end of this year.
Completely undefeated. The cleanest performance by the team in the entirety of the SPS, not just in the Challenge Finals, but since the Open Finals. And again, it's so funny. This is the destined rivalry, but it seems like fate almost signaled that they didn't want Team Liquid ID to be here. They didn't qualify through Open Finals. A lot of things happened heading into Challenge season, and then they were brought into the Challenge season. Almost didn't make it into the Challenge Finals, but then something happened yet again, and now here they are in a really clean run.
They are untouchable, all of them.
Yeah.
They're just wearing... I feel like it could be plot armor for all intents and purposes.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. It's like they have plot armor on.
They are the main character this time around, and they're so young as well. But now, let's look at the detailed team statistics here. As we look at both sides, it's not like these are unfamiliar picks. Once again, Fabian on that Suyo and as well as Joy, no surprises. But Aaron, Shiki, Bruno, Harith, again, no surprises.
So comfortable to fall on the picks that don't rely on the Granger, which we've seen in the first couple of days of the playoffs, is still a good pick. Like, there's a lot of power in Granger. It's just the fact that Aaron Shaky and Team Liquid ID, they're ready for a Granger-less fight. And I'm expecting that in this best of 5, again, we're going to have to dig deep. I would reckon they are not shy to do that. They will put the Moskov, they will put the Bruno, put the Harith, even the Irithel on Aaron Shaky and call it a day.
Yeah, the thing about Team Liquid ID now is that, nothing too surprising in terms of their picks, their drafts. It's just they've really improved their discipline. Again, in our interview with Fabian, that's the one thing he pointed out. We really worked on our discipline, and it shows. That's why they're so clean. And to add to that, Fabian, you know he has the smallest hero pool of all junglers in SPS?
So Joy.
Hayabusa.
Oh,
Just
yes,
those 3. That's one single Hayabusa game, yeah. But Suyo and Joy, it's always just been that. And now that poses the question, and why I mentioned about the whole trading thing, is that are they still really going to allow Fabian to end up with those 2? Or is finally Onyx going to put their foot down and say, you've been tearing it way too much, we're going to put you in a different jungler?
It's not like he's not used to the alpha. He's one of the best alphas in 2024.
Yeah.
So if it has to come down to it, maybe force him on a Nolan?
I mean, Nolan also is one of his signature picks even prior to that. So it feels like no matter where you go, maybe Fabian isn't the person that you're looking to punish here. Maybe you have to look in other positions. Maybe you could be looking towards the EXP side of things. Aran, again, I think out of all the teammates, he's been facing the most amount of criticism from the Indonesian fans about generally the way that he plays and how he should be playing. But nowadays, I think that he's in a good spot, not to mention that the meta is actually working in his favor.
Yeah, and it's cool that you brought up Aran, and even Keller brought up Aran, because if Fabian has the smallest hero pool amongst junglers, Aran has one of the biggest hero pools amongst EXP laners, with 9 different picks already shown up in this tournament.
Speaking of which, since Kelra is going to be the point of focus for this team, Onyx PH, one more time, give it up for our current world champions. They continue to show us that even when a new patch drops, doesn't really phase them. They've still got strategies upon strategies upon strategies.
They took the scenic route to the upper bracket finals, and so far you can't say that the stumble was a fluke. How they lost to TLID in the groups, it made sense. How they struggled against RQ, when you watch that game, you understand what happened. Logically, it was tough for them to get the dub game 1. So now, with the patch all but solved, I'd reckon if there was someone to exhaust the hero pools of TLID, it would be this team.
Yeah. I think in terms of the biggest hero pools that could exhaust what TLID can show up with, it begins with Kirk. The key difference between Kirk and Aran is that Kirk has that signature Edith with him that they've shown that they are still very difficult to deal with, and most importantly, the Selena in the hands of the Super Fringe. You know, I'm not gonna backtrack at that. The Super Fringe.
The Monster Fringe.
The Monster Fringe.
Although, honestly, I'm going to be curious to see how this match plays out, especially in the draft. But first, let us have a quick look at our current predictions. What did you boys go for this one? And no.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Pinkman, I understand where you are coming from.
Yes,
and I
Mr.
am
Pinkman.
glad that you are able to hold on to your guns. Renmar, what are we doing here?
I'm recognizing and respecting Team Liquid Indonesia and what they've been showing. I still think though, and yeah, spoiler alert, my prediction for tomorrow is that Onyx PH will trump Onyx ID and we see the trilogy again in the grand finals. But TLID, they're just way too good. Now, not to say that Onyx Philippines is bad, it's just that right now TLID, going into this, looks like has everything figured out. But the fact that I didn't put there 3-0, that's already a signal to say that Onyx PH will be able to add a little smidge on the record of TLID before they win tomorrow.
But it's also an exclamation that they need more time to figure out why exactly this team has so much polish.
I also gotta say this, I've been hella wrong in my predictions for the playoffs. So, hey, if this is wrong, then I can just say it was a curse. But I'm not gonna do that because I've just been wrong.
Yeah, no, it's been pretty
So
rough.
wrong.
It's been pretty rough for some of us. I was doing great during the group stage. Here, not so much. No, playoffs have been kind of rough.
I get points wrong.
Yeah, that's
Most
fair.
of the time, my winners are right. It's just, you know, sometimes the sweep or the 1-pointer, the 2-pointer, that's what gets me.
But at least you're getting the matches right, man. The final winner, right?
We can go into the nitty-gritty.
I know King Kong.
If we can go into the nitty-gritty of it, but truly, it's up to these players up on this stage as we start to move on into the draft. I'm excited to see, first off, blue side or even red side, because these small statistics matter a lot to both of these high-quality teams.
Okay, so speaking of respecting, as the bans and draft, we're just waiting for the draft to come up in the bans. Okay, Onyx PH blue side. Oh, they're instantly respecting the Phobius of Aran.
Yep.
Does that mean are they also going to look into respecting the Hilda? Because other than the Hilda, there's 3 that I'm putting into Aran's pool that you really need to respect. Phobius, Hilda, and the CC as well.
I mean, yeah, see, Iran has been doing very, very well on that CC, and now that it's been buffed up, I would expect him to keep up with it. So far, so good, but Team Liquid getting rid of the juice ship, but also getting rid of the Lo Yi. Now, this was the matchup I've been very excited about. Super Prince as well as Yehez Kill. Because as much as Super Prince is able to pick up that Selena, I'm curious to see the traditional combo of Novaria Selena, the deadly artillery, bow and crossbow ready to go.
Only one of them could end up with that combo, right?
Oh,
You can't have both.
Hey, Witty might just surprise you.
Oh, but that does make, once again, Gatot Kacha such a great commodity. Both teams would want to get him. Now we see that Eve is open. The Hilda, aforementioned, is open. Gatot open. Suyo Joy, that big trade, is still open. And yeah, Liquid ID. They have one more ban. Spoiler alert, here's a hero that we don't see currently in the 5 is Fanny. You gotta lock out Fanny.
With the Fanny gone, this could mean Joy Suyo trade. Usually though, it's been Joy. Joy's been the pick for the Snapdragon Pro Series. So Onyx steal it away from Fabian, but that is most likely Suyo coming in later. They can get the Moskov now.
No rush, no rush.
They lock in the Moskov away. I mean, they don't have to necessarily lock in their junglers. I think a lot of us fall into that trap of having to match, roll per roll. But no need.
Wow.
Ooh, but dog. We thought we were done with him, but no, he comes back.
Aran's never done.
He's never done.
So there it is. It comes out, the Badang, which again, 9 out of 10 times, and I believe 99% should go into the hands of Aran. And the Moskov. So now Onyx PH has the onus of, I guess, thinking of a solution. Harith is out. What do you just supplement here?
I mean, Eve is still available.
Yeah.
High
prio pick.
I would like to see them get the Eve.
Fine. Gatot comes on through. All right, you called it. And Eve as well. Again, all the high priority picks that we've been going through the Snapdragon Pro Series getting picked up. High caught commodities and finally the Suyo at the very end. What do you think about the first three here? Because personally for me, I like the Badang as a potential answer to the Joy as well as being a flex pick, but Onyx PH's mid trio is looking mighty solid as a foundation.
Yeah, if I'm Onyx, you take away the Valentina from Aaron Shiki. Excuse me, from Yehezkiel already. And up to them if they're still also going to commit the ban on a Farsa or just give it because they have the right tools for it anyway. Because if I'm Onyx PH, again, you're looking to the fact that Super Friends was shut down by Team Liquid ID in the last time they saw each other. So they should remove picks that they can easily access the back line. What if they're thinking this Badang could go? This is 100%.
No. No, don't tell me.
They're locking out Witty. The show's left out though.
I mean, no, the fact that they're getting rid of CC, I really hope to God Aran doesn't think, maybe it's my time to play Mr. Stinker.
Yep, Uranus and then put the Badang into Wheaty's hands. That sounds like bending over backwards.
It could be brutal, but then again, we are still missing a mid-lane pick anyway. Well, we'll see whether or not Onyx PH is going to respect letting that Valentina through in the first place, or we might even see some other stuff. But the fact that Tigreal is gone is one less thing for King Kong to worry about.
If ever Jawhead and Valentina are available for Liquid ID, they can go for that. They can go Jawhead Roam, XP Badang. It's unorthodox. They're going to be up against some really tanky heroes, but I like the Jawhead Suyo combo. Big a fan of it. And the Valentina can steal away the ultimate of the Eve, and maybe that's what they're thinking of.
There it is, the Jawhead Suyo, ultra fast, wave clear, can confirm 2 buffs in under a minute.
Yeah.
What does Onyx PH answer with? Still no hero for Kelra and no hero for Kirk.
I do like the bans coming out from Onyx PH, right? They understand their own playbook. They understand how the opposing team would like to operate as well, especially when you have to deal with Witty the Wise, right? Which begs the question whether or not, I would have suspected maybe he wanted to go for Chip, but I think Jawhead, as you mentioned, Renmar, is a really good option as Onyx looking to close out this draft. Let's see the full composition here. Ranger gets locked in, Glue gets locked in.
The last time Onyx PH picked up a Glue, they ran through RRQ.
Wait, they can just go farm this here, can't they?
Yep.
But then it doesn't do as well into the Eve.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Very interesting.
So it's really a choice for you, Hezkiel, Farsa, Valen, maybe Aurora, but I'd like them to really consider the Farsa. It's not going to be the easiest game, but you can pull it off. We've seen it multiple times.
They need more burst.
And they need more burst. They already have strong physical burst. They need magic burst.
They cornered the Ghost.
Oh,
what's
boy.
he has skill to do? Coach St. DeLucas and Facehugger have something to think about.
Oh, wow, they actually went for it.
Living up to the name. Let's see here. The final 5 seconds.
Literal ghost.
The literal ghost of Jakarta. I mean, we're forcing this moniker on it, but it's so funny because every single time, it's a very out-of-body experience seeing Yehezkiel really pop off on this pick. But what do you boys think about it? Because right now, Team Liquid, I think that they have some interesting solutions to what we're used to in terms of traditional problems.
Yeah, Team Liquid ID accepted that, you know what? You don't need reach. We will fight you head on, and we will pick the pick that will counter the biggest problem for us, which is the glue. So I'm all for this Faramis pickup, although something about the Onyx PH lineup just shows to me it's very solid. It should be good for them right now.
Yep, with that being said, our very first best of 5 begins here today at the Snapdragon Pro Series. Of course, Leo and Renmar will be guiding you through the game. Please take it away.
This won't be a sprint, it'll be a marathon, baby. It's Renmar and Leo, 2/3 of the We Bear Bros on the desk couch, I guess. I'm just so excited to see if Onyx PH finally got to adjust because, again, as we pointed it out, Team Liquid ID are a different Team Liquid ID. This is something Onyx PH hasn't faced in a very long time.
They are men possessed, playing the cleanest and the best they ever have in their whole career, looking to finally get one over Onyx PH, their faded rivals where it matters. The action starts in mid. Yehezkiel down to 1/10 of his health. Super Prince looking to finish the job, just not have enough kit to do so.
They know that the Faramis could be problematic, so they're doing what they can to push an early advantage against it. They read that Widdy would be in the purple buff, leashing for Favian.
So far, so good. Team Liquid making the most of that early explosive kit, blasting camps, blasting buffs, And that does lead King Kong crossing over early. Check out that mini-map up top. Yazgiel stay in here. He needs those stacks.
Yeah, needs the stacks, plus he understands that they should be fine. Aran, though. Whoa, okay, Kirk under his own turret will be safe. So I'm looking at how aggressive Aran will continue to be potentially up against this glue. Because again, that's like the biggest problem for Team Liquid ID that they need to deal with in the team fights alongside Super Princess Eve.
Yeah, Aran can do good to just tenderize Kirk early.
Yeah.
It seems to be a battle of skill once thrown out, you know what I mean? Just make sure they hit. But for Kirk, he has to actually touch the glueling to get the heal up like that. And now he's down to what? 2 HP. In comes Brusco to the rescue. That's kind of sad, you know. 2 meat slabs protecting each other.
Yeah, and even Aran acknowledging just how important the little glue that he left on the floor is so important for Kirk. He uses knockback just to make sure he wouldn't be able to get that interaction off, and because of that, Team Liquid ID look like they're going to be happy with his first turtle. Bruce goes in.
Oh dear God, forcing an early revitalize. Fabian scores 1. Real manipulation set in by Super Prince, pushing Fabian out. A crash in by Kirk. Drawing first blood. Witty the Wise falls.
And now Onyx PH continue their entry into the jungle of Team Liquid ID. They know that they can afford to be aggressive because, again, they have the glue.
And so far, this seems to be a feint because the orange buff isn't what King Kong wants. The beast wanted the purple, and he getted the purple.
He made Team Liquid ID look here, and then turns out they have no more buff over there. What a play by Onyx PH. You know, I actually didn't see that. I was so focused into the orange buff.
That's the prestige.
Making Onyx magic right now early on here, but nothing too crazy happening. Just Onyx PH signature macro. They 4 sequences in one part of the map while they steal resources from the other.
Misdirection. First, the first blood, then the turtle feign, and then the distraction at the orange. Amazing work by Onyx. This does give them a 200, 300 gold lead, but it's going to take a lot more than that to stop Team Liquid ID from barreling on forward again. That's a lost cause, I think. It's clear that Aran is winning XP lane. How about gold, though? What's that like? Because we know that the Granger isn't as strong anymore.
Yeah, so far it's quite balanced. No clear winner in the gold lane. Oh, Kirk already commits a grab.
Got the stacks on Fabian. Flav squished between 4 members of Onyx.
They read the rotation of Fabian correctly, and yeah, after a Fabian invade countered by Onyx, it's King Kong going XP with an ultimate, not gonna get anything, but he pushes back the EXP laner. It's looking a little bit more familiar.
Could have sworn that was an off-timing split, like a panic split, right?
Yeah.
But Kirk counted, and he saw that Fabian had stacks on him to get the jump, got the grab, and killed him.
He had the help. Aran in trouble. I think Team Liquid ID. Yeah, they don't have to worry about losing their EXP laner. The turtle is up. I think Fabian's rotations are still getting quite checked by Super Friends and Onyx PH.
He's just on the way. Super Friends and Brusco able to get in the way. Witty gets that ejector in. Turtle down to a third of its health. Oh, there's the ult, the electrifying beats, and the Nether Realm early on. And the answer back, the ult from Super Friends going home. SOD, Fabian falls, forcing Yazgiel to flicker away.
Oh!
1v1 kill by Kelra off camera. Yazgiel down to about 2 HP. And Onyx PH, massive wins! Super Friends finishes the job!
And this is a little bit more familiar for the matchup we've seen, their rivalry that they've had in the past few months. It's Onyx PH dominating in the early game, 5-0. Going back into their previous interviews, Kirk and Onyx PH admitted that communications and overheating were their problem in their loss against Team Liquid ID. It seems like now they've learned, and it's back to what they're used to.
They are cool as a cooler. Witty now gets popped by Super Friends. Void Crystal from out of nowhere, and that will be converted into a turret push. Look at that. Keller just waiting for the perfect moment. 6-0, Onyx up 4K.
We haven't seen Team Liquid Indonesia shut down like this. The closest you could say could potentially be the Game 2 yesterday against Onyx Indonesia, but that wasn't a shutdown. That was still quite level, still close enough. But
within 2K?
Yeah, within 2K, but almost 6 minutes in, 4.5, no kills just yet, and it's their signature Jawhead Suyo combo, man.
This is the Super Fam saying, you get nothing, sir. Quite literally, across the map, across the board for kills. All that they had to concede was that one turtle, the first turtle. And so far, Onyx PH are just pushing forward. Look at this early swap.
Whoa.
The RWM sent in by Super Prince, forcing an early Netherrealm. Team Liquid out of here.
They chose to play the Faramis as the answer to Glue against the counter to the Faramis, which is the Eve. And it's not working out for them in the center of the map. Fabian in dangerous position.
The grab. Looking to finish the job.
Oh.
AOG just to make sure everybody's in here. Look at me, says Brusco. Double kill for the Monster Mage.
And that's a harsh reminder for Team Liquid ID that they're facing off against, well, their nightmare for the longest time before they finally got their revenge. And it seems like whatever Onyx needed to fix after their loss against Team Liquid, they fixed it. Kirk again on this Glue. He's now the one checking Fabian, and Fabian has been checked for almost 7 minutes now.
Fabian can't even cross the river, let alone get his buffs in peace. About 7 minutes in, and Onyx PH have secured the final turtle. And folks, 8 kills in for Onyx. 4 of them scored by the Monster Mage. He's straight up the Sorcerer Supreme right now. Fabian dashing on through Brusco, taunts him, takes him down, serves up a kill to Kirk, and now Widdy in the crosshairs, taken down by the Savage AOG!
And Team Liquid ID are forced back Netherrealm under the real world manipulation. They are trapped. It's a double kill for Kelra.
Triple for Onyx PH, the hat trick concluding in a tier 2 push down bottom. All this while, top lane Holy Shields get popped after a chubby wave from King Kong gets escorted in.
Everyone knows Filipino food's got too much sugar, but Onyx PH, too sweet for Flava Fave 04.
Jeez. Onyx PH approaching the 10k gold lead under 8 minutes in. This is unprecedented control, dominance by the Super Fam. King Kong, kiting three!
And Kirk gets tossed, but Widdy gets taken down!
Kirk flickering through, takes too many turret hits, gets blasted by Yehezkiel. The Ghost finally takes one for his team on the board, his Team Liquid, but they lose all their Holy Shields in the process.
They are trying to hold on as they may, but the lead and the pokes too much. The pokes of Super Fizz and Kelra!
RWM starting up the siege. A couple of minions still standing. Can Team Liquid ID cross the threshold? They'll have to concede this major objective. Penetrated up top.
0-4-0 for the Suyo that has been undefeated and the second best hero of Fabian so far in the Challenge Finals. Nay, his best hero in the Challenge Finals. And it's 10,000 and climbing. And it's only 2 items on this Glue. Only an Anti-Cuirass and Radiant Armor. It feels like he's had more, but it's just solely because there's no damage whatsoever on the side of Team Liquid.
This is some Twilight Zone Bizarro World type of situation. I feel like watching Fabian on this hero, it feels like it's a different player. Onyx PH have taken away the TLID from TLID. They take this Lord for free, and there's nothing Liquid is doing to punish them. There's nothing they can do.
They could just watch, they can try, and Kirk is handling Aaron Shiki without a problem. Grab!
And here comes Kelra to punish Aaron Shiki for crossing the river too far. What was he gonna do? SOD to someone next to him?
Nothing at this point, and they could just watch AOG entry.
Coming in, blocking Widdy out, and forcing Yehezkiel to hit the Netherrealm. The RWM coming through. They take Widdy anyways. The rest of Liquid ID are able to back off. There's a wave coming through top, and they will do their best to clear it, and they're still alive, but just for how much longer? Aaron gets popped.
This could be it. Onyx Philippines, it looks really good for them. Minions crashing in, plus the Lord 2-2 down inside of ID.
Mid and bottom have already crashed in waves, pushing in slowly. Fabian doing his darndest. Kelra is godlike, and the minions are crashing in. The bodies are falling, and game 1 has ended.
The worst loss and the only loss so far of Team Liquid ID in the Challenge Finals. A harsh reminder, yet again, of who they are up against.
Cleanest victory we've seen from Onyx PH, and one that really sends a statement that makes your spine shiver just a little. The world champions making sure that it is known that they are the ones who wear the crown. GG, well played, but this is only our very first game in a very long series to come. Boys, walk me through this, because when we're looking at the post-game stats, the fact that TLID was able to get one is because, oh, thank God we got, some CC against Glue.
Onyx got angry. They straight up got angry. Like, they did not want to let what happened in the group stage happen again. And who they're facing, I don't know if... All right, here's a real question, all right? Is this OP on a next level, or did TLID need to warm up?
Well, I do think that OP, in terms of the drafting, I feel is kind of next level. They put them in a really good position. Well, TLID in an awkward position, but put themselves in an amazing position. They get Yves, one of the best picks coming into the SPS, but also they say, hey, we're going to throw out Glue as our final pick. If, by any chance, you want to, I don't know, be a little spicy with it, picking your mage as a, the Ghost of Jakarta himself, unfortunately, that's not going to go well into the Yves. And if you decide to deal with the Yves, guess what? Nobody can really deal with the Glue.
Yeah, one thing we might see change is if that was a reminder for TLID, who they're up against, that's a reminder for us as to maybe that's why Badang disappeared from the Challenge Finals. I mean, I could be overreacting. That could just be one game, but the trade they had was insane. Moscow Badang, but they gave up Gatot Kacha Eve.
Yeah, fundamentally on a laning phase, you are winning, right?
Yes.
You're pushing back the Glue, pow! You got a 50-50 in the gold lane, Moskov and Granger. When it comes to team fights, you can blast the Glue. But here's the thing, Onyx Page never let it get to those points.
Oh,
They hunkered down for the first 2 minutes, sure. Kirk was struggling, and I guess, Kelra did Kelra things. And then eventually it was just too late.
Yeah, along with that, you also really have to appreciate what Super Prince and Brusco did in terms of reading Fabian's invades better. There were two key invades early on that they were able to shut down. If it wasn't Super Prince or Brusco, you saw Kirk willing to lose lane just to show, hey, Fabian's here, get someone on this guy ASAP.
And I think that's a very important distinction, because I think Kirk and Aran know that it's sort of a dead lane. Nothing's really going to happen here, but you don't want to lose too much EXP at the end of the day. And I think because of those big blocks onto Fabian's side, it really allows people like King Kong to kind of do what he wants to do.
I've played many a game as a Suyo like this Suyo. It's miserable when you're trying to invade or you're trying to find farm and you just can't. There's nothing for you to do, because as a Suyo, you need your core items. And Fabian barely touched the Hunter Strike War Axe combo. You need that third item to really push it over to the top. But here he was just caught out way too often, and there was too much Onyx Pages putting in his way to make a difference.
Now, part of me here is thinking that because of how the very first trade in the mid lane went, it sort of closed off a few aggressive possibilities. I understand that the Jawhead Suyo are paired together because the Jawhead can leash, and it's a quick, as you mentioned, 2 buffs in under how many seconds?
A minute.
In under a minute.
He can do that.
He can do that with that combo.
But they didn't.
No, they did. That's the thing. They sacrificed Yehezkiel's control in the mid lane. He was blasted early on, and that's why he was just standing there watching the Eve and the Gatot Kacha get aggro and priority in the center.
Yeah, they went orange first together and then purple.
Yeah.
That's why when I'm looking at Super Prince's emblems here, really great options. The fact that he has not only Wilderness Blessing, but some extra penetration, making hey, you start Void Blast, what are you gonna do? Walk up, bam, every single time. You just poke him out of the lane, and since you have Gatot, your priority isn't just, hey, I need to just hard focus on the wave. No, Gatot helps you out with that. Speeds that process up, and then you just have more control. The wings of Onyx made sure that the river was a very dangerous place for Team Liquid to be.
The playstyle Onyx put on display here just shows how important zoning is. They have range, yes, but before even Kelra came online, they were just picking fights where Team Liquid couldn't even run towards.
It's tough. It's really, really tough, and I think the game setter here was once Kelra was able to kind of group up with the rest of the team, right? As the convoy of 4 conquered the top side of the map, and Kelra finally got unlocked from that T1 down bot, then you just can't run away anymore. The Death Sonata clips you, and then the rest is history.
Yeah, that was a low-key major condition. The fact that Kelra was able to get that solo kill onto Aaron Shiki.
Oh, yeah.
That solidified the win early on for Onyx PH. With what you mentioned, Onyx PH secured top side. It was up to Kelra to get bottom side alone. He got that, and then Onyx PH just ran rampant.
Yeah, here's that 1 kill on Kirk. I mean, they threw everything at him. but just the same.
Kirk threw himself at them also.
Yeah, he was willing to do that.
Yeah.
And then he could have done this. I don't. Kelra just helped finish the job faster.
Yeah.
But I think Kirk would have done it anyways.
Yeah, pretty much. At the end of the day, I think that Team Liquid are going to have to relook at the way that they're going to be drafting in this case. If they have to
Yeah.
make sacrifices, they need to make definitive decisions because unfortunately, this comp is like, I want to play early. If we don't get early, then nothing's going to happen. And unfortunately, they beat us at the early game despite our composition, and we're done.
Yeah. Well, I think they gotta go back to getting a much better pick for Yehezkiel. Again, we were considering the Farsa as the last pick there because of just how good it helped control the center of the map, and you needed that control. A part of me thinks they overthought the glue a little bit.
Maybe, but it could be one of those when you're looking at the Badang as that flex pick, maybe it's just not as good, especially when you're thinking about that combo with Gatotten as well as Yeef. Actually, technically, Yeef with Badang doesn't sound too bad either, but you probably want wider AoE in those cases. It's
Yeah.
tough to say. It's really, really tough to say.
I think it's also difficult that they gave Joy as the very first pick, and I
Of
think that
course.
was already them accepting, yeah, we're not gonna Eve here. We have a different plan. Maybe this was premeditated?
Premeditated.
Premeditated, thank you. They thought about this. They wanted to get the Faramis in the end. I think they were expecting the glue, but it just didn't turn out.
With that being said, what we did premeditate is that you guys deserve to have some codes. It's starting to get late here today, and to keep you guys excited for the first 450 players only, you are going to get some codes. You don't know when it's going to pop up. It might show up now. Whoa! At any point, it could turn for the TZ55 Arzul. Claim your advanced tournament chests now.
That's my line.
Hey, man, I had to take. I mean, we're one and the same.
I'll allow it.
We're one.
I didn't get the memo.
We are Pinkman.
We are Pinkman.
I was close.
In
Yeah.
In all and everything, we're gonna go on a short break, and when we come back, we're gonna jump straight into game number 2 here at Snapdragon Pro Series. We'll see you then.
The journey to greatness starts here. From the 11th to 13th of April, the race reaches its peak at the Tennis Indoor Senayan. Tickets are live. Be part of the climb and secure your spot now. Be part of the journey. Witness the rise to the top.
I was born for this moment. I was born for this moment. Everybody said I was crazy for believing. Told me to give up, there ain't no shame in me losing, but they're wrong. Oh, but they're wrong. Oh, I came to win 'cause I know it's my time. Giving too much now, I ain't going back. So give me the green light.
The semifinals continue. We're going straight into the draft. Baby Team LID have decided to go on blue side, Onyx PH on the red side. First pick Joy and the follow-up from Onyx PH. Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. Boys, what do you think about the draft so far?
Okay, I like how both are really respecting mages here. I appreciate Onyx PH for not giving the Eve. If they could go the entire series not giving Yehiska the Eve, that's good. Alongside the Jushin, the Loyi also getting checked.
Cut the TLID, who's just like, we don't want Camera to play any more of those marksmen, man. Maybe the Granger, but other than that, no more.
Talking about Granger, it's very much possible, but I don't think Liquid ID will ever let that slip through. The Selena is open, the Granger is open too, because that's a combo that they pulled prior, you know, the arrows into the AOGs. Team Liquid, though, looking to close up their first phase here. There you go, Witty's special, the Matilda, and of course, an Aran special in the Hilda.
Interesting.
DOS Sisters coming up.
Yeah, I think it's a good denial here, especially since Hilda does pretty well into the Suyo, especially when you get control over that side of the map. You just go and beat him up in his own jungle, take his lunch money every once in a while.
I want to see Onyx PH considering actually. I know Gatot Kacha almost always goes to Brusco in the roam.
Yep.
But if they could put in the XP and then bring in something like, I don't know, a Tig to just shake up the Joy a little bit, I'd appreciate that.
I think that would be a bad idea. There's a Matilda, and then you just rock a Purify on where it matters, and you're good. Looks like Onyx Beach have already picked up their gold laner.
Whoa,
folks,
what?
It's a carry. There's two targets, the Hilda and the Matilda, and that's it so far.
Yep.
This might be risky, putting it up this early.
Yeah. I agree with that. But that's why Onyx or PH are very honest with their approach. They're like, straight away, okay, we're going to lock in our marksman. Now you don't get Granger. You don't get to outrange us the way that you want to.
Okay. Getting that carry, I think this part of it feels like a Kelra call. It's like, no, yeah, give me the carry, I can win in lane. Whoever I'm up against, and they're whittling down the options of Aaron Shiki, so it's a little bit more predictable for Kelra's matchup.
Yeah, this allows for them to actually win via 4 and 5 red.
Yeah.
Because they don't have to worry about Kelra anymore. It's a different way of looking at the counter setup, because Kelra is so confident and stable. Now it's up to Team Liquid to punish that.
Secondly, I'm more curious about if, now that we don't have to worry about Kelra, are we a little worried for Super Friends here? Because again, it's going to be one of those picks where he doesn't mind actually responding to TLID.
Okay, so Onyx PH with the Jawhead off the board. Gatot Gacha, pick off. Will they still consider the Cho? Because it hasn't fared well for Onyx PH. It's been kind of cursed.
Neither side can afford the Cho anymore. I am 99.5% sure this is a Gatot Brusco.
No, but it could be a Cho Kirk.
All right, what are the prerequisites to do side lane Cho, right? Do you do it against Hilda? We've seen that.
Yeah, but it gets banned out. So, wow, this time they go Faramis? I mean, the Eve isn't on the board anymore. They softly turn off the... No, wait, no, yeah, the glue pick is turned off because that's already an EXP Hilda.
It's a divey dive.
Yeah, whoa, Onyx PH wants to be dive. Yeah, they don't want range.
Interestingly enough, I feel like this is more of a denial pick coming out from Onyx PH's side, right? Make them feel really uncomfortable with the options that they have at hand.
Yes, because Faramis Matilda is legit a crime against humanity.
You shouldn't be able to find those two in the deck. But Team Liquid ID, more importantly, so the fact that they've also banned out the Cho, it is clear that they know exactly what they want to do here. Now, Matilda is kind of interesting because it enables like a lot of different heroes here. 5 seconds left on the clock.
Alwoya again.
Yeah.
That's the very first time we're seeing Ixia in the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Finals. I don't even know if we saw her all challenge season long, but the last time this hero was actually a hero that mattered was in the hands of the Savage Empress herself, Shinoa, where she won MWI.
This is going to be really, really cool because there are some special interactions. You open up that full barrage, you get to take those guiding winds to reposition yourself. Not to mention that they're doubling down with the Valentina that can steal the AOG if necessary to kind of be that secondary follow-on.
And a second go at it with another realm.
I love it. This is such a great idea. And Onyx PH, they're going to be like, okay, we're going to have the Fulvius. Good luck, though. It is going to be hard.
But yeah, the way the lineup looks like, Team Liquid ID, great wild ideas. You can see the synergy, but it's just harder to pull off compared to what Onyx PH has.
For sure, Onyx PH has the velocity, and they have the mass to go right through Team Liquid ID before Aaron Shiki on the Ixia is even ready for it.
Yeah, I'm not sure even I'm ready for it, but this is going to be one epic game here. We're seeing a couple of new techs, some old synergies that we haven't seen for a while. Mr. Pinkman Leon as well as Mr. Redmond. Renmar, please take us away for game number 2.
Redmond and Pinkman still here. And yeah, the lineup of TLID, it feels like some old shiny new toys, while for Onyx PH, you mentioned velocity. They could definitely bring the heat and the raw smackdown.
Main event Saturday night. It is! Ladies and gentlemen, let's enjoy game number 2, because after this, if Onyx run through Liquid once more, it's gonna be match point. They would have given back what Liquid ID did to them in the groups with interest.
If TLID win with this lineup, it's gonna be pretty cool because, again, it's a difficult lineup to pull off. If Onyx PH win with this, that's a harsh signal for Team Liquid ID to go like, yeah, we can't do crazy stuff like that.
It's high concept, man. Yeah. It's the memento of drafts.
I see, I don't get that because I didn't get memento. Maybe that's why. So, Onyx PH, Shiki losing in lane.
All right, the Starlium passive on the XA is supposed to give you some level of sustainability, but not against a carry, not even at level 2.
Hey. And yeah, again, Onyx PH early on has the obvious advantage in terms of the aggression in the jungle. Kelra forced back though by the Ixia. The regen that the Ixia gets with the last basic attack that she has is it's very deceptive.
Yup, it comes a little bit of CC too, so you compromise the already less than stellar range on a carry. Up top though, there's a bit of action going on here. Kirk trying to kick out the rest of Team Liquid ID. Fabian crossing the threshold a little too deep. Where's this Joy going? She's not ready for it! She's not ready for it! First blood drawn by the beast!
A little bit too deep, and again, similar to game number 1, Kirk has been checking the invades of Fabian.
Aran! Where's he going? That's 3 members of Onyx PH looking to corner Aran here. Luckily, that passive able to keep him up. Mid lane though, the Ghost and the Monster going mano-y-mano.
Now on Onyx PH still continuing their dominance from game number 1. Again, high concept, TLID, they've accepted they cannot steal this turtle away early on.
Down bottom though, Shiki and Kelra, the Savage and the Untouchable one! The Filipino Savage gets it.
Kelra was closer to 4, yet Aaron Shiki decided to take the duel. And it feels like our theory about this third pick carry on the red side was correct. Kelra just said, no, yeah, whatever they pick, I can win in lane.
Nah, I'd win. Onyx PH now invading, forcing King Kong to get back and go under the ground 6 feet. And the first punish all series long by Team Liquid ID.
Now that was a good read by Team Liquid ID. Fabian's rotations were getting red, his invade since game number 1. Now they doubled back on the gas pedal and punish a King Kong invade. Onyx PH now has to accept and adjust to that.
So far, Aran comfortable this deep behind enemy lines. And now
really.
Aran about to get popped here. Just one more sever. Gets it. Yes, kill. Fails to save him with another realm. And now Kirk looking to punish. Here comes the Circling Eagle. Knocking up Super Prince with another realm of his own. And Brusco taunting them back. Both teams decide to disperse.
I cannot tell why Aran went in that deep. He knew the Suyo was down, meaning that there was a chance for the Suyo from respawn would have run to the XP lane to help out Kirk. Maybe he was just banking on the idea that King Kong would go to this purple buff instead, but that was the wrong cut at the wrong time.
Yeah, reverse psychology, conditioning, studied behavior. Onyx PH can evolve on the go too, just like Team Liquid ID did in the early days of the Challenge Finals. Small camp stolen away here by the Beast. And luckily, Kelra rotated out of the gold lane. You see how much Team Liquid ID were sending dudes down bottom?
Yeah. And I like this adjustment by Team Liquid ID. They knew they needed to have the Aaron Shiki get his farm. And he got a bit of it in the mid. And they used the guiding wind so that he can get back into lane quicker.
Yep, the equivalent of a double lane, as much as you could with an immobile marksman in Ixia. Turtle scramble though going on up top. Look at this from behind. Aran getting so much on him. The jump by Kirk. And the Super Frizz looking for a pull. Yezkiel yet to steal a big ticket. Oh, they're taking their time.
Okay, still contestable for Team Liquid ID. Aran, though, could be the first blood in this battle, but it could be Yezkiel too.
He does grab the Nether Realm. Can he stay within range? Circling Eagle about to be spent in here by Witty. The knock-up, the steal, the failure. The fumble, King Kong secures the turtle, Netherrealm of Super Prince's own, an AOG coming in, no one home. Favian looking to run away. Can Onyx PH finish the job? Super Prince with a rogue blast taken down, a Flavor Fave.
Ghost Bursters just able to land on the Favian Joy. And now TLID, they're still losing the early portions of this game. Even with the good adjustments, the good responses, the fact that Onyx PH has shut down the two people they said were the biggest problems, Favian and Aran, it seems like their opinion of the team is right. Without those two popping off, they're having such a hard time in the objectives.
And I hate to say it, Ranmar, as a fan of the one and only, the Aaron Shiki, the untouchable one, Game 1 and Game 2 haven't been looking good for the handsome devil in gold lane for Team Liquid ID. So I don't know how he's going to redeem himself, or whether it's going to be coming through Witty babysitting him, or the other lanes winning so that there's time and space for him to get farm. But right now, this Ixia pick ain't looking like it's it.
Yeah, the high concept approach that Team Liquid ID wanted to go for, not working out for them. Look at Kirk behind the second turret up top. He is zoning out Favian from his own jungle. He is checking the jungler of Team Liquid ID. Again, the themes from Game 1 as to why Onyx PH won, they're just continuing it now in this game number 2. This time, it's a much easier route again because it's the easier lineup to pull off.
Call it an economic depression in the land of Dawn. Onyx PH are choking Team Liquid ID out of economy. And looking at the gold so far, yeah, I'd reckon there's at least a little bit between every single lane.
The stock market has crashed in their side of the Monyan Empire, and Onyx PH are just, they're cashing in on everything they have. The IOUs, crypto, in-game, and it's just going so well. Where else can Team Liquid ID find a win at this point? I'm trying to find an opening, and it seems like it's from a punish, but Super Frizz, his Ghost Bursters alone is sending back 2-3 members of Team Liquid ID.
It's the perfect tool to disperse desperate members to try and just clump up. Oh, here's a full barrage letting in quite a bit of kit just to make sure that Onyx don't crash into that tier 1. Kirk goes down. Netherrealm already popped in. Onyx PH might be punished here as deep as they are. Kelra blasting away. Aran very low. Yezkiel 2. A lot of damage coming in from the pinwheels. Down goes one. Kelra gets it.
And Kelra's going forward. He wants Witty, but Witty able to survive with a little bit of shields. But he finally falls down. Double kill for Kelra. They spent so much for just a little bit of wins. I don't think they even got killed.
They're not done yet. Favian holding on for dear life. Could have sworn King Kong's charge surge had a magnet on him. Because you saw how he traced down Favian. It was beautiful.
Onyx PH, that was, okay, honestly, that was a pretty cool start for Team Liquid ID. Aaron Shiki brought up the ultimate, he read the AOG, he flickered off to the side avoiding it, put Kirk in a dangerous situation, and that's where we thought, okay, yeah, this could be punished. But then Super Frizz coming into the clutch, and it seems like Team Liquid ID didn't realize that, oh, wait, we're spending so much, and King Kong isn't even here yet.
Yep, and then he came in. I think the fight ended because Kelra killed 2. And that was already a clear signal for Team Liquid ID to just get out of there. And that's how they found Favian. And now the onslaught continues. Onyx PH ravaging through lane after lane. Even the small camps that King Kong and Super Prince and Kelra and Brusco can find, denying Favian. What's the goal difference right now between King Kong and Favian? Dear Lord, Brandmine 2000.
Oh, yeah, they don't have to worry about this Joy as much. Hasn't even built the Holy Crystal yet. It's just a Starlium Scythe. So even if Fabian is able to get a good electrifying beat, it's not going to instantly blow up Kelra or Super Prince. They can afford a little bit of breathing room. Brusco gets a taunt Fabian. Oh, but he still gets his purple buff, so he's still able to win that red.
They're holding on. Super Prince with a pull, and the answer back, Witty.
Why?
Pushing them away. He spent the circling eagle, and at least they stay alive. All this while the Lord was being worked on by Kelra, down to about half health.
I think Onyx PH decided not to fully commit onto Widdy because they could have instantly punished him, committing the circling eagle and putting himself in a really dangerous scenario. But I think Widdy also thought that, okay, I could afford this because I don't think Onyx PH will go forward because their objective was the Lord, which they got without a problem.
So it shows you how high Team Liquid ID's IQ is as well, even from
Yes.
a losing position. They know what the opponents might be doing, what they might be trying to get the most out of, what the advantage could lead to. And right now, Onyx PH is just doing the correct thing after a Lord take. The push in. The inhibitor might just fall now.
Oh, Super Prince's damage is nasty, Oos. Team Liquid ID can just watch. They're getting yeeted back into base. Yeet. Onyx PH. Part of me thinks they can actually end it with the next push. They don't have the damages yet. No Holy Crystal for the Joy. Aeronchiki does have 3 items, but the third was Sky Piercer.
I mean, if you're up 8k, and if you can compromise Shiki, compromise the head skill, he does have the Netherrealm right now. Mid lane, Holy Shield popped already. There's still a tier 2 down bottom. Team Liquid ID has to play this very specifically. AOG!
Brusco decides to commit it. The Lord's still marching in. Fabian Witty. They're all blasted. The ultimate from Aeronchiki. But Kelra got the sidestep and then he's focusing. And they're focusing on the base. They want to end it. This is an angry Onyx.
The fade away, full barrage, punished hard. The base has fallen. Match point for the Super Fam. This is Onyx PH unlike we've never seen before. Where was the early days Challenge Finals Liquid?
Liquid went into this showing that they've learned and grown. Onyx PH went into this specific series and they've shown that they've learned, grown, and ready to own.
Boys, this is starting to look like a massacre here, a slaughter. Onyx are looking unbeatable right now because even for TLID, every mistake has been exploited throughout this game, and even when technically per auto you would expect the out-sustain coming in from Ixia against the carry, Kelra showed him 2 times in lane who's the boss.
Shiki's been making questionable choices, man.
His decision to go up against Kelra when Kelra was so close to hitting level 4 or already level 4 and he was just barely scraping level 3's progress into the level 4. Why? What's happening? Is TLID now? Are they overheated? Are they too hyped with going up against Onyx PH again?
Maybe they're just blunt. They haven't been sharpened enough at this point. They're coming in. I mean, even for Fabian, he was like caught out in some pretty awkward spots. To be fair, in his defense, in those scenarios, OP kind of pushed him into that corner.
Yeah.
For Aeronchiki, those mistakes, it's hard to defend them.
There is no outside factors forcing Shiki to make those choices. I understand what you're saying. Like, Fabian, again, same as game 1. You block him out of farm. You take him out of his usual routes. He has to take, the scenic way. You're about to get mugged, right?
Yeah.
And he got mugged again. 0, 4, and 2. Nothing on the board for the Usurper. And you understand how they lost that half of the map. But down bottom is really where we can't skirt the fact that that was down to Shiki, that was down to Weedy.
Yeah. Aeronchiki's greatest enemy in this series isn't Kelra, it's Aeronchiki.
It's himself. He's looking to the mirror.
Never mind. I don't want to.
Don't worry. We'll save it for game 3. We'll save it for
game
game 3 if it does happen again.
You
Because
get it.
even for Iran, right? There are moments where he's cutting just the weirdest of times. Why take that 50-50 knowing that both buffs are going to be up, and at any moment going up to orange is by far the most dangerous, especially when you're cutting between tier 1s and tier 2s.
Yeah.
Even so, his pathing again, it feels like TLID are a little disconnected. That's why I said a little blunt.
You know what's more questionable is in their first outing under the new patch yesterday, they look like gods. Like the patch was not gonna bother them at all. Now it's like it's not even the same game we're playing.
maybe it could be. Oh no, but they did play in front of a crowd the other day. I don't know.
Like the pressure?
I think we got to accept Onyx PH are just beating them at this point.
They really are
Because that's real.
Yeah, because the gold graph and EXP graph both show that it was just a steady decline. And honestly, it's getting closer and closer to one of the shortest games we've seen, just a minute off.
The Monster Mage has been, again, a monster this entire series. The Eve was perfect. This Faramis, perfect again. I think I really like how Onyx PH finally decided to check and realize that, okay, despite Aran and Fabian being the biggest problems, they're not problems for us in the draft. We can answer them with good rotations and being able to block what they want to do in the Land of Dawn. But in the draft, it's his skill that they had to focus on.
Which is just logic. Again, you have a hero pool that's both as deep as almost 10 plus heroes, and a hero pool as shallow as 2 or 3, but a strong 2 or 3. You can't fight that, so just fight him on the game.
I think that'll probably be the best bet as well. We might have the player cam of just the player cam throughout that match. He is just unfazed by everything, and once they were already at the crystal, it was basically done and dusted for. I was really hoping this Ixia was going to show us something different, but after 2 solo kills, it was not going to be able to scale in time. You can see that all the boys happy here from the side of OP as they bring it 2-0 so far, now at match point.
Again, this is a best of 5, so part of me is feeling that maybe a few people in the comment section didn't get the memo and are celebrating already. It's like, yeah, they go to the grand finals now. There's one more win that Onyx PH needs to get.
Best of 5s. That's just the way it is, man. That's just the way it is. However, we need something from TLID. Give us something to bite on. Give us something for us to defend you with, because right now the outclass seems to be very much too real for OP.
All right, here's the thing. This is the first time they've actually stumbled, right? They've suffered their first loss in all of the challenge finals back-to-back in this series alone. So right now is where it has to come to a stop. Because if they get swept, you question everything that's happened from this point back.
Yeah, the harsh reality of competition. It's, even though you cannot take away from Team Liquid ID what they did leading to the series, the community are going to be thinking, well, what if?
The internet is the internet.
The internet is the internet, you know?
Yeah. It's gonna be harsh judgments here. Very harsh judgments. But with that being said, they might still be hope. Currently OP at match point. This could definitely change, or it just could be a sweep. Hard to tell, but we're gonna go on a short break, and when we come back, we will get an answer to that very simple question here at the SPS.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
The journey to greatness starts here. From the 11th to 13th of April, the race reaches its peak at the Tennis Indoor Senayan. Tickets are live. Be part of the climb and secure your spot now. Be part of the journey. Witness the rise to the top.
When I'm with you, my world is golden, so golden.
The next round has already begun. This best of 5 is still underway, currently with Onyx PH sitting on top with 2 points. Match point. And TLID have not been giving us too much, which is quite the surprise coming into this matchup. Now let's compare the players here with Yehezkill up against Super Friends, because man, the performance coming out of Super Friends has been exceptional.
Monster Mage, simple as that. Drafts specifically to make sure that Yehezkill's going into an uncomfortable spot with his picks. Game 1, it was a Faramis that was countered by the Eve. Game number 2, it was a Valentina that, yes, could steal the Faramis ultimate, but leaves the Valentina in a dangerous position, getting caught out by all the divers that Onyx PH has. And I think we're also reminded as to why Valentina fell out of priority in SPS.
The Ghost, on the other hand, excels when he goes under the radar, when you least expect for him to be an impact player, and that's what he's done while they were running through everybody in the group stage of the Challenge Finals. But here, it seems like Onyx PH are putting him on blast. It's saying, pick this right now or else. Same what we did with Faramis, right? We have the glue. If you can't blast them, it's over. They picked the Faramis game too. Pick the Valentina or else you don't have a NetherRealm of your own. And by exposing Yehezkill like this, he can't do ghost things, man.
Yeah, they're putting him in front of the black lights, and I think that's the big problem here. He needs to be, you know, under the cover like you mentioned. But now coming into this next game, it's going to be Onyx PH on the blue side up against TLID on red side.
Ooh.
I mean, I get it. She's not wrong.
She's not wrong. I don't know.
His jungling is set up. Yeah. He's going to get his hands on a Suyo. All right. Joy got banned out. So now we see a change in the flow here. Does Team Liquid ID secure the Gatot? They go Gatot Eve. Oh, dear Lord, Gatot Eve.
Yeah. They can go Gatot, Eve, and then Alpha or Haya third pick, and then Onyx can pick up Jawhead, Moskov.
That honestly, that sounds like a pretty good like pathing, and for especially for TLID if they want to go down that route. I don't think Onyx PH are going to use like an alpha flex if they really want to deny.
Great call by Leo, man.
I mean, it's open. That's the right call.
Among the planes exists
Okay, that's the Eve. Check. That's one. Plus Gathon. Double check here for the Pinkman.
Jawhead Moskov?
Yeah. So Jawhead Moskov here. Just to open up the map.
Well, to be fair, they don't... Ooh. I agree with the Jawhead. I think that the Moskov is comparable to even carry to a certain degree.
Oh, wait.
We forgot.
It's open. Lo Yi.
Yep,
You're
we did not see.
right.
This is the Super Friends pick.
I like this.
I like this a lot. And honestly, I think with Coach Wynot, he's thinking about this game as a prolonged series of rock, paper, scissors. He keeps it simple for his team, but at the same time, he's messing with everybody else. You think it's going to be rock again? No, he changes it up. And,
Talk about a change up. This is a hero we haven't seen in a hot minute.
Yeah.
An aggressive option here with Khalid locked in for the side of Onyx PH as an interesting flex pick too.
This is a Brusco special. This draft that Onyx PH have ended up with in the first half at least is the kind of draft that helped them win the M6 World Championship.
Yeah, and this is where Team Liquid ID needs to check the Cho, because they like going Khalid, Rome, XP, Cho. That's an Onyx PH signature. So if they don't read into that, they're just going to lose the map with having a static mid laner up against a mid laner that can get around everywhere and anywhere.
Oh, interesting. Interesting next pick coming in for the side of TLID here. Could it be a hard read on what they are expecting from Onyx PH?
It feels like a catch-22. It seems like, all right, we know what could happen, so let us block out anything and everything that could happen, and they pick up the CC preemptively.
Let's see if they ban out the Cho, though. If they ban out the Cho, at least then it's like, okay, that option is out, and whatever else that comes on through, CC can still manage it.
Yeah, CC like eats alive. That's what they're hoping for here. It's like those folks who bought crypto early.
Oh no,
hope this works.
Don't worry,
Bitcoin. This is Bitcoin or you know, thousands other that don't make sense.
I put my mortgage on this. Onyx PH at this point.
This might as well be the mortgage. It's match point.
Oh, you're right. You're right. I mean, Irithel's going to be the next ban coming in for the side of TLID. Now they're going straight into the gold lane sector here. And I think this is where it gets really scary because so far Aaron GP, as we have seen, has had a pretty rough time against Kelra with or without. Oh, Nolan ban from Onyx.
This is a switch up.
Yeah, I like this. I was thinking of the Haya, but back of my head, I was thinking Nolan too. And I like how Onyx PH banned it out. I think they can afford to ban out another Fabian pick just so to signal that, all right, you have two choices, Alpha or Haya. It depends on what we ban, if they do ban a jungler.
Why not just go straight to the source? Just get rid of the Alpha and be like, go into Haya, and then we can start looking for that Cho once again. That makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah.
It'd be weird to go like cut around the hedge at this point.
Yeah, just like be blatant with it. but-
Yeah.
Oh.
And it makes the Hilda a non-starter because Hilda in the CC is less than ideal. So they're saying Cho. Like, they're reading into the Cho.
It'll be so funny if Kirk is like, let me show you how to play the stinker now.
Yeah. Oh, what if? What if?
Everybody's been doing it wrong but me.
They forced the Uranus. Lucas is open though.
I think it's fine. Oh, actually, now that they have changed CC, I haven't really thought about the Lucas into the CC matchup. Technically, it should be okay. If not, way more manageable now than it was before.
Yeah, we haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, because then you can just keep on trading, and then unless they take like Vengeance, or if they get Afflicted, you get
They're
guarantee a
doing
battle
it!
spell.
They're doing it, gentlemen! They ban out the Alpine saying, Fabian, usurper, Sigma bro, do it.
They're really doing
This
it.
is the Phantom Tax.
It's gonna be a Haya. It has to be.
Yep.
Unless they just go, you know what? Let's try Lucas jungle.
Or
Lane.
Oh, no! Come on!
What
I
if
was
they
thinking
put?
Fabian.
Yes, but what if they put this into the jungle? King Kong did it earlier.
Oh, no, it can't be right. It'd be
Not
it'd be
now.
wild.
Not now after the nerf.
Yeah, not now after the nerf.
Does that mean Keller stuck with a Claude or a Bruno?
He is stuck.
Beatrix
with,
1-1, still up there.
Yeah, both of them pretty good
Beatrix,
options.
yeah.
I wouldn't want 1-1 though. Maybe Beatrix.
We'll see what this is going to be because Onyx PH inevitably will have to like finish their composition out first, and then we'll see how it goes from there. Oh, Arlo, Arlot. Actually, I still don't know if it's going to be EXP or Rome. Both are actually pretty decent in this case.
Because that's an old combo of Onyx PH. Oh, so he does go Claude. It's the old combo from season 13. Arlot, Rome, Low Yi mid. Alongside a Claude for Kelra. They're throwing it back to when the roamer was a man by the name of Escalera.
So hyper mobile side laners.
Yeah.
Suyo wasn't around then, so this just puts it up another level.
Yeah, it's much faster.
What does Fabian pick though? How does he respond?
I'm not even 100% sure.
They just throw a Ruby in and then say, you know what, Granger jungle.
Granger jungle, and even then, it's still super dangerous because
It
without
is.
Flicker or even Purify, holding on to Retribution is actually a detriment.
It is perilous.
And not to mention even the patch as well. He's gonna have slow clear. So slow.
that's
Feels winnable. What?
That's a good response.
A good response. Hey, don't give spoilers out just yet. It's not like we have a screen on the side or anything.
Could be risky.
Here we go. The picks come through. Frederick. Look, the one other time that it was picked, they won. Okay,
That's
100% win rate for the last time someone has picked this.
That's the Bobby Allianz.
Yeah, the Bobby Leon himself. Ooh, that's a dangerous one. Onyx PH with their composition, they're gonna be quick moving across the map generally, but
Yeah.
with ID, this is so dependent on Yehezkiel and Aeronchi.
Yes.
Everybody else is playing a supporting role.
Yeah. LaFell is looking like he's enjoying himself. He could not hold it.
Yeah.
He broke it. He broke it.
He tried. He tried.
So here's the thing, gentlemen. It's all, you're right, it's all on Yehezkiel because there's a lot of damage that Eves deal out now. What if it doesn't work? What if Yehezkiel doesn't take off and Granger's the only one?
In TLID, we hope and pray that it's going to be enough, especially on a high-stakes match. It's match point between Onyx and TLID. Boys, Mr. Pinkman and Redmond, take us away into this game.
Well, the cavalry of Indonesia are playing with a lineup that isn't synonymous with them. When we think of Fabian, we think of assassins, high impact. We don't think of Fredrin. Let's see how this is gonna fare.
The last time he played Fredrin, Super Frizz stole his ult and taunted all of them.
Oh yeah, he was a Valentina in M6. How is it gonna fare this time for Team Liquid ID? They won't be going up against the Valentina of Super Frizz that could steal the Fredrin taunt, but they are going up against his Lo Yi. Meanwhile, in lane, Arad is making quick work of Kirk's Arlot.
All right, that's a TKO for Team Liquid ID. They get a win, sending Kirk home early. And all this while, they're playing footsies for the Little Wanderer. The Retribution securing the Little Wanderer for Onyx PH.
Out of all the 3 games we've seen so far, this draft is the best chance Team Liquid ID has of getting the first win in this and potentially maybe even pushing it to 5. The Fredrin pickup is so solid, and the Arlot, to me, I really thought this was going to go Roam. It went XP instead, and an EXP Arlot suffers against CC.
Yeah, we're throwing it back to 13 and then a wee bit to 14 and the M6 World Championship. So you have to assume that it's a Brusco Khalid. Talking about the overall picture of this draft, I agree with you. This is a solid approach. I think the keyword for me going into this against Onyx PH is stability. This is a more stable draft compared to 1 and 2.
Yeah, and you have to recognize that what Onyx PH has been doing to Fabian for the entire series so far, they cannot do against a Fredrin.
Nope.
You're not going to invade that Fredrin, and when the Fredrin invades, he should be okay. He should get away to safety. Aran also, you cannot shut down the CC if you're an Arlot single-handedly. You need to help the Arlot against the CC.
Yep. Even with the Lu Yi in Super Friends' hands, which is definitely a power pick, you gave over the Eve. So that's priority over in most team fights.
So Onyx PH might need to play for the long game. Early might be good for Team Liquid ID, but look at Kirk now outplaying Aran, uses the final slash.
Oh! Finds a vengeance. By that, we mean the dash. And he draws first blood. That's a man down. King Kong secures the turtle here. Blazing the wet by Kelra. Brrr, yeah! Helping secure another kill. Weedy falls.
And it's gone also wrong for Onyx, or for Team Liquid ID in a snap. How they... Excuse me to be blunt, but messed that up. That first turtle, that looked good for them up until Aran overheated before the turtle started.
We saw another prestige, Renmar. You saw that, the world's longest BMI. Yeah. See that Kelra got sent back all the way down to the gold lane, barely missed a beat. I didn't expect for him to be part of the fight. I just saw the blazing duet.
Yeah, when he decided to come in, I think that's a signal that he's winning lane considerably so that he can afford to go all the way to the turtle on the upper portion of the map to give Aaron Shiki just a bit of room to farm while he gets a turtle with the team.
It's like partying on a weeknight. I know I might regret this, but let me try anyways.
And it could be worth it for the mems.
And he woke up at 7 a.m. the next day. No headache, nothing at all, and he still is on point for farm. Onyx PH is about 1,000 gold ahead, and Brusco's rotating towards Kelra. Shiki's what? Down like, what, half a XP bar?
Yeah. Good play though by Aaron Shiki. He was still able to get that gold crab despite the block by Brusco using the Death Sonata.
Which makes sense because I think Aaron Shiki's locked in now. He has to be.
Yeah. Doing much better. Aran? Oh, surprise. Again, this is the signature Lo Yi.
Didn't he know there were 2 dudes in the bush?
I think they came out of nowhere with a diversion.
There you go. See, so some things you can't get away from. The fact that Super Prince knows how to use his hero so deceptively well, even if you thought you knew all of the tricks he had up his sleeves, he just pulls something out. It's Sorcerer Supreme.
You have a safer jungle, yes. Initially, I thought Aran would just continue his streak against Kirk, but again, what he did there leading up to that turtle messed up the advantage that he had. And now, you're a much slower rotation because you're a Fredrin jungle. You have to win the next one. Kirk is just beating Aran right now in lane.
Oh, dear God. That could have been a 4v1. And if anything, Kirk wanted that to happen because that would distract the rest of Team Liquid ID. In comes the Gatot Weedy. Finds an AOG. No one home. The turtle still secured by Onyx PH. A very pacifist take at a major objective.
Some baffling micro and macro decisions coming in right now by Team Liquid ID that Onyx PH are capitalizing on. Decisive diversions by Super Friends, and here comes another one going bot.
Bush catches Witty off guard, and the yin-yang effect keeps him where they want him, and they're now moving on to Aaron Shiki.
Kelra under tower, blazing the well in a final slash!
God! They touched him! Aaron Shiki down as early as 5 minutes in. The Granger needs time to farm, the space to make up for that nerf. And now, even his lane ain't safe.
Aran really needed to check this R-Lot, and now Kirk is just running all over the map. 3-0 and 2. How it all went wrong again. Small mistakes that Onyx PH said, all right, do that. We're going to win this. And it's a repeat of game number 1 all over again.
Opportunity costs for Team Liquid ID to make these decisions are just so much more expensive than Onyx PH thinking of what to do. This is mechanics and instinct on a whole nother level for Onyx PH. I guess this is what you call the synergy, the chemistry of the super fam, making their decisions so much more expedited to execute. Look at this, another ultimate from Kirk, the final slash, scaring the rest of Liquid ID from even crossing their own river.
If game number 2, that third pick carry by Kelra was sort of him saying, you know what, just pick whatever you want, I got the matchup. This feels like a Kirk call now. It's like, yeah, no, I'm feeling my R-Lot. And not again!
Oh! The Raging Sandstorm catches him, and the final slash putting him where Onyx PH want him. And they do spend a good amount of skills there.
Yeah.
But it's enough to, you know, put the fear of God into Aran and say, never mind. No, but still, they're not going to take the line down.
Yeah.
They still contest.
Sandstorm won't be back for a while, but the final slash should be.
Weedy down to a third of his health. The massive taunt from Fabian all the way deep in. King Kong does secure the turtle, and the jump in by Weedy pushing back the rest of Onyx PH after the 2 kills scored by Liquid ID. So it's a fair trade. Liquid ID on the board.
Liquid ID fighting back. A little bit of an overheat coming in from Kirk and Brusco, but that was a perfect real-world manipulation laid down by Yehezkiel. Aaron Shiki was in a good spot as well to free hit, got the double. Now Onyx PH needs to be a little bit more careful and start respecting the lineup of Team Liquid ID.
Yehezkiel a step forward towards going ghost. He's about to hit Danny Phantom levels here because they didn't account for that RWM underneath. And now this massive brush jigs up. He threw out a Death Sonata, so there's no deception there. And so far, Team Liquid ID holding strong. This is good formation by Liquid ID, taking what few major wins they can.
Yeah. Already a Malefic Roar for the Granger, so Aaron Shiki's fine. He's built up. So waiting for the DHS on the side of the Claude. Diversion bot side. Interesting choice.
Yep, into that Pixel Brush, but no one from Team Liquid ID to catch.
Okay, I think they were thinking at that point a member of TLID could have been there. But no, purple buff is going to be up for both. Well, both junglers have acknowledged, but no deep invade by Onyx PH.
Yep, about half a minute till the turtles, rather the Lord spawns lower quarter of the map. And this whole time, Kelra making the most of the peace and quiet. Aran sent to take care of the Savage. What's the gold difference like between these two? Kelra at about 6,700. Wow, Shiki up by about 200 gold actually.
Yeah, just like a creep or a minion or two. Widdy, oh, he finds Kirk.
RWM forcing Kirk to flicker on out of there. So that's a major resource spent by Onyx PH. The RWM by Liquid won't be in for the Lord Dance.
Yeah, so the past few experiences that Kirk has been feeling is the norm. Oh, King Kong!
Raging Sandstorm to start it up. Weedy compromise. The final slash forcing the rest of Liquid ID to have an odd formation, and they do call it quits. They back on out of here.
Oh, what a sudden trigger by both of these two teams, but Onyx PH got to recover quicker. The final slash actually was sort of the, all right, now we can't do this anymore. They got repositioned, they got damaged into the Blazing Duet, and it's a good call that Team Liquid ID respected that and decided to back off.
Brusco and Kirk's ults used to make Team Liquid ID think of the engage, and once you've done that, I think that's half the job. The fact that you made them doubt what they're capable of. Now Brusco gets caught out here, down to 10th of his health. And now they're going to start threatening this mid lane tier 1. Friends very low, looking for the taunt. Appraiser's Wrath taking down the Monster Mage.
And Fabian got to take him down. Lord marching up top though. An advantage slightly for Team Liquid ID. Let's see what turrets Onyx PH might be able to get with this one.
Renmar, that was a pick-off of a lifetime. You rarely see Super Prince in a position like that.
Yep.
RWM placing Kelra in position here. Kirk hits the final slash, but it seems like it was his final slash as Brusco falls as well. disengaging with an AOG. Witty happy with the 2 free pickoffs.
And it was a perfect taunt by Fabian as well. Got 2 that secured the victory in that fight in the mid lane under the tower. But they've given up. They wanted to get that Lord. Fabian's in his jungle. They give up their turret in the mid without a problem for Onyx PH. There's a minion wave down bottom. Oh, this could actually be a costly trade for Team Liquid.
The lives of Kirk and Brusco for a turret in mid and in bottom. And it's a rotation that happens fairly quickly, for free, easily for Onyx PH as they retreat to the safety of their tier 1 in mid. This is what you get with a Lu Yi in your lineup.
What? I guess it's been a while since we've seen that big Onyx PH signature trade wherein you lose some but you get a lot more. And since Team Liquid ID spent a lot just to get those 2 kills in the mid, they had nothing to defend within in their own mid lane turret.
Yep, they couldn't even think of, all right, what are we going to do down bottom? We have no ults, gentlemen. Don't do it. All right, then we let him wait. So now, top lane up next on the docket. Kelra gets it. Oh my god! Puts Yehezkiel down to a third of his health with just basics. What is Kelra packing?
That he's just up to Winner Nature. He went
4 items deep.
Yeah, 4 items already. No wonder. Well, Yehezkiel just got a second. Well, a few minutes earlier. Yeah, a minute or 2 earlier with the Magic Lantern. And now Team Liquid ID, yeah, they can... Honestly, they don't need to be super proactive.
Witty gets caught by the Raging Sandstorm. No one home. A final slash for good measure, too. He spent his own Revitalize, so that's everything but the kitchen sink.
Just when I said they don't need to be too proactive, Witty got caught out.
Oh,
and Fabian got his purple buff stolen.
That's Grand Theft Purple. The beast wants his num-nums. And look at Kelra, the positioning here. The taunt on the King Kong. Can he survive this? No, he won't. Despite everything, the Blazing Duet coming in from Kelra. He takes out Yehezkiel, another Appraiser's Wrath. But the Usurper will not survive. Down bottom, take us out. Shiki takes one down, and look at the back. The AOG maybe 2 seconds too late. Kirk gets 2.
But Aaron Shiki, he's stuck, but no, Witty says, you know what? Super Prince, Kelra, Kirk, you guys got a back, or you could risk getting outplayed by 2 when you are 3. Onyx Philippines, Kelra's entry was perfect. Team Liquid ID didn't get to see or check the bush that he entered, hence why Yehezkiel got taken down fast.
So the positioning once more of Onyx PH, their understanding of bush warfare, allowing for them to actually win out in the trade. Well, fortunately for both, actually, their junglers fell, right? King Kong down sooner than Fabian, and that allowed for this Lord to still stand. So we're sitting at about equilibrium. And if you're considering the position that these 2 teams were in prior to that fight, that scramble, that means Onyx PH is still ahead.
Yeah, it's 5,000, so much more in the map, so much more in this zone right here in the Lord. Team Liquid ID, are they going to risk it?
Lord now down to a 1/4 of its health. They can't afford to do this. The diversion set up. They send Kelra down all the way to the bottom lane. And here comes the world's longest BMI. Just a little bit of a pew-pew down bottom to make sure that a chubby wave crashes, giving TLID something to think about. And King Kong secures a Lord. This one is enhanced.
A few basic attacks from Kelra brought Witty down from 100 to around 75% health. That was just like 3 triggers of his basic. And that's how much damage he dealt to the roamer of Team Liquid.
And that is a chunkiest member of the Young Stallions lineup. I would hate to think what he would do to the likes of Aaron Shiki, what he would do to Yehezkiel if ever he found him. Super Prince now building a Bloodwing, so, you know, that 1 kill that happened about 5 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Should be safer now.
A little bit better, again, has Team Liquid ID been in this game compared to the rest of the series, but a little better is not enough to crack what has been just an Onyx PH controlled Game 1, Game 2, and Game number 3.
So far, Onyx PH taking it slow. They want to sink all these waves. Bottom lane has that Lord. Mid has all the members. And top lane had that wave escorted in by King Kong.
Lord going in already. Onyx PH. They cannot overheat here though. The punish for Team Liquid ID is very strong. If they dive way too deep, way too early, they could find themselves in a massive 4 to 5K gold swing.
Good news for the heralds of the new era for both the Philippines and Indonesia.
Final slash.
Here we go! Final slash started up by Kirk. Vengeance started up too. The clapback, Kirk and Brusco down just as quickly, but all of Liquid ID are folding. They're also low. Weedy down. King Kong not done yet. Shiki down to a fourth of his health.
And Aaron Shiki survived the onslaught of Kelra's blazing duet
King
because he
Kong!
created space. King Kong went in. Exactly what we just said. If Onyx PH are too eager, go in at the wrong time, Team Liquid ID's punish is strong.
He surged the wrong way, my friend. And now Team Liquid so quick to punish, pushing tier 1 in mid. Oh, they forgot there's a chubby wave up top. Oh, they might get penetrated there too.
It was a big gold swing diversion by Super Prince. Could he get a big one here?
It's a feint.
It's a feint. They decide not to commit it. It's a little lead for Onyx PH, but again, that's a heat check for them. They now really got to respect what Team Liquid ID brought to the table. Gone are the shenanigans he showed in majority of the game. It's at that point where Team Liquid ID are a strong team fight, and everything, all of the entry of Kirk, Brusco, and Kelra are all the more riskier.
Gotta be more calculated.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with the final slash where it happened. It's just they did not account for the clapback, the firepower that Team Liquid ID are packing right now. Brusco playing footsies with Weedy and the rest of them. I love how Fabian is actually late entering into these fights.
Yeah.
He makes sure that his stacks are up so that he can come in with a taunt, and that all the more scrambles on a PH. It's beautiful how they suddenly stop an almost perfect final slash entry.
Kelra checked Aaron Shiki in that last one, but he just wasn't able to get that last proc of the blazing duet off. Gets knocked off.
Oh, defensive final slash. RWM keeping him in, and that is a free pickoff. Team Liquid ID making a beeline for the Lord. All 5 members here. Yezgil retreating underneath tier 3 in mid. Super Prince relocating himself. That's all of the members
Kelra?
crashing on the Brusco. Kelra blazing duet into 2.
He's stuck.
Forcing the use of Erashiki's Wind of Nature. 2 for 2 so far the trade. Kelra shut down by Fabian.
King Kong and Super Prince still fighting against Fabian and Yehezkiel. 2 members of Onyx PH remain, but Widdy and Fabian were brought so low. It's a soft reset. But again, we're seeing the difference going up against a tanky fighter jungler in the Fredrin. Onyx PH were able to make the most out of what was a bad start for them since Kirk got picked. Again, Kirk and Brusco really need to be careful now with how they're getting vision.
Almost isn't quite it though. As Kelra came in, high risk, high reward. He could have thought he was going to get everything. And King Kong secures the Lord underneath Fabian's nose and diversion into the back. The Y brush for Prince. And now King Kong and Prince hunting down Fabian the Usurper. Final slash. Weedy though in the way. Onyx PH with a cheeky steal.
That was just raw retribution prowess from King Kong. It was 2v1. It was Yehezkiel helping Fabian, and in the end, King Kong just got it himself. Seems like it was the Sever and the Retri combo. And King Kong's been doing this. He was the guy highlighted by a lot of content creators about Lao. Like, King Kong doesn't basic attack. He just stands there and waits for the retribution. He uses a skill, then he retries. That was classic, vintage King Kong.
Claw of the Beast. 99% accuracy. Leading this Lord down through bottom lane. Mid falls as well. Forcing the winner crown from Yehezkiel. Aran gets taken down. Max range on those skills. Yehezkiel falls as well. The sweep seems inevitable. The AOG cancelled. Widdy is down. Aaron Shiki as well. Fabian, the final stand. Team Liquid ID suffers a sweeping loss at the hands of the Super Fam.
They haven't dropped a single game the entire tournament. They dropped the reigning champions of the world, delivering them a harsh sweep loss. But it's a harsh reminder, the reality of it all, it is still their era. They go to the finals first, does Onyx Philippines.
Oh my goodness, there's a reason why that this team has rings on their fingers. They are world champions, and they continue to show, hey, group stage is gonna stay as group stage. Playoffs is where we're at. Let them go around and high five the crowd because, again, the boys here in Malaysia are very happy and the crowd is really excited to see these world champions play at such a level, such domination.
How often are you able to say you are in the presence of greatness like these fans are in Johor Bahru? And to witness such a sweep too. That's biblical proportions.
Yeah, Onyx ID, they're back. After a slight slump, you know, a lot of questions around them. They're back. Onyx PH.
Oh, man.
Onyx Philippines.
Especially when TLID was
Sorry,
like...
we have 2 Onyx games, man. There's 2 Onyx teams still here. I'm sorry, I got confused.
They both won.
They both
won
won
too.
as well. Look, with that being said, let's quickly have an interview up on stage here in Johor Bahru with Rose and LaFell.
First grand finalist this Snapdragon Pro Series Season 6. Onyx Philippines, and ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the Sigma Jungler, King Kong! Wow, that was an intense series, a best of 5, yet you guys swept it. 3-0 fast games. King, let me ask you, what did you guys learn in your previous game with TLID that you guys managed to apply to today to make sure that history does not repeat itself and you guys will get the win today?
I think we adjusted our drafts and how we play our early game.
Now, King Kong, you were talking about drafts. I have to ask this because everyone all around the world keeps asking King Kong's favorite hero, Choi and Suyo. But why is it whenever anyone faces against you guys, people don't ban it out? Why do you think people don't ban out your Joy and Suyo?
Maybe they think I'm a bad Joy and Suyu user.
Do you guys think he's a bad Joy and Suyo user? Yeah, well, there you go.
Now, King, okay? Tomorrow's the grand finals, but every single time you play, your name is screamed the loudest in this arena. So is there anything you want to say to the fans? Look, so many King Kong fans here. King, what do you want to say to them?
For all the fans that are supporting me and Onyx, I want to say I'm very grateful for you guys, and I hope you guys don't stop supporting me and my team. We'll always do our best.
Not gonna lie, his name is King Kong. I have no idea why he hasn't done this. Like,
Oh, he does that a lot whenever I give them food.
Oh.
Patingin nga.
all right. And with that being said, congratulations to Onyx Philippines. They'll be going to the grand finals. But now we got to throw it back to the panel.
Thanks so much, Rose, as well as LaFell. Man, that was quite the game, baby. Onyx sweeping TLID underneath the rug. This was quite the game because at least for game number 3, it looked like there was some hope for TLID, despite the retry battles really just not going in their favor.
That one was that felt like a statement. Like King Kong said in the interview, people were saying, "Oh, I'm a bad Suyo Joy user," and then straight up in the final, most important Lord Retry just went, "Mine."
Yep.
Thank you. Bye bye. It's like, bro, like as a Filipino, I'm very happy Onyx PH1, and yes, I'm very happy my prediction is wrong as a Filipino. But I wish we saw more fight from Team Liquid ID. I expected way more from them.
Okay, you know what? I kept my eye on Aaron Shika this whole game. Much better than 1 and 2.
Yeah.
But it came in too late.
I don't know. I'll cut to him just dying to the rotation. The rotation specifically
Hey,
coming up from
his
Super
final
Friends.
score was like 9-2 or something like that.
That's fair. That is fair. Although, looking at our MVP Super Friends, I've never
Monster
seen...
Mage.
There's a reason why his Loyi is so feared.
3 games, 3 wins, 3 MVPs. He is him.
Yeah, he is that guy.
He's the one-man show.
I'm so glad we're starting to see hella more MVP honors for Super Friends, bro. One man show, the OMS, the
guy-
Monster Mage.
Wait, no, the one-man gank. There you go.
Yeah.
The one-man gank.
The one who you hope doesn't show up at night. Oh boy, he is quite the terror.
He's the boogeyman.
He really is.
boogeyman.
He comes in with Warcry on a Loyi, might I add.
Yeah,
the fact that he's triggering it consistently. just slapping people up. I mean, every single time he has that diversion, he uses it off a cooldown. I've never seen him hold it longer for 10 seconds.
No, it's like he got. This was like a, you know, those old basketball mixtapes they used to make for like, to get into street ball, to get into the
To get scouted?
To get scouted. This feels like this entire series was a Super Friends mixtape.
Yeah, greatest hits.
The greatest hits, dude. He was insane. Like when we gave him the name of Monster Mage, people were like, "Nah, he doesn't play like a monster. He doesn't fit Super Friends." Excuse me. Watch this series. Watch what he did with all these heroes. Watch his low Yi.
This play, he was the one-man gank here because he sent himself. He would do this. He just sends himself, and then he just turns the thing around.
Oh man, it was a crazy game coming in from Onyx PH, man.
Monster jams.
I mean, when they said they adjusted the draft, they really did. They started to bring out everything which made them great, and then they remembered, oh yeah, our Arsenal is actually way bigger than what we've been showing here at SPS. We're not just held down by a bunch of Hildas and Gutthoughts.
This keeps the Arlet at 100% win rate.
Oh, it does. It does. Although, I will say that Kirk got caught out a couple of times, like literally 3 seconds away from his flicker being active. Then he dies. A couple of disappointing moments for him, but generally, dangerous team, especially with that final slash.
You know what I really appreciate about Onyx Philippines in this run of SPS now is that in the previous tournaments we saw Onyx PH, of course, a lot of focus on King Kong and Keller as like the main stars of the team. But then here now, I feel like we were able to give a lot of flowers to Brusco, Kirk, and Super Friends, especially in this run here in the SPS. That now people are, if they haven't yet, for some reason, have now fully accepted they are as scary from 1 to 5, every position, every role. They are just perfect, almost perfect.
Monster Mage.
Monster Mage. Don't make that a gang sign.
Don't make it Monster Mage.
Oh boy, this. We'll see how badly this is gonna go on the internet. We'll find out. Now, guys, keep in mind. Do you agree with this? Do you agree with the Monster Mage, especially with the Mage? Scan the QR code and share your feedback with us because we need to know how you guys feel about the broadcast, how you feel about the live event itself happening in Johor Bahru. But Mobile Masters is going to be coming up as the next big tournament, and I mean, I'm excited to see our representatives go up to that point. Because again, scan that QR code and start supporting your teams right now, because we are also having representatives from EU, from MENA as well, to come along for this ride. And obviously, we're going to be supporting our APAC brethren, but there's a reason why we're a Mobile Legends nation.
Don't forget about China. China will be at Masters. And you know who got to play in the Chinese server?
Who?
The Super Fam.
Oh my goodness! There are actually, I am curious by the time we get the Mobile Masters whether or not they're going to all the special.
It would have been like unified at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's like a handful of changes between ours and theirs.
Yeah.
So yeah, no. It's up in the air, but what we do know for sure is all of these teams will be there, and that'll be a competition like no other. It's the S Series.
The S Series.
The first of its kind.
If I'm not mistaken, by the time Mobile Masters rolls around, we'll already be playing in the patch with Kalea?
Kalea,
we'll already have Kalea, yeah.
We would have gone through March, and then it would have been like mid-April.
Yeah, because Revamp Hanzo just came out. There's also going to be who's the revamp? There's another revamp.
There's one more. Yeah, no, I know what you're talking
slipped
about.
my mind.
Don't worry about it. We'll get to it once it comes by, because again, nothing to worry about, especially when it comes down to competitive play. But geez, man, with everything that has happened today, let's have a quick look at the bracket. For those of you who joined and missed out on the show, boo-hoo, you're gonna have to pull back to watch these epic games once again. Because right at the start, holy cow, we saw Falcons up against OP in sweeping fashion as Onyx were able to, Onyx Indonesia, knock out Team Falcons in a 2-1 series. Finally, the upper brackets where TLID took a sweeping loss to Onyx PH. And now it comes down to an Indonesian battle down in the lower brackets to see who has the honor to challenge Onyx PH one more time.
Call it a passing of the torch. What are we going to end up with here? A M6 rematch or an Onyx Civil War?
boy. I mean, for the sake of the Onyx ID boys, they've been saying it in their interviews. We want to meet Big Bro up in the grand finals.
Wait, who's Big Bro?
Well, depends. Who do you consider more achieved in this case?
Hey, I don't want to start that, all right? Don't you put that on me, Gideon Q. Don't you put that on me.
Oh boy, I love being Malaysian. We like just starting stuff sometimes. Anyways, hey, that's what happens. Hey, that's what happens when we get grouped every time. You know, that's when we start stoking the fire. Anyways, with most of this, with most of the competition, it's wrapping up to come to a pretty significant end here. But for tomorrow's schedule, keep in mind TLID will have to face off once again in an Indonesian derby up against Onyx eSports. This
is passing of the torch.
It really is.
Oh, yeah.
It's really, it's going to be tough to see because if you were expecting this in the grand finals of the previous MPL ID, well, it's happening here now tomorrow.
It's a best of 5.
Best of 5.
You know, after everything we've seen so far, and again, this is coming from the guy who got almost all of his predictions wrong in the challenge finals.
It's another wrong one, by the way.
Yeah, another wrong one, by the way. And I think what I'm about to say might come back to bite me is that, you know, the Onyx versus Onyx grand finals is looking more and more real.
It could be real. Who knows? I mean, if Onyx eSports was already able to upset a lot of people's predictions in Team Falcons, what's to say that maybe against TLA, you know, share some information amongst the organizations on Onyx, they might have something to help them out, spice things up.
Yeah, all I know is if Onyx Indonesia makes it to the grand finals, VP Yeb is just going to be there like, I'm good.
I don't have enough
fine.
fingers for these rings.
Job well done. My feet are going to have to take the ring.
He only comes in sandals after that. Oh, dude.
Starts wearing the necklace.
Oh my goodness. Trophies?
Conqueror.
I can't deal with it because Onyx's organization, it feels like it's going to be a really good year for them. And this is only like the very first international tournament of the year.
Yo, I'm trying to imagine, right? Because as cool as it is to see an M6 rematch, imagine if it does really happen. The Onyx versus Onyx grand finals. It'll be a brave new world. Like, we just live in Onyx world, man.
Yeah. Got the Mobile Masters where we end up dropping the game to like EU, China, or even MENA. That'd be a wild world after that. Everyone's going to be looking at EWC like, ooh.
Man, I would not mind if suddenly at the end of Mobile Masters, whoever the casters just say, Incendio Supremacy! Get the first international championship! I mean, that's what SPS has always been. SPS has always just been so full of surprises, unexpected results, maybe getting the results that we wanted to see. So, I don't know. I feel like Mobile Masters is going to take that up to the nth degree.
And don't worry, for all of those out there who are like, where's the skiing coach? Where is it? Right here. For first 450 players only. So stay tuned to get those codes. Don't worry, my brother, fellow Pinkman, will tell you the codes in case you are illiterate or dyslexic.
I'm not sure if any of those situations will help you when I read it. QHV 6G5 ook. That's OOK ook.
Hey, I'm noticing a bit of a trend here. That's 3 days in a row where we've got the OOs in there right at the very end. I'm looking
Coincidence?
Coinky dink?
They're using the 6 code generator because they know the ook is always just going to be there at the end. They're just generating the first 6 characters.
Yeah, no, it's not an ook, dude. There was an un, an
All right. Oh, it's always just OO.
It's something to I don't know. We gotta Zipper, we gotta have a talk after this. But even so, boys, the way that the SPS has been shaping up has been extremely exciting here. And I think, you know, do you think that maybe amongst the Onyx organization, they're gonna be looking at each other as like, hey, we need to trade some notes?
Well, for me, I think at this point they're going to stop talking for a while. I mean, there's a good possibility they'll end up with the grand finals together, rather than just like, all right, maybe we've been helping each other out, giving each other tips. At this point with Onyx PH there, they're just like, yeah, you are the competition now. We may be from the same org family, but we are the super family.
That's
Why did it get so quiet after I said that, man?
I don't know, because it was the you know,
we
what?
let you cook.
Yeah, we let you cook a little here.
Thank you.
We let you cook a little here. But with that being said, we're going to be wrapping up the day. Thank you so much, Mr. Redmond and Mr. Pinkman. Of course, it's going to be Renmar as well as Leo here at the couch. Thank you so much for being around for the SPS. Shouts out to Miracle as well in the back waiting for the show to be wrapped up. My name is Gideon Q as your host here for the Snapdragon Pro Series. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow. Good night, everybody, and goodbye.
Namun, tiada yang mereka korban melainkan Black Easy. Dalam pada masa sama, Falcon sekarang ini melarikan diri. Tak cukup orang beruntung pergi depan, tapi beruntung cukup kita bertahan semua Marco.
Kelra tu, hit tu Kelra tu.
Semua perintah jauh, God akan mungkin ditemukan. Jika.
How are you feeling after that game just now?
I'm feeling good.
Onyx eSports.
Sekarang dah terbang tu berunder Sons memberikan damage demi damage. Lord sekarang ini sudah bermula untuk masuk. Satu wave saja cuba, tapi Savero mencuba lompatan daripada Ogwan. Kristal semua sudah diberikan tumpuan demi keyboard. Savero mencari Kristal. Onyx eSports.
Satu perlahan.
Team Liquid Indonesia. Onyx Philippines.
So, jauh banyak yang dikurangkan. Ada cuba untuk menggantikan satu damage. Namun, tidak ada sebarang damage yang besar dilakukan. Di kalah dan deram, terbata luas. Nyawa kedua, kemenangan kedua untuk pasukan Onyx Philippines.
Apa tulis saya jauh dah? Kita cuba untuk mencari mangsa bagi dapat untuk dikai, tapi semua freeze. Menjatuhkan arah mangsa lagi untuk masuk ke dalam. Yes, sekali jatuhkan begitu saja mangsa dilakukan. Winnie Gugar. Dari tangan King Kong pula. Meninggalkan dua pemain saja. LSC King Gugar. Dan hilang. Tim Liquid ID tak boleh nak buat apa. Onyx Philippines.
Merakit.
I'm very happy because I got to meet Kyrie and especially King Kong. So it's very fun.
So to be honest, this is my first time, okay, to be in this event. So for me, this is good event for the youngster and for all. For me, this is so exciting.
Event ni bagus. Kita bukan sekadar boleh tengok je, tapi kita boleh belajar macam mana cara-cara nak main game dekat Mobile Legends dengan lebih baik lah daripada pro player.
Pada pendapat saya, apa yang paling menarik event ni, ESL ada sediakan, ini yang paling unik dia sediakan pro experience, which is kita boleh rasa macam mana pro player duduk kat depan tu lah.
And I really recommend this event for all, okay, especially untuk korang yang minat, okay, korang kena datang, okay, see ya.
Let the weak melt away. Killing spree.
Carl's easy. Taking the kill back. Prime time, baby.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Don't stop, gotta get it going. Keep it moving, won't stop. Rhythm overflowing. Don't stop, gotta get it going. Keep it moving, won't stop. Rhythm overflowing. Don't stop, don't stop. Don't stop. Don't stop, gotta get it going. Keep it moving, won't stop. Rhythm overflowing. Don't stop, gotta get it going. Keep it moving, won't stop. Rhythm overflowing. Don't stop, don't stop. Don't stop.
Let's get waved, let's get lit, let's get high, let's come have it.